That's going to be the hit. The burn is on, and they also drop Chaser.
T1 has really good at DPS because their mid and AD carry is insanely good.
And it looks like Immortals is going to be able to walk out of this. No, gets back charmed on the rappel down. Flame now tries to go in the fight, one after the other.
TSM are returning with Doublelift onto the roster. They are reuniting that 2016 summer split, 17-1. Bjergsen hoping maybe it's going to be 18-0 this time.
And TSM going to return to the LCS with a 2-0 victory, convincing at that, knocking down Cloud9.
Xmithie really enabled Pobelter to shine in their series that they played on Friday, and Pobelter just played really well in every single game.
I think that Xmithie has a really good eye for macro gameplay.
I was going to say to make a move, and they are going to. Pobelter hit over Unraveled Earth, but they're able to drop Inori immediately.
The guys who are reunited from CLG 2015 summer, man, they're crushing it. Like, that was crazy.
Welcome fans both in our studio and at home to the North American LCS. Teams look to end their first week on a high note with our matches today, as fans are fired up as ever to see week one close out in fascinating fashion, if we will. We've got Arcade Ezreal cosplay here joining us today. That's some fashionable cosplay we have there. TSM as well making their way into the studio moments ago. Bjergsen looking to close out a nice week for himself. Immortals, the Xmithie version of Immortals, making their way into the studio up against Envy later today. Apollo and the rest. Phoenix1 readying up on stage. Zig in the top lane, Inori in the jungle. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson. Joining me on the analyst desk is someone who always brightens my day, Mr. Mark Zimmerman.
Happy to be here. No Kobe to bring us down this time. The
That's
clouds.
Right. Exactly.
Kobe's always such a negative person.
The most negative, the most
Just
negative.
us two to be happy.
All right, let's begin by looking at how week one has played out so far. CLG, they ended their weekend 2-0, while teams like FlyQuest and Phoenix1 search for their first wins in our matches today. It all starts with our first series when Flame and Immortals face off against TSM on NALCS1, followed by FlyQuest taking the stage opposite Team Dignitas. If you're tuning in on NALCS 2, your first match pits Team Envy versus Phoenix1, then Rainover and Team Liquid look to take a win off Acadian and Echo Fox. While we anticipate how today's matches will shake out, CLG and Cloud9, they've already completed their weekends with surprising results.
Yeah, I think you can be cautiously optimistic about CLG. They got a 2-0, which is great, but also the fashion it happened in. You didn't see Dardoch having his traditionally strong early game, so there's something to look forward to when that starts rolling around. Also, their macro wasn't great, something that CLG usually improves throughout the course of the season. And on the flip side, you have C9 taking a loss to CLG, and this is a team I think you can actually be cautiously pessimistic about in a sense, where, yeah, they lost to two of the toughest teams in CLG and TSM most likely, but it was the fashion that they lost it in. It wasn't super convincing. They need to integrate Ray better, and these are some things that over the course of last season, they didn't actually improve that much at. So you might be in a situation where C9 starts getting overlapped by some of these other teams in the league. And so it's, like we said, it's pretty early. You don't want to, be completely negative on them, but it is not the start you're looking for.
Absolutely. To your point on CLG, the fact that most of their wins were coming from playmaking, out of Aframu in the bot lane, I think it does bode well for them and the evolution of this roster as it will be throughout the summer split, that, hey, Dardoch isn't doing what he's done in the past and being a huge star just yet.
Yeah, but still being successful is the critical thing. If he can combo with the rest of CLG to actually make good team plays as opposed to like, I'm in their jungle solo killing them, I think that's exactly what would make CLG one of the most formidable teams in the league.
And while for him it's about finding his footing on a new team, I want to jump back over to TSM as Doublelift slots back into this roster. They came away with a nice victory yesterday.
And overall, they look great. It didn't look like Biofrost and him really missed a beat at all in the bot lane. Able to get a 2v2 solo kill versus Sneaky and Smoothie, who traditionally was probably the strongest bot lane that we were seeing last season, so it's great to see them bouncing back strong already. And then it changed the way the whole team plays as well. You saw a lot more jungler attention down on that bot side, out of spend. freed up Ponster to take the 1v1 on the top side. The invades were going better, able to get that early blue buff, which seemed to trouble them a little bit at MSI.
Now, of course, that doesn't mean that his day one performance here was without mistakes. We did see kind of the classic double lift in the side lane post 20 minutes, sacrificing a Baron over to Cloud9, but, you know, all the while...
Got some farm.
Still, yeah, got some farm and still got the W. So,
Yeah.
I mean, how mad can you really be if you're giving up the objective but taking the victory?
If you're a TSM fan, you're still happy to see him back. You'll take those mistakes. You'll know he'll improve. Got to knock the rust off that came from solo queue.
And while we're talking about the bot lane, I want to talk about playmaking supports. We already mentioned Afromu as a player being a playmaker, but champion-wise, things like Rakan, Tom Kench, Bard, Thresh even coming back into the meta.
It's huge as a fan of League of Legends because you'd seen the kind of supportive shield style for so long in the bot lane, maybe like a little bit of harass with Zyra, but really not playmaking the way. You can see the difference between an Afromu Bard and Rakan versus some of the other people in the league. Smoothie had a decent Rakan, but it was not at the same level, and you get to really see playmakers shine. As well as the fact that you see the Tom Kench being able to make these kind of map plays, Big coming up and using that a fair amount as well.
Yeah, so again, we're going to have to track how that develops throughout the split. I mean, Rakan is a champion that you mentioned, you know, we got the debut performance from Afromu where it really went off, and we saw kind of the upside and the potential of that pick, and then we've seen some more lackluster performances, so we're really going to have to track which supports are picking up what. Again, Smoothie did impress me even in the losses with sometimes his mastery and follow-up potential behind a contract's engage, but other players as well. We're going to look for them to really pick this up and find the most unique and most effective ways to use this champion.
And it's just a great way for that role to shine. It's traditionally been like a little hard to appreciate the difference between me, Karma, you know, empowered shielding versus another player where, you know, you're turning off a Baron, it's an easy situation to play out. Here, finding the perfect angle at the Rakan, the right timing, knowing you're comboing it well with the rest of your team, those are the kinds of things that really make that role shine.
Yeah, perhaps more Pogs go to supports.
Yeah,
now
I would love to
got
see that.
Playmakers in the lineup. Now, during yesterday's show, we asked you to show us how you LCS, and we want to feature a couple responses that caught our eye. First up, Harry Freeman said, when you have construction to do, but it's the first week of the North American LCS. I wonder what he's building there. That's the question.
I mean, he's got the name Harry Freeman. I feel like every time I hear that name, they're doing great things. You got Gordon Freeman, Morgan Freeman.
Boom.
I don't know what other
two great
ones
Freemans.
there are. Yeah.
Harry's another one. Hope you're building something awesome. Hope you're able to maybe take a break here on the Sunday
watch some games,
and enjoy a real day of LCS. Next up, Taylor Lavati says, the face when both are good games, so you got to watch them both. Well, I tell you what, that's what we do every day back here. Watch both side by side.
That's both NA games, right? That's not an EU broadcast on one of those?
Better not be. Better be watching both.
I don't know. I wouldn't call those good
games.
It's
a challenge, though. I mean, Taylor Lavati could probably speak to it. It's one of those things where you don't realize how hard it is to catch everything in a game of League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that we got both going live at the same time. We're in both games to rewind, rewatch everything.
Yeah, we at least have the benefit of being able to rewind and watch things that we missed to keep up with the times. Well, anyway, we can never have too many tweets, so keep using that hashtag HowILCS. But while that's enough from us, let's send it over the casters to get the day underway.
Thank you very much, Das. Welcome, lords and ladies. I am Rivington Business III, and this keen color commentator and the man of positivity is Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. I don't know what they were talking about.
This is how I like to LCS with Riv next to me.
We are eager to bring you into our first match of the day as Immortals goes against TSM. On Friday, we got a glimpse of what new Immortals looks like with Smithy now in the jungle.
Oh, yeah, and it looked good. Everybody was a little worried about the trade with Dardoch, but Smithy, he's bringing shot calling to the team. Team atmosphere, they say, is really good. And talk about setting up Pobelter. A lot of really good early ganks, especially towards that mid lane. He's setting up plays for this team. And Pobelter, rank 1 in North America right now. Also really good first set of games for him, so definitely something to watch out for.
And the kind of playstyle change has made IMT quite exciting to watch. Even Doublelift said he looked forward to facing IMT's bot lane and Cody Sun and Olay.
Yeah, Doublelift did actually have some words of praise for this bottom lane as, they did very well against Phoenix 1 yesterday. Doublelift himself, though, did extremely well in their opening game, and Biofrost right next to him. The synergy between these guys is still there, and Biofrost is really taking that playmaking support style in his own hands as well. Good Tom Kenches, as well as Lulu knockups. Just definitely good things from the bottom lane of TSM.
And something that has been spoken about, another benefit of Doublelift's return in his in-game communication. It's something Bjergsen thinks is a boon for TSM.
A lot of people think it's really bad to have like multiple shot callers or communicators, but I think ideally all 5 players should be contributing a lot in terms of the map and their roles, and every single player has to communicate for themselves what they want to do with their champions, with their leads. So I think having Doublelift come in and be another really communicative player will actually help us a lot because that means we have one player in each lane that's really communicative, and that's going to make it a lot easier to play on the map because say we make a play top, we're going to understand how that's going to affect bot lane and the other way around because every player is vocal both on the offense and defense.
Being an elite team is like a relationship, Riv. Everybody needs to communicate. You need multiple partners.
Love, get out the hate, just the love. Let's dive into the roster rundown. On the blue side, it will be Immortals. To start things off, that means it is Flame in the top lane. Xmithy coming out in the jungle. Belter holding down mid lane. CodySun at bot. Ole at support, and Coach Robert Yip.
And on the red side, it's TSM. Up top is Haunter. In the jungle, Svenskeren. Mid, Bjergsen. Bottom, Doublelift. Support, Biofrost. And Coach Parth on stage.
And speaking a little bit to Bjergsen there, what he was saying about the team, the communication being back, it also brings back the comfortability of being in lane alone. We saw Biofrost roaming quite a bit yesterday because of the pressure they had in lane. It helped Bjergsen in mid, and the communication seemed to be quicker early in the game for TSM.
Yeah. There were definitely a lot of positives for them. Not everything went perfectly, though. They did have mid-game, Doublelift was bottom lane. They had Haunter on the top lane, and the Baron was taken away from them in the mid-game. So there are definitely things to clean up as far as allocating their lanes and pushing out those side waves. But definitely a good start to the season for them.
A few of those moments we remember as well, backings at MSI and positionings. Maybe a few of those cobwebs they need to kick out. We will have to see here as we head into Champion Select. And we have Immortals versus TSM here. Our final day of the first week of the summer split. It has gone by quite quick. Quite a few best of threes, and we'll see if this one goes the long haul.
Yeah, no surprise here with the LeBlanc ban against Bjergsen. Syndra might also find her way onto the ban. I definitely do expect Elise following through to pair up with Zach as far as the junglers. Those have been the two most banned. And then Haunter played a bunch of Kennen top lane. Syndra, correct. Haunter played a bunch of Kennen in the top lane for split pushing. And even though people haven't been that happy with that pick, they don't really seem to enjoy watching it for some reason, it is very powerful and definitely a strategy that deserves respect. Immortals also giving that respect there, taking that ban away.
One final for TSM. They've shied away from somewhat of the Lulu Karma compositions, may find themselves banning one and picking only one.
Yeah, it's interesting now, right? Because the go-to used to be never give away Lulu. She got nerfed, plus with the rise of playmaking supports, not only Rakan, who had the spotlight yesterday, but Thresh is very big now again, and these are definitely some good Thresh players. So I hope that we do get to see more of those playmaking supports with lots of mobility, lots of crowd control come into play here. Shen, though, right off the bat, Immortal's going to get some of that cross-map play going, and not to mention, he's actually quite good at holding his own in lane nowadays. We'll see if Haunter decides to go with some sort of split pusher to try and take advantage of the 1v1, or if they go tank to tank.
Something they did get a play on yesterday. Doublelift will take the Ashe back in from first surefire initiation, if you will. And may decide to go ahead and just lock into support with that combination in the bot lane. Flame on the Shen did get a play on that already this split. Did quite well, has the Renekton and the Jarvan as well. So this is his a little bit more supporty side of play for Immortals in the top lane. Or lock-in, it was left up for that first ban phase. And Haunter's going to have quite a fun time.
Yep, there's the answer to question number one. Haunter will most definitely take the split pusher into Shen. Fiora, everybody knows about the 2-item power spike, but if there's even jungler attention early to get this Fiora going, could definitely be a problem for Immortals. We'll have to take a look at how the jungle picks come through, because nobody looking like they want to lock one in early. There's definitely still a lot of options available. And it looks like it's just going to be CodySun's Varus.
Yeah, both AD carries playing the other AD carry they've played besides Caitlyn, since it's banned out. The Varus for now, CodySun, and Ashe is double.
I like how they hovered over the Rakan as well, just to get that in your mind, in case everybody wants to try their hand at it. I feel like that's one that you do need a little bit of extra time, and as I said on the analyst desk, not all Rakans have shown up equally as strong as Afro moves. Here we go, though. Smithy on his Lee Sin. Now, this is not typically a champion that people who just started watching competitive would associate with him, but if you remember way back to the days of, Vulcan Esports and Smithy in those days, Lee Sin was one of his premier champions.
Back.
Doublelift himself is the guy who actually started calling Smithy Dandy Light. It was definitely a very big compliment at the time, Dandy being on Samsung, the best team.
Smithy's had his fair share of role playing too. Makes me think of all the other teams he's been an AD carry and then other positions.
Yeah, but it
while.
really does look like, back on or switching over to Immortals here. Smithy, his Elise game.
Right.
Leesen's right in that same vein. It looks like he really does want to create early plays, want to set up his laners for success early on. I think that is the correct style for jungle right now. Just power farming jungle. The rewards are just not there anymore. And we'll see the difference with junglers that really try and affect those lanes early on and get people like Pobelter going early. Speaking of Pobelter, Talia being banned away from Bjergsen. More mid lane focus here as Immortals drop 3 bans into that lane.
Might look like an RE game for Pobelter if they don't decide to ban it out. Gonna have to somehow stay away from all of this quick attack coming in from TSM that can hit pretty fast. We see the second ban being Tom Kench, something Ole brought out yesterday also with that Lulu they still have to go for.
Yeah, that very well could be the case, as Orianna's probably the most blind pickable mid lane still left up right now.
With still blind.
With so many of these bans here. You still have to worry a little bit about Fizz, and Fizz has really gained a lot of popularity lately as far as the assassin mid lane players have gone. But yeah, definitely Orianna highly prized. Would not be surprised if they decide to go with that one for Pobelter either. It's been one of his most successful champions as well.
Svenskeren going with the Viking. A little bit of lockdown already seen on the team. If he can run through that, it's pretty squishy backline so far to look at.
Yeah, right now, TSM, they've got a lot of crowd control coming from the bottom lane, so that frees up, top and jungle picks to be these DPS and bruiser champions. Already looking like they want to get the split push going. Olaf is one of the few that can go toe-to-toe with Lee Sin early on. Kha'Zix and whatnot would be other answers, but here we go. Ole Bard.
Used it quite well. A lot of what IMT was doing with their compositions yesterday was throw rotation. Ole was out of lane fast. They used the journeys well. They're going to lock in these again and hover the Ahri as the last pick.
All right, it is going to be a lot of pick potential here. Ahri plus Shen to have a little bit more confidence, and then that Bard to pick off people that are roaming around. TSM, what will Bjergsen run into this Ahri? Now, it's actually interesting. I talked to a lot of different mid laners about the various matchups. Mid lane Galio, though.
Wow.
Rising a lot in priority. Faker was happy to play it. And Bjergsen will be as well. There was just yesterday that front page Reddit post about a Bjergsen play on the Galio outplaying Katarina. See if he can do the same to Pobelter here.
I believe it. It was on the internet, and I saw it.
And one of my favorite things about being able to have that last pick for your mid lane, to be able to have this kind of wild card of Galio, you're already showing this Fiora split push. And Galio in mid lane, there's so many options of, my favorite types of player are like, mid laners trailing the other split pusher, or Galio ulting from mid lane to go help Hauntzer if Hauntzer is attracting too much attention. Really like the way that this TSM lineup has rounded out, but again, Immortals. Smithy's gotten that Lee Sin for the early playmaking possibilities. If he can get Pobelter rolling on this assassin, they might be able to get this Shen composition off the ground.
All right, you see the comps as we load into game. Hashtag IMT win, hashtag TSM win. Keeping an eye basically everywhere this game, as we would. We're going to be watching it from the skies above, but that bot lane. Doublelift singing the praises of Cody and Ole recently here in the summer split, and now back on TSM trying to make his mark in the bot lane with Biofrost. We'll see how these two match up. Both teams coming in with the victory here to start off the split. We'll see who gives each other the first loss.
Silence over the crowd. Question number 1. How many Doran shields will be purchased in this game? Over 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 4. One more. We have a complete selection now. Obviously, everybody's well aware of the current state of the power of this starting item. Smithy almost left the fountain without jungle items, but heads back very quickly. And Immortals actually coming out with a bit of an early game rush here. They're looking to capitalize on, Zyra's tendency to look for seeds far up in the lane, basically. So often we'll see the Zyra position far up to try and get those seeds to spawn early up in the lane phase for extra lane power. But Baofrost not going to play it too dangerously. Stays by his turret, and he will not be caught.
Got a little too antsy.
Meanwhile, TSM take this opportunity while everyone is distracted bottom lane. Hanser moves into the blue buff, gets that ward early down onto the blue buff, so they will assume that Smithy is starting on Raptors if they don't see him over there, which would be very weird if they did.
Minions have spawned.
Meanwhile, Galio as well as Olaf have decent AoE in level 1 and could get off to a very quick jungle clear. It looks like Svenskaren's just going to go with the solo start here on his blue. Olaf very famously loves to get low in the jungle. No problem doing his own camp, doesn't need any sort of leash. Meanwhile, Pobelter helps out Smithy, and we'll see if Smithy can return the favor in that mid lane.
Definitely going to be a push war between these two. Once Bjergsen get a little bit of ability power behind himself, it's just easy as you see him. Winds of War to the back line, go up and punch the front, and you basically get the wave pushed in.
Yep, Galio, one of the biggest strengths there. In addition to building triple Dorans into tank items, he's also got plenty of wave clear with just that tiny bit of AP. Ooh, that's high value there. You always want to get the Winds of War onto minions plus harassment if you can do it. Hanser takes a bit of extra damage here in the trade, but he's got control of the minion wave. His focus is on the minions and pushing them up now. They did, by the way, get a little bit of extra information on Smithy, because Smithy went straight Raptors over to blue, and the Hawkshot does see that the blue has just been taken, so Hanser should know that he needs to ward fairly quickly.
Svenskeren on his top side as well. Usually we get mismatched junglers, but it may actually be a meetup.
Hanser actually doesn't take that info. He doesn't ward quickly, and now Smithy
gone up quite far. Riposte is down from the last attack. The slow is there. He's going to flash forward for the next few. Brings it up. It's first blood. Going over to Immortals Nick Smithy.
Oh, Hanser not going to respect that the blue buff was cleared. Smithy heads right up there with a very quick route. Raptors blue into Gromp and a very easy blast cone plant for the gank. First blood going over to Immortals. Take another look here. The reason Smithy goes for the flash is guarantee no escape for Hanser, no possible way for him to dodge the Q, no possible way to escape. That's why Hanser holds onto his flash, so luckily for him, at least he does not blow his summoner there as well. Svenskeren hanging around here actually probably won't gain them too much. Flame has no reason, to play super aggressively at this point.
A sub 3-minute gank, pulling Hanser off guard. Teleport back to lane, Flame as well. And now towards the mid lane, Svenskeren looking to make a move onto Pobelter. Definitely a flash blown if they can get range here. There's the taunt from the Durand, and there's the flash. One last Reckoning swing, the charm to come in as well to give Svenskeren a few turret shots.
Flash down on Pobelter, and Ahri does not have that safety until you get to level 6, so gonna have to be a little bit more cautious, and Bjergsen should be able to control the wave now very easily, even from this point on. And now that's a high value gank because Bjergsen had already used his teleports to get back to lane. So now he can just retain lane pressure here, whereas Pobelter is going to need to go back to the fountain, and he's going to lose off at least one minion wave and give time for Bjergsen to either go for a roam play or go for that recall again. Pobelter does stick around as Smithy's come over to try and help him hold this wave and hopefully not lose out on too much CS.
Bit of bot side love from Svenskeren as well. He's going to be meeting Nick Smithy in just a second on this Raptor camp. ward in from Svenskeren with the help of Bjergsen, and now they're starting to pressure what they've done to Pobelter in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is all domino effect from the mid lane. Olay comes up with the flash.
Ooh, flash miss on the Cosmic Binding. They may be able to get the damage on to Xmithy, but they turn it around and Svenskeren melts.
That Olay Bard. Uh-oh, Smithy's not out of the water.
Bjergsen feels like he can pick one up. That's the red buff. That's the lockdown on Olay. Can Biofrost and Doublelift make it? Journey gets him out just in time, but with the safety of Doublelift and Biofrost on a faster roam, and Cody Sun staying 1 for 1.
Yeah, pretty quick here. And with that extra CS advantage, TSM actually almost evens up the gold. Top side is where they really want more of it to come through, though. And Hanser has been able to stabilize. Uh-oh. Root here lands on a Cody.
Flash blown becomes very difficult when you start to mismatch the backs of your bot lane. And we'll see the roam starting here from Olay.
Yeah, even though they have that ward in the tri-bush, and as soon as Sven sees Olay, he starts running away. There's a very nice magical journey there from Olay. Gets up there very quickly and allows them to get that kill. Meanwhile, Bjergsen takes things into his own hands. Didn't actually have to flash there. The last tick on Winds of War got the kill. But very close as Smithy was almost out of the area, and Bjergsen wanted to make sure he got it.
Unfortunate too, with Pobelter being so low, he kind of had to watch the entire time from just behind Raptor Pit.
Yeah.
Would have loved to participate in that.
That's why, this is the reason why TSM were forcing the issue around mid lane. Yeah. You know, because of the success of that gank, it gave Bjergsen control of the wave, and they made the call as a team, you know, to bring Svenskeren in for this counter jungle. But the surprise card of the Bard Roam caught them off guard. Meanwhile, down bottom lane, though, there's a lot of extra minions here for the TSM bottom lane to pick up. If they can see us under their turret without this pressure from Smithy, who's roaming through the jungle, then they should actually get a lead for themselves. And Smithy doesn't go for the bottom lane pressure. Just goes for that blue steel instead.
Nice. Not terrible for Bjergsen. He'd still love to have it. Winds of War, very powerful at clearing. He's going to start heading towards the top side so they can get vision. Ooh. With this leave of lane, they may want something bot for Immortals.
And it's important that Bjergsen roam top side. The range on Galio Ultimate wouldn't be able to reach until he roams back down to this bottom side. He's made it back to his mid lane and could come, so Smithy has to be a little bit careful.
Mid lane sees 2 as well. That's going to be the rotation from Svenskeren all the way down. So Smithy has to find a smart path out. They have the wards to do so. And Flame and Hanser start going back and forth in the top side.
Yep, Hanser trying to just scale up here versus the Shen. Have to keep in mind that the Stand United will come in quicker than the teleport would, even though both of them technically could join the bottom fight. Big advantage, though, would be the Galio. And that's one of the things about mid lane Galio. You know, flexibility of using your ult either to the top side or bottom side of the map. Meanwhile, Pobelter has gone for that Ignite with the Ahri, looking for those pick kills.
Taking stock around the maps, yes. Pretty even, as it were. Svenskeren focusing a lot of the Krugs and the Raptors. As you see his CS a little bit higher as they're even, though, at level 6. Bit of a grand challenge onto Flame. It looks like he'll back off now. Those teleports are back up, so if these guys need to try and make a play off a back, they still can try to.
Yeah, good taunt away there from Flame. Pretty much times out the entire ultimate there from Hanser. Doesn't get too much value off of it. Little bit of deep wards here. Are going to see the roam top. You know, the Bard roam up top side has been seen by the ward already, and so has Smithy. So TSM know there are 3 members from Immortals up on top side. And they have the possibility of overloading on bottom. Problem is, Svenskeren also on a ward. So everybody just playing cautiously right now with so much mixed vision.
A lot of pings going down onto Cody Sun right now. Directional pings, that is. Svenskeren will stay in the lane for now, and Bjergsen's just hovering enough to get that ult in.
Yeah, and, you know, with... They knew he didn't have flash, and he was up against the wall, but Doublelift just misses it. A little bit wide.
The crowd felt that one too.
Yeah, there was not much space that he left between the arrow and the wall, but just enough. And Cody Sun sidesteps.
Good push in the top lane here for Flame. Hanser and Svenskeren will be buddy-buddy for a moment, but he might just be on Krugs for too long. This gets pushed out by the TMS. Bjergsen backs as well. Pobelter uses this time to get some wards forward, and the The first few kills have kind of just leveled out now. Nobody really has a gigantic... Nice little play by Hanser. Nobody has a gigantic lead. Still waiting for that first turret play to come through.
Yeah, I mean, you can... Ooh, actually...
This will help.
This will definitely help a first turret play. There are pings already going down, though. And while the Rift Arrow doesn't do as much damage, and it is very easily soloable if you're not interrupted, if there's any sort of contest, and Svenskeren is coming to contest, and it becomes very dangerous.
Going for a walk.
Yeah, not going to be the case, especially since this TSM composition, you know, if Ash Arrow comes back off of cooldown, you know, the Ash Arrow into an Olaf charging forward with Galileo ultimate on top of him is a very difficult engage to deal with. So Immortals have to be very careful about how they choose their battles. Hanser, though.
2 to 3 shots onto Hanser, trying to deliver a back riposte as well. He can do it for only so long. Xmitty once again to the top lane for a combo onto Hanser.
Hanser's been playing this Fiora pretty risky up on the top side during the moments where he doesn't have any vision. Meanwhile, mid lane, Bard roams up.
Second time Ole's been doing these magical journeys, and will it be magical for Immortals? The fist back from Bjergsen to try and buy some time. Svenskeren can't enter the fight with him in a 4-man on mid instantly after an engaged top.
Wow,
who would have expected it?
Yeah, also didn't expect them to also use the Stand United, but Flame comes in as well. Meanwhile, what will TSM do after so many resources have been allocated towards that mid lane? They're trying to push them off bottom turrets. TSM wants to get, you know, first turret bonus, but Immortals very quickly back into position, back to defending. Falling down Svenskeren as well to the bottom side. They still want to pressure it. Bjergsen's technically still has ultimate, but it's pretty far away.
Pressure from Xmitty just on the left. But an interesting bot lane, as we said, we'd keep an eye on it. Nice damage from the Meeps on Ole.
Oh.
Dodges with the journey. Tempered Fate splits the team into 3, but it's not really going to give any positioning to Immortals. And TSM is ready to go right back at it with Bjergsen on the way down.
Yeah, Bjergsen's close enough to ult now, so they have to give him room. Svenskeren's going for it.
He's trying to get right in onto Cody's son. Expect to see that grand entrance quite soon. And they say, no, we'll take the turret, we'll take the advantage, and we'll just push up. Pobelter is out of lane right now. We don't know where he is.
Objective focus here. First turret, as well as being able to retreat and reset it before going for a dragon. They can actually start up another fight there. Cody's son does have his flash back off of cooldown, so it's possible for them to flash the next arrow that comes up, even if TSM decide to focus that duo lane. Meanwhile, Hanser's getting low again, and Smithy's heading up through the jungle past wards, though, so TSM should, again, know that he's coming.
Yeah, Biofrost already en route. To make sure that doesn't happen, he may get seen out by the Scryer's Bloom, and he does. So that's actually very good for Flame. The team actually just pings him and says, be careful in that side of the map. Doublelift's going to be farming bot. Once they see him, there may be pick potential from this team if the rest is on that top side. Pobelter's still getting pushed in mid, though.
Really liking the early game so far from Immortals, specifically Smithy's jungle path as well as Ole on the Bard. But this dive is definitely going to be aborted. No!
Possibly they didn't know Ole was on the back. These guys are routing around everywhere, but it is Biofrost as well, right behind the team. Good dodge.
Cody's son lands his ultimate.
Heroes exit.
Nowhere to...
And it might be in the wrong spot. Gets the blast over.
Oh!
And he's going to be safe. Flashes for a little extra room. The blind charm into Orb of Deception coming through.
The arrow from downtown is coming, but will they even do anything off of it?
Oh, just to the left, the team's alerted. Oh, Hanser not going to hit him as he walks by the friendly arrow. And Doublelift had time in the bot lane with TSM's focus towards the top. There's been a lot of skirmish, but Doublelift has focus.
Yeah, remember that Cody's son roamed up to help out with that. So that was a bit of a scramble, but it was very successful for TSM to be able to get out of that without losing a member, considering Doublelift pushed 3 waves into the bottom turret, got half of that second turret's health, and currently is stealing away red buff by himself. But he was last seen by this ward, so They think he's still in there.
Chain of Corruption halfway down, a piercing arrow, Tempered Fate dodge into a flash. He is not leaving anything to chance.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if he's punished for using his flash to steal this red. LA wants to make him pay for it.
I think it's just wards now. It's almost when is too far, but they know when is too far. Top lane is kind of thwarted out by Flame. See Fiora, Haunter, and Svenskeren trying to get a little bit back off of not a lost lane. Still pretty even in CS, but Flame going to be quite big in the front line of these fights.
Yeah, the extra kills for Immortals are nice on Haunter, but as you said, Fiora's focus is getting her farm so she can get to her 2-item spike. Ravenous completed is definitely beneficial, but would really need the extra move speed and armor shred coming through from Black Cleaver as well before he really starts to take off. Dragon control right now being set up by Immortals. Shen, Stand United is available. It's post level 11, so that's level 2. Double Lift has the arrow.
Nice Winds of War on 3 members. They don't have to stay in it too long, though, as Immortals gets away. I think Smithy has quite a bit of gold, 1,300 to spend right now, which would be some power to use in this fight. Looks like they're still going to stay to at least stop a dragon from happening.
Yeah, Immortals, while they do have a nice gold lead right now, they're still very cautious considering the power of that engage we talked about with TSM. If they use the Ash Arrow into the Olaf and Galio, could be very threatening. Flame, though, is just taking it to Haunter right now, back against the wall to try and protect him.
But when you take a fight like that, you got to expect more is going to be coming. Another challenger enters the fight. It's Pobelter looking for the kill. Haunter's been and diving. One last auto from Pobelter as they have to go way under the turret for that one.
Bjergsen is roaming up for the 2v1, but Bard is on his trail.
No flashes there to connect. He decides to turn around. And they're going to say, let's actually take out He's got himself in a bad spot. Cosmic Binding back against Bjergsen. The wall, and he's stunned. Justice Fist will not work, but it does get the Tempered Fade out. Who's buying more time is the question. Back into the fight comes Smithy. He's forced to flash out. Stand United onto him as well, as both teams don't like the situation. They back off.
Yeah, actually, Immortals using a lot there to re-engage onto a Galio. Bjergsen right now is very tanky after just getting the Spirit Visage completed. So they do burn the Stand United for very little gain there. Pretty much nothing. Take another look at this. Ooh, that was a sneaky little taunt there that snagged him as he was passing through. My favorite part of this, actually, though, is the hold on the charm by Pobelter until he gets to point blank, right? You see the riposte come out, and then right when he passes by him for the point blank charm, that is what ensures this kill. Sticks around for the last auto and is able to complete it before Bjergsen gets in range to use his Galio ultimate.
They have to act fast. This is definitely down to the Immortals we saw last split as well.
Yeah.
Continuously pulling the trigger, there'd be a little hesitation, and the other team would collapse.
And this is why we keep talking about their, communication, and it just looks like they've improved their decisiveness and their playmaking so much. That's really the biggest change for this squad. Continuing to hold this lead over TSM, almost 20 minutes into the game. So Rift Herald, you only have another minute to take it, and it looks like TSM want to grab it before he expires. Sven starts it up. Should be an easy take for themselves. See if Smithy and Pobelter actually have anything to say about this. They're roaming over right now casually.
Flame as well, just off on the left wing.
All right,
that was
casual.
It is quite casual for what we're seeing. Nobody's even throwing out any abilities. Biofrost may be the first to set up these plants. All right, Bjergsen wants a hit. Durant taunt onto Flame. That's going to start the fight. Here comes the TP in from Haunter, and it looks like he may... Oh, he's not going to cancel that, actually. He had quite a bot lane to farm out, and they're just going to go ahead and maybe put some pressure mid.
Yeah, TSM definitely want to back off of that one. Even though Pobelter missed that charm, he still got a big chunk onto Biofrost. Zyra at this stage in the game very easily, 100%ed if that charm does land. So TSM going to hold on to their cooldowns and wait for another fight. Cloud Drake's still up, but I feel like they'd rather have Rift Herald. There's so much standing gold with the outer turrets still up in this game. Only one turret down for each team. If you get Rift Herald right now, there's so many possibilities of cross map plays or trying to set up a team fight and getting multiple rewards if you're able to win that.
Monster back to get a pink board before he gets to lane. His teleport down, Flames stand united and teleport up for a possible next play.
1945, Riftail back to the void, and Baron takes his place, or her place.
Nice. And just that small gold lead. Right now, it's the outer turrets, one big fight, and I feel like you get 2 turrets at this point. It's almost like the prize grows. If the outer turrets are up later in the game, you get a big influx of gold once this one fight hits. A little bit of a skirmish here to the top side. Ole, more than any other support, I see finding himself in these little fights that he's getting out of for now. But once people start to figure it out, it might be a little bit harder for him to make those moves.
He definitely plays that aggressive roaming Bard very well. He's been able to create some stuff for Immortals early on in conjunction with Smithy.
Very close.
You can tell Immortals, though, even with this lead, I know they're kind of poking the bear right now. As TSM's five-man squad is very formidable as far as the team fighting goes. If they can nail down someone. Pobelta right now in mid lane. It's a little bit of a harassment, but he's able to hold on to his ultimate.
Good push. Seems like they might use this for a little bit of vision control and adding a bit more cover. Sweepers are down for right now, so it's actually a scary move. You see power in numbers right now for the team as they head towards this top side.
Yeah,
Will be met.
I actually like the strategy Immortals are going for here, trying to keep TSM spread out. Pobelta's pressure is keeping Bjergsen just out of Galio ultimate range, but he's roaming up now. They're threatening this Olaf dive. As soon as he gets halfway, though, through the river, Immortals back off because they know the Galio ultimate coming in would be very scary. Doublelift's Ash Arrow is almost back off cooldown, and it's difficult to dodge both of those.
Interesting watching Pobelter match that roam as well, but now he starts to go down. Bjergsen's going to follow. That's not a chance for Bjergsen to go top, so we make it a 2v2 here in the bot.
Oh, there's the ultimate, but Pobelter roams down as well.
On that ward, they know what's coming as well.
I have to say, I mean, he's done a good job of either staying next to Bjergsen to threaten the charm. Uh-oh.
Whoa, Smithy going hard, kicks him into the T, and Svenskaren's got a Ragnarok immediately, hoping there was enough from Bjergsen, but he just used the ult bot.
Svenskaren too slow there with his ultimate. He doesn't respect Smithy. Smithy goes for the flash play, instantly gets him, no reaction, and with a late Ragnarok, he still got kicked in. It didn't matter as far as escaping it. Immortals again, just so quick with their execution. Gain some more advantages.
Snap Judgment 6-1 now. A 3,000 gold lead as they extend it, and finally Cloud Drake finds some friends. They're going to be taken down on the side of Immortals.
My goodness, I mean, so many people in the off-season and we're talking about the Smithy and Dardoch trade, and it seemed like almost everybody just assumed CLG won that trade, and the Dardoch end was better, but Smithy on Immortals has looked just so good. Much better than last split. And again, with a very crisp play there, able to extend that lead and add some extra speed to their team with the Cloud Drake.
I mean, he did say he's a team that he could put a voice to. There's a lot of players on the team that can already make these plays, make these moves. They just have someone make that definitive, where to make those plays and make those moves.
Yeah. All that being said, I still think Svenskaren should have respected Smithy and and Ragnarok early.
Absolutely.
So he doesn't get kicked in. All right, another Ash Arrow down too, though. Doublelift just using that. So TSM, they still have to play around those windows. As much as we keep talking up this big, AoE engage that they have with Ash Arrow into the Olaf and Galio plus Zyra, they keep missing Ash Arrows. It's not going to be able to hold anyone in place long enough to make it happen. And Immortals have done a very good job of playing the map here.
You see that turret in mid go down. As we said, it was going to be a big fight, and structures were going to start falling. Immortals now have a much easier time getting into the jungle. Svenskaren just getting a ward over the wall. He just got back up and used his Ragnarok again. Going to be tough for anything initiation side from TSM. Grasping Roots as Biofrost tries to deliver as much damage as he can before IMT gets out.
Okay, so if... Biofrost takes a bit of damage there as Ole sneakily gets back out.
That's what I said. We're going to rename him Trolle.
All right, though.
Everywhere.
For TSM, they do have a little bit of good news here. Hauntzer has gotten to that 2-item set on Fiora. He's continued to farm despite his 3 deaths. Scaling up here. Does have the AoE for pushing the wave as well as the extra speed now. And it's getting a little bit worrisome for Flame because even though, you know, they got a lot of kills on a Hauntzer, Flame didn't get any of the kill credit. Smithy, though, is coming down to try and keep Hauntzer honest still.
I like that. Keep him honest. Because this very well could turn into a 2v1 situation where Hauntzer comes out with an outplay.
Yeah, you can definitely see how the confidence is rising, though.
TSM control over the Baron pit. And the Smithy and the team say, all right, we'll make sure mid has to be respected as they start to route it down. Tempered Fate, Biofrost could be the hit. They have to focus, though, as he is now the back line. And big hit onto Smithy. He's going to go down first with the focus of TSM. They get caught, but yeah, Svenskeren finds himself falling as well. Pobelter still in a spot to try and push the lane / get a pick. He's not fully joining the team yet.
Ooh, yeah, it is interesting because while Flame tried to stand united into the fight, Smithy died before it completed, so that means that Flame still gets the push on the bottom side. And, you know, Immortals do have slight wave advantage here, but as we said, Hauntzer now with red buff, definitely way more scary for Flame to deal with in a 1 versus 1. Let's take a look at this as Smithy actually, this time around he goes in right on Svenskeren and kicks him super early. Looks like they kind of wanted to abort the mission, right? They were hoping that they had more focus fire and more of a man advantage, but Pobelter still ends up finishing that kill onto Svenskeren and just ends up being that little bit of a gold trade. No objectives afterwards. All right, definitely going to really put more emphasis on their extra warding here because Immortals, they'd like to make that play again, but with the extra vision. So, you know, they can dodge things like the Ash Arrow. Bjergsen, at least now, no flash available on the Galio, so it makes Galio's initiation so much more telegraphed, and he's a little bit slow with a lot of his animations. So Bjergsen's time now is supposed to be getting creative, right? Finding a bush to come out from our... Oh, goodness!
I blinked.
Pobelter trails the split push, immediately moves in to take down Hauntzer, and
you can see how confident now Immortals becomes. Obviously, Svenskeren has to back due to safety, but Ole even confident enough to just keep chipping away, getting himself into trouble at some point there. The team's going to be behind him soon. The split push in the bot by Flame has not ended yet, and TSM's going to have to figure out how to call the audible here.
Yeah, this is Immortals' time to shine. The split pusher is dead. Hauntzer doesn't have teleport either, so they're going to 5-man the Baron. Brute force here. Sven does have his ult. He could run in for a smite steal.
Ghost isn't up. He would be walked in, but like you said, ult is there, so it won't really matter.
Oh, Bjerg!
He comes at Bjergsen, hardly taking any damage, but delivering across 3 members of Immortals. The front end burst is too much for Immortals to handle. On the backside, Flame is going to be there, but TSM doesn't want the fight anymore. They're going for the objective.
Hauntzer is back up. They would take a lot of damage on Baron. They're going to force it right now.
Tempered Fate, great job on the double lift. That stops a good amount of damage onto the Baron, but will it be enough to stop them from wanting it?
Hauntzer almost there, so that's a pretty big threat, but it looks like Cody Sun and Flame want to take it.
Ole's an instant kill if Hauntzer's over the wall. You can see his positioning to dash over, but he uses it to Baron. Cody Sun trying to lock one down. Flame goes in for the last hit on the team. Flame gets Biofrost. 20 or 2,000 health on Baron. Double kill for Flame. Ole goes in, he dies. Hauntzer's going off. Baron gets taken by Bjergsen, and TSM are looking to clean up the fight.
Uh-oh, Cody Sun's got nowhere to run, and Hauntzer should be able to hunt him down here if you're with the extra Q range, but Cody Sun's got the Cloud Drake, and he's on the run. He can go for the execute. He's got the blast code. He's gonna make it.
Oh, the volley coming in from double lift, not gonna be in range. They're cross lane now. Is he actually gonna? He can't try to get out.
He better go for the execute.
He was going for the long execute. They know the time was up a bit ago. Didn't want to chance it. Pobelter stopping out mid, but what a fight back and forth. TSM with Baron.
Yeah, exactly. We keep cautioning against this TSM AoE team fight. They have so many big tools, and with the Immortals here grouped up inside the Baron pit, Bjergsen, we said he had to get creative. He got creative. Around the backside, Smithy even helps him in.
Oh!
Oh my God, Smithy delivers the dash that Bjergsen was lacking. AoE taunts the entire team. What a betrayal. Here we go, though. There's the escape as the rest of Immortals try and get out afterwards, and you know how that one played out. Oh, no. I didn't even catch that part, but
Feels good for Bjergsen.
Bjergsen got some help in getting creative there.
It's been so quick. Sometimes you don't think enough. I can kick him, but should I kick him? It's always the question in the end.
Answer for that one, nah.
Do not kick. Rewind. So a big surge for TSM in a game where, interestingly enough, seeing them backs against their walls for the beginning, holding off Immortals plays after they had crushed down the first 2 turrets, but now it's back to even here. TSM grabbing up some second tiers for themselves. Does it once again go back into a full fight? Red buff goes over to Svenskeren, and it looks like they're going to back off. Top push Hanser is respected here by Flame.
Oh my goodness, this might be remembered as one of the biggest betrayals of this North American split, because now with Baron buff, that gave TSM so much room back into this game. The gold lead has shrunk to just 1,000, and TSM still with the Baron buff are pushing in for extra gold.
Whoops.
Belter, though, finds the assassination and wants another!
Oh, they're on a double lift now. Somebody stayed a little too long to play. Flames on a double lift. The kite's there, though. He knows he can't reach it, and he's almost trying to get back and forth. Double lift should be able to walk out of this one alive, but you still have to remember Hanser has top lane to himself. That brought Flame by.
Olay still on the case here with Bard trailing double lift. He's going to make him run all the way back. Does he magical journey for the 1v1?
He's got enough damage with the deep change. Makes him cleanse it out. No flash. Ignite's already off. Double lift.
One more journey. Olay is just tenacious
there.
on the
going
bar.
to the right? Is he going to the left? He's got base gate. But like you said, wasting his time. Top lane gets taken down as Hanser does a little bit more work off the ball on the other side of the map. And slowly, TSM does what they do best and bring it to late game if they don't have the lead and find a major fight where they can run it down mid.
Yeah, gold brought almost back to even despite Pobelter's work here, getting the assassination onto Biofrost. Just runs right into him and then uses the next charges here to go straight for double lift. With the Shen stand united, they secure at least 1 kill. They know they're gonna get this. Double lift has to use both summoners or that would have been a double. So big ups there for Pobelter, taking matters into his own hands.
There's a Guardian Angel now for Hanser. He becomes much more formidable. We'll just have to wait a little bit until he gets pushed up back to the top. TSM will organize that to happen basically at the same time with the rest of the waves. So they're adding that pressure for Hanser towards a different lane. Good wards here from Immortals. Setting up with that Tempered Fate has been something they continuously go on. Olay on the side. Doesn't look like they want it just yet. They are waiting for Stand United if they were to get into a fight.
All right, Hanser now has GA and Hexdrinker on top of his core builds, and the split push Fiora has made it to the late game. TSM can rely on that for a guaranteed 1 lane of pressure. He still has to keep in mind, you know, Pobelter's roaming and the possibility of that Ahri trailing in for another kill. That's why that deep ward they just pinged out there you see by top lane, important, because Pobelter was going for the same play, and Hanser had to back off. Sven is wrapping around.
Oh, it's the pinch in. Double lift gets taken down immediately. Pobelter's trying to dash out. Svenskeren is charging and chasing the dashes.
Oh!
And that's going to be the Guardian Angel down on Hanser. Flash is already down, so he is stuck in his spot if he can't dash away. Flame picks up that kill, and the rest of the fight was just a ride for TSM as they were chasing too much.
Pobelter is insane, man. He gets there with the flash, takes down the priority target. Double lift is dead, then kites out Hanser, even with the ultimate up. That was actually incredible, and Immortals are looking to capitalize off of it.
Straight down the mid lane. Bjergsen off to the left, still has time to back, but he'll home guard up to this inhibitor turret. If they can get Cody Sun on it, that's the damage they need. Olay and Xmithy already on the other side. This is going to be the kill as well on the Svenskeren. And now they're on the inhibitor turret, one after the other. TSM trying to guard alone, and they go down. 15-6, now spreading the gold lead a little bit more. to 3K. Immortals is going to make it out through the journey to Pobelter, already pushing the bot lane. This was all the way from their second tier, as Immortals has been working this after that mid-fight.
So much taken after that fight. I kind of want to see the replay of it, you know, to see if there was extra help from Olay setting it up. Regardless, though, Immortals get one inhibitor, multiple turrets, and they're not done yet.
Can't even push by it. The Winds of War is only doing so much to the front line. Biofrost half health after only a few spells hitting in for Pobelter, and they are out. So much action being taken on top of action from Immortals here. They want more, even if they're getting something.
Yeah, we definitely got to see that one again. Immortals get a pretty easy reset after the advantages, too. All right, let's take a look at it, because TSM are planning the flank. So they have Svenskeren coming around, and it is Olay, sets it up really perfectly with the Bard ult again, and the timing from Pobelter's charm, just as the Bard ultimate wears off. Both of those guys deserve the credits. Whoa. And then the kite here lands the charm at the last seconds onto Hanser. Man, Olay's Bard, early game, so much power from him, creating plays around the map, all the escapes that you talked about as well from him, really taking matters into his own hands.
It's one of those where you see the guy trying to push the champion and himself to the limit of what they can do to get out with 100 HP each time. It's so much fun to watch. Like we said, this is an exciting squad to watch this summer split from Immortals as they take much more action and take it into their own hands. 4,000 gold. Is there all right with what's going down on the bot side? If they can drop the members of TSM, it doesn't matter if you have the Drake and Bjergsen is in. This happened before. The taunt almost cannot, they can't burn through Bjergsen after that. And now up to the hero's charge, gets himself back down to help the team. But that is Hanser going down. Svenskeren as well. Even with Bjergsen being the initial focus, Immortals still has the time, the strategy, and orchestrate himself around the fight.
Yeah, he has to use Mercurial to get out of there, but Immortals still marching towards the end of the game. Olay has another great initiation, just barely catches Bio on the edge of that ultimate, and that's gonna be it.
And they say it's our game to be played. You can go for Dragon, we're gonna go for the fights. It will give us the Nexus. And Immortals seeing a few steps ahead. Immortals taking game 1 over TSM.
Whoa, look at that. Immortals do what Cloud9 could not, taking game number 1 here in their series versus TSM. What outstanding performances from multiple members on this team. Flame in the top side, combining with Smithy for that first blood.
Yep.
Then we've got the roams from Olay, Pobelter on the Ahri. Whew.
Incrementally, too.
Look like they're a completely different team.
Absolutely. They didn't have to take down Flame a bunch. They took down Flame a few times, then they made sure they focused on other parts of the map. They made sure that Bjergsen's roams weren't getting off to too much. And Olay as well, helping out. It was like having the power of Xmithie somewhere else in the jungle, and they really just were able to catapult.
They drafted the extra mobility, but had to work around the stronger team fighting of TSM, and they used that mobility so well. Lots of picks.
Absolutely ridiculous for game 1. For more on that Immortals win, let's send it down to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. Pick City. Yeah, what we had there, referring to Kobe's comment there at the end. I mean, for Immortals, hey, a huge victory pickup here over TSM, who, you know, kind of trounced C9 just yesterday. But let's look at how they did it, because again, when we were looking at that trade between Xmithie and Dardoch, a lot of people are saying, oh, well, Immortals is losing a massive playmaker. Well, guess what? Xmithie still has the ability to make stuff happen in the early game. I think people kind of forget that on CLG, he still was the a pretty big impetus for early advantages for that squad.
Right, so early on, they take the Shen first pick. You know there's going to be some counter picks coming in. TSM goes with Fiora, and it's very important to try and hold that Fiora down, assuming that there's not something else that's more important to be snowballing somewhere else. So IMT have this game plan of attacking TSM with Hanser, making sure that Fiora doesn't get this massive advantage, and then it becomes harder to play the mid-late game out when you don't have as much pressure as you're expecting to have. And these angles are really good. The first gank by Xmithie was well-timed. The second one, just Flame starting out with what seems like a normal trade, and then Smithy takes that blast cone over the second time for another kill.
Yeah, so a couple early kills going over to the side of Immortals, and I would say that, hey, those two clips that we just saw are clips that we would have seen in spring with Dardoch, right? You just change the nameplate, throw Dardoch in there, same stuff happens. The difference is what comes following that. We go to the mid lane and we look at a play set up by all 5 members of Immortals. This is true teamwork here coming out of the squad, and I think part of it is because it's in service of getting Pobelter ahead. We have an objective of making sure that our true carries get ahead, and it's not about Xmithie in the jungle.
And that's a big thing because, you know, last season there was still some friction, obviously, between Pobelter and Dardoch. You had heard it in some of the videos that they released. And the team, whenever you have a little bit of a friction in your team, not everyone's willing to make this play, but when you have a good team environment, you want to go the extra step for your teammate. You want to get him kills. You want to get him ahead. So you see a huge 4-man roam onto Bjergsen. We talk about holding down the Fiora. Well, hold down the Galio as well, and suddenly this kind of scary global split push comp is not really getting online at all.
Exactly. Xmithie helps Flame. Flame helps Pobelter. Of course,
Ole's moving around the map the whole time.
Look, and this goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the day. Playmaking supports, and I'm very excited to see which teams take advantage of them and which teams don't. Because, of course, Karma and Lulu are still being played. And so I really think that some of the teams that are going to begin to separate themselves is going to be entirely on their support players' shoulders, right? You're looking at people like Big, who is playing playmakers. Well, who knows what that'll do for that squad? Just like Ole is stepping up.
Similarly with Biofrost, we haven't really seen him in a playmaking meta so far. Since he's joined the league, it's mostly been Karma, Lulu, Zyra, these kinds of things. So he might be a player that you have to keep your eye on as, oh my god, maybe this meta isn't good for him, whereas we're talking about all the ones it is good for right now.
Yeah, you will remember that he's played Bard and has a good clutch Bard ultimate.
He has a good Thresh as well.
Exactly, but still, even to your point, you know, the Rakan, right? We haven't seen that look from him yet, and how will he slot into that role? I want to move ahead now to our next team fight, though, and this is a TSM win around Baron, because we're right following this clip, I turned to you and I was like, I'm pretty sure TSM wins the game now.
Right, I mean, this is a huge play, obviously, because it puts TSM back in the game. Mistake by Xmithie there, booting Bjergsen into his entire team.
Little technical glitch. Either way, big team fight there in the Baron River ends up as, I believe, a 4 for, it
gets pretty hairy because
it's a 2-kill trade.
It's 2 kills initially, but then they go to the Baron for TSM, and Immortals contest, and it gets really scrappy. The big thing is that TSM actually gets back in the game. The Gold League gets close to even.
And now they have Baron.
And this is when you and I were saying, like, oh, well, TSM probably wins this game, the better late game team, for sure. And the impressive thing is that, no, Immortals actually continues to outplay them in terms of their team fighting. They have everything start off with Bard picks and all these different things with perfectly timed charms coming from Pobelter, and the coordination was very impressive.
When they don't play scared, that's the big thing, right? It's a single loss team fight, and again, my immediate, thought was, oh no, TSM's got Baron, they've got they're going to have the late game Fiora opportunity. Kobe mentioned that the team fight very strong with that Galio for them. I thought it was all lost. But Immortals, in the face of that adversity there, decides to strike right back, and they're like, no, we're not going to let you dictate the pace of the game. We had Pobelter pick in the bot lane, followed that up with the team fight in the mid lane, played very well by all members of the squad, and they're right back in the game.
And I think, like you said, Pobelter really the guy to point out. He received a lot of help in the early game, going to get player of the game, but
actually, Ole's going to pick up
Ole
player
gets
of
an
the game.
honorable mention for Pobelter.
Boom, honorable mention for Pobelter.
So that's what I guess we are going to give it to Ole for getting Pobelter rolling, because that's what I was going to say. He did receive a lot of help, and that was a lot of that off the back of Ole. And then in that late game, once again, the combination of the two, Ole starts it off with his ultimate, holding people in place, and then Pobelter following up with the well-timed charms.
But I think part of why it's hard to make that decision, and we give the nod to Pobelter while, the award is delivered to Ole, is because each member on this team at some point made a play, right? Again, Xmithie getting Flame rolling, but then Ole had a hand in getting Pobelter rolling, but then Pobelter took the advantage that Ole gave him, and he actually turned it in to 1 team fights and big picks. So already on the outset of the season, this Immortal squad is looking good, where we thought it was going to take at least a little bit of time for them to ramp up.
Especially because there was such a difference in the style that we were expecting to see out of them. And it is a different style, but it's working right out of the gate. It's very impressive to see, and you got to hand it a little bit to the players and the coaching staff for coming together and instantly finding something that's going to work for them.
Got to win 2, though, so we'll see if
not
they
out of the woods yet.
Yeah, Immortals comes out with the first win of the series. We'll see if TSM can tie it up in Game 2. Meet us back here after the break.
Now Xmithie
gone up quite far. Riposte is down from the last attack. The slow is there. He's going to flash forward for the next few. Brings it up. It's first blood. Another challenger enters the fight. It's Pobelter looking for the kill. Haunter's been fascinating and diving. One last auto from Pobelter as they have to go.
I'm just zoning.
Dennis is dead. I'm dead. Don't hit Baron. Don't hit Baron. Hit Baron now.
Mid tier one. Go.
Ash. I'm gonna kick. Geller's not there. Geller's not there. Geller's not there. Geller's not there.
Oh, it's the pinch in. Double lift is taken down immediately. Pobel just trying to dash out. Since Garen is charging it, chasing the dashes.
Oh! And that's gonna be it.
And they say it's our game to be played. You can go for Dragon. We're gonna go for the fights. It will give us the Nexus. And Immortals seeing a few steps ahead. Immortals taking game 1 over TSM. Welcome back to TSM versus Immortals. As you're watching the games today, make sure to jump on Twitter and share your answers to our question of the day. Which team has made the best offseason roster change and why? Make sure to use the hashtag NALCS, and we'll check in with your answers after the show during the NALCS tonight. Now, Xmithy also makes a good case for this if you obviously are going to be tweeting in, but he is in our game today, so let's talk about Xmithy.
Yeah, I mean, he had a really good game up until the kicking a taunting Galio into 3 members of your teams. He did get them off to a very good start, though, and it was part of the reason why we saw Pobelter have such a good game as well. Pobelter, by the way, 13 KDA on that Ari, 30% kill participation, and 447 damage per minute, so definitely a strong performance from him. We talked about the other components of playmaking in that team now that really brought it together. And this game just kind of made people realize, oh yeah, you know, with TSM's 2-0 victory over Cloud9, people kind of jumped ahead and they're like, oh, Doublelift is back.
It's in.
Back to that exact same team back from last year. However, it's still a recent reacquisition, right? And they obviously talked about their own rust, quote unquote, that they have. So they're still working through some things and definitely have improvements to make as well. Very excited to see how the rest of this game does play out.
And just a little bit to speak to that in the communication sense, they're formulating another way to communicate once again. Obviously going back to something they used before, but finding that again. Here, Xmithy is injected in. He's saying, listen to these, and everybody's kind of following those calls. So it's not really a mixed voice, as it were, on TSM.
Seems to be working out pretty well for Immortals.
Looks confident.
All right, getting down that pick bands for number 2. TSM might want to get, some more proactive initiation for themselves. The Ash Arrow was basically their main engage as far as starting off fights.
That first pick
Olaf and Galio are great charging forward if there's something there to hold people in place. But they weren't able to find too many of the hits with the Ash Arrows and were picked apart pretty well in the early game.
I did like the first composition from TSM. It looks super scary. You get hit with that combo, and over again, you wouldn't be able to touch it. The pick composition of Immortals was able to kind of find their way under the skin of TSM in the early game. And Xmithy's Lee Sin, we saw doing a bit of work here to get Flame going in the beginning, stop that Fiora, which actually we haven't seen Haunter on as of late too much, but also stopping that split push that could have been very, very big for TSM. Just waiting to hop into champion select for this one. Again, looking at the bot lane, Bard may be a factor here for TSM to look at, as Ole was actually grabbing Thresh bans yesterday as well, or a few days ago in their games. We've seen a bit of that coming back out, but playmakers from the support again is gonna be
and one of the reasons I like it so much is it's difficult to ban all of the playmaking supports out, right? Because there is so much variation. Thresh hasn't even shown up yet. Bard, Rakan, there are so many options there if you do want to go that route. And Ole definitely demands some respect on the Bard now. Take a look at jumping right into it, though. Not too much variation so far. LeBlanc has been standard on blue. Same for Zach on red. Pretty much all the ones that we expected in game number 1 ended up coming through. I don't expect a huge change. They are at least going to take out that Shen, which definitely proved very effective for Immortals in snowballing their lead.
Tom Kench as well.
That definitely signals to me that Immortals want to go for more playmaking and more picks. Tom Kench is really good at denying a lot of the initiations that we're used to seeing from other supports. And Biofrost had a very good Tom Kench game versus Cloud9 in number 2 of their series. So good ban there from Immortals, targeting Bio, targeting that bottom lane, and safety.
That Tom and that Lulu that Biofrost played. So we'll see what they decide to go with this game. Last ban, phase 1 for Immortals. What do they decide to go with here? Already got the Zac out of the way. We saw Ivern in phase 2 last time. Not as big as he used to be. Maybe even the Lee Sin here, so Svensk Aaron can't get it to start things off. It's actually going to be the Talia as they're ready for that to come out.
It looks like, they're kind of taking the initiative in taking away some of those more proactive picks that we thought might come through from TSM this time. Talia, big on the roaming, obviously, and pushing in the wave early. So they're denying a possible tool for Bjergsen to get more involved.
Aurelion Sol is hovered, but the Caitlyn is taken, a ban from last game that neither AD carry was able to use, and now they get that for double lift.
All right, double on Caitlyn. Another one of the champions they had a very good performance on already. Scales very well right now. Also, the Hurricane's still stacking headshots works for her. It's just very, very potent at the moment because she can push turrets so quickly and because she scales so well into the cheaper crit items that were changed in the recent patch.
Take a jungler, give a jungler, take your support, not show too much. And the Elise left up on this one. Both junglers actually getting a little bit of that. Xmithy actually having some great games on the Elise and the Gragas recently.
Yeah, it's actually surprising that they don't go for the lock-in here. Elise has been super highly prized. Early Renekton pick, though, coming from from Flame. I mean, there's not a lot that can really punish Renekton. Very strong laner, even on the current patch. Fled does fine into him, but it's not like it's a hugely advantageous lane for him. Regardless, though, I do expect, even though they didn't lock in that Elise early, I do expect Immortals to go for some more pick in their composition due to the Tom Kench ban that they showed pretty early there. Svenskeren, though, on one of his main champions, Lee Sin. He has had quite a few highlights on it. And not going to let Smithy grab that one up again.
We go back to that Lulu support. A little more safety coming in for double lift. And we are all over the place with picks here in the start of the beginning phase. We'll see how IMT decides to end it out. It's going to actually be that Syndra takeaway. 10 seconds left if they lock it in from Bjergsen.
I like it right before the second phase of ban, so they can ban out, the Fizz or the Echo or whatever they're scared of Bjergsen running into the Syndra to try and get those early kills or assassinate her. A couple extra mid lane bans I do expect coming from Immortals in their second phase here. Meanwhile, TSM did lock in that classic combination, Lulu plus Caitlyn. Really good scaling for the late game, even after the nerfs. If they can get through that laning phase, and the laning phase itself is very strong. We already saw them beat C9's duo with it. Here come the mid lane bans, Ari #1. And Thresh already, as far as playmaking supports that we listed off before.
Interested to see. So they do go with the Fizz, really targeting Bjergsen here. 4, if you count the Syndra takeaway against Bjergsen this game from the red side of Immortals.
Yeah, no surprise there. Want to take out the stronger of the assassins here in mid lane. Echo is still an option that you can run into the Syndra. We haven't seen a tremendous amount of it from Bjergsen, but he definitely does play it. Plays it fairly well. So it's still an option on the table for them. They could also just go for control mage matching, since they do have, good late game team fighting already with the Caitlyn, backed up by the Lulu.
Have the Vlad down the list for him, if anything. It really gets tight. Cody Sun with 10 seconds left here. The one pick before we see how TSM finalizes their composition. And they take away the next shield in that composition, Karma, for Immortals.
Denying the double shields here to try and protect Caitlyn. Karma or Lulu could go mid technically, but especially after the nerfs, I think Lulu's pretty much a support. So mostly, good takeaway there from Bjergsen. And you're talking about the number of mid lane focus bans.
Why not?
Doesn't matter, I guess. He could go right back to it. This is still flexible until their second pick, which doesn't really matter because I don't get anything in between.
I'm intrigued for 20 seconds. What could happen?
See what they stick Hansler on here, or if he's going to be the one in the top side versus Renekton. The Galio versus Renekton, he just kind of tries to wave clear. Not going to be the case, though, and he'll run the Rumble. This one is definitely going to attract some jungler attention. Rumble versus Renekton, that one can swing pretty heavily. If Renekton gets early kills and can get to an early Hex Drinker, that gets very difficult for Rumble to actually stay in lane against, and then he has to look for more team fights with his Equalizer. But Svenskeren is on that Lee Sin, so a lot of early playmaking possible.
Back to the Gragas after seeing what kind of composition they'll be working with. It was an Elise hover in the first 1-2 for IMT here, but they decide dispersing the fight, breaking it up as TSM's going to be diving in would be a little bit better. 40 seconds on the clock for the coaches to discuss what will be happening with these compositions. Obviously the players know, but an extra bit of advice is always nice.
It really is, and as much as people sometimes make fun of the coaches, some of the biggest differences have been when the team goes into the game with that clear game plan as far as your early jungle route, which lane is going to push, who's going to help you with your invade.
Right.
Those things can really determine the early game.
If X happens, do this just for the first few routes to get the game going, and then it's up to the shot callers, being Smithy on one side, Bjergsen and Double Lift on the other. Obviously, as Bjergsen said, it's always good to have a voice from everybody on the team if they can give it. Everybody at that caliber of play, because information is good. Vision is power, information is power. It's all power. You gotta be powerful, Kobe. Power overwhelming. Hashtag TSM win, hashtag Immortals win. We are heading into game number 2, and Immortals looking confident for the Game 1 win.
Yeah, let's see if this will be the classic TSM turnaround, or if Immortals can get an upset victory here and finish off the series. Crowd is definitely behind TSM.
Slightly hovering, but almost not enough. See, in the weeks to come, I feel like that chant will get much louder, especially with the results of the game we are about to see. Here we go, TSM versus Immortals. We are on the Rift. We have switched sides, and we'll see who can get the W on this one. Bit of a mix-up as well. Flame now back on that aggression. Haunter from Fiora to Rumble. Still going to put out some power from the top lane, but like we said, maybe a little more focus from Svenskeren there that time instead of Xmithy to start things off.
Yeah, definitely true. So actually, I haven't watched the Rumble Renekton matchup when Doran's shield has been added to the mix. So it might be a little bit less volatile considering all the extra healing that you do get from that.
Flame's happy about it.
Still definitely tiltable by the junglers though. And Smithy on one of the classics here for himself, the Gragas. Definitely capable of level 3 plays as well. All right, who's going to make the call for the early Wraith Ward? Smithy's got his defensive one up. But TSM might make the call to run right past it anyways.
Doublelift deciding to go Doran's Blade. Get a little more damage with help picks as well.
Yeah, I feel like Caitlyn is the AD carry still that will not build shield. Everyone else has been converted to shield, but since Caitlyn has that extra long range and wants to make the most of it, and her harassment with those autos, still sticking to the old blade. Shield definitely does help out Cody Sun and all other AD carries that are non-Caitlyn players.
Ooh, that's nice. And a few extra hits on the outer one. Good guy, Pobelter. That's that historical teamwork from these two. That's what you're looking for.
The old CLG members back together again.
Getting it down to a T as they help each other out with camps. Already the back and forth, the support wars going on. There's a few autos from Doublelift's range are able to find Cody Sun.
Ooh, Biofrost gets the dodge though.
We can call each other out on skill shots here. Ole now has control of the brush though. Get it, it's like a cafeteria fight, throwing food at each other.
It's funny also to watch just because both of them, oh, he misses the mantra Q! That's the big one!
You see how much aggression they take just off of that.
Yeah. You also do aim for minions though, by the way, to help with that push for the level 2s. I mean, it's actually funny too to count if they can actually wait so long before damaging that their Spell Thief gets to max stacks and they lose out. Doublelift here actually goes to kill the Blast Cone, but Smithy's there!
Doublelift onto 200 HP. The heal is there, uses it back to 100 now. A few more shots. One left from Cody Sun. First blood onto Doublelift, and Biofrost running for his life.
So one of the most common things we see is duo lanes that get the push move up to kill that Blast Cone, but it was so late. Smithy that was already there and jumps on the situation. Doublelift goes down for first blood, getting Cody Sun off to a great start. Lots of summoners blown down there, but mid lane is the next focus.
Bjergsen hovering top side. Xmithy chooses to route inward, so he doesn't find what would be Svenskeren in the jungle, but he may do so already, seeing that his top side is taken. Bjergsen could follow him in for this kill. Xmithy got himself into a pretty scary situation, but has that body slam over the wall.
Yeah, I like it there. Svenskeren tries to block off the wall standing in front of Smithy, so if he tried to body slam over, it would just get knocked up. Here's another look at that Blast Cone kill. Perfect timing there for Smithy, and he does not hesitate. Lands the flash there. If Doublelift was going to get away, he would have had to flash super early to deny that body slam flash, which, maybe you could say was necessary.
The Ignite 2 on Cody Sun in lane. Biofrost was 1v1ing, so kill pressure lost as well there for Biofrost in this trade. Scryer's bloom from Ole as he returns to lane. Bjergsen teleports back in. Should have that back up before anything too crazy happens on the map. And Immortals start things off pretty hot once again with the help of Xmithy.
Yeah. Despite that first blood, though, gold is still very close.
Yep.
up on the top side. Haunter's got a very sizable lead for himself this early in the game. In the Rumble matchup, let me check on how many extra minions are there. Actually aren't too many extra ones for Flame to pick up here and even up those numbers. So Haunter going to hold on to this lead, and he's pressuring well with Rumble early on. Again, until the Hex Drinker comes in for Nectin, it's a little touchy. Smithy, though.
Almost getting that kill. Pobelter low on mana, so he knows he's safe to toy around with Smithy. Svenskeren playing very sound in his mechanics there.
Yeah, trying to work off some power around the mid lane. Galio's pushing in on Pobelter, so Bjergsen should be able to get another wave into this turret and deny some minions. Svenskeren takes that opportunity to slot in behind Flame. Try and work off of both winning solo lanes.
That's what we expected to see. Flame always having a sixth sense about this, but he may not be able to Ruthless Predator down. Slice and dice immediately. He wastes a Q on Ruthless Predator.
And, well, let's go over the mechanics here as well, because you want to get your point blank slice and dice off. So he stuns him in place, does get the, empowered Q, but stuns him in place just long enough so you are on top of the champion model for the enemy that's ganking you, but he's not damaging you. So you can get your slice off in the same direction that you want to get your dice off. As long as your champion models are touching, you get both charges there, and Flame is able to save his flash.
Resolve on the Biofrost. It should be a good trade between the AD carries. Svenskeren not waiting at all. Flashes are down in the bot lane for Cody-san. Minions are there. Now the Q is blocked. He's waiting to get around. Flash in, gets the Q. Take it all the way home. He says, we have the shields. Let's make the deal.
Oh my goodness, he waits just long enough too. The cooldown comes back up on Safeguard. He had used it to get into position off that ward by Tribush. And a pretty clean kill there for our TSM as Svenskeren able to go under the turret, draw out the Ignite from Ole as well in the process. And the bottom lane strikes back. So Svenskeren moves up, getting around that side. Remember, it was on cooldown here, so I was thinking he was going to smite that minion and go for the long Q, but he doesn't even chance it. He just goes for the E-flash there, gets the kill after waiting. Dashes back out on his Safeguard.
Not much you can do about that, except try and make your own plays. Svenskeren doing a nice job of getting in and out on that one. Let's see if he can keep the fire rolling here as they head towards mid lane. Pobelter gets, I was going to say, baited into another fight there, but the minion wave a little too big. And they're just going to back off. Seems like Bjergsen didn't want the full fight.
Yeah,
a lot more.
Pretty good CS advantages for TSM here. Both of their side lanes as well. In addition to Bjergsen, constantly pressuring mid lane and keeping Pobelter under his turret, TSM pretty much have all pushing lanes to work with here to open up space for Svenskeren.
Also helps that Svenskeren, a good early game, knows the lanes are winning, can do things like this with the rest of the team here. They don't have too much vision past what they're doing. And Smithy could be the one to change this fight up. Bjergsen now getting pinched in by the rest. They're under a turret, but they want the fight anyways. They can take out Cody-san immediately. A lot of the DPS and only one person taking the turret means this scenario turns safe after looking like it could be troublesome.
Right, that was a big kill, so they got some money, but unless TSM continue to pressure in and can actually take the turret, it's not the biggest of losses for Immortals, so TSM are sticking around. They want to capitalize on first turret gold.
As well, if they can get anything else out of Immortals, it makes this Mountain Drake a little bit easier. But it seems like too much was wasted on the attempt. Top lane push for the teleport down for Haunter. We'll see how that ends up after seeing this one more time.
They do get this kill on Cody-san, but look at this. They are planning on using all resources on this play before they even pull it off. So Bjergsen in there with the flash. Haunter also teleporting. All 5 members down here. And they do get the kill. But, Flame shoves in top, and Immortals are able to defend for now. It does heavily weaken the bottom turret, though. And you still have to keep in mind the possibility of trying to go for a big play there in order to get first turret gold.
It's actually something Immortals was doing very well yesterday, even in lane swaps at 7 minutes in the game, lowering turrets, prepping them to be taken down, and they would get these consecutive fights that would just snowball for them. This game kind of getting a taste of their own medicine. in that early turret trade here if it can go down for TSM.
Those CS leads are going to start to turn into items as well. Combat power for TSM.
Oh, over the wall. That's going to be a flash through. Kill from McSmithy and Flame to the top side. These guys are Bash Brothers this year.
Yeah. Obviously, TSM wanted to use their push there to go for the invade, but Flame heads right over, and the quick collapse from Immortals earns them a kill in exchange for that red buff. Still, first turret gold ends up going over to the Caitlyn Lulu combo.
Ole low, what a teleport in here. That's going to be Bjergsen if he can get the Justice Punch in. They decide to back out with Pobelter on the fast roam down river. Mid lane now to Immortals.
Whew, yeah, relentless bottom lane focus from TSM, and they are able to capitalize on that objective. Uh-oh, sitting on a ward here, though. Doesn't look like there is any sort of trap that will happen, though, because the Immortals have everybody else far away, so no bad things will come to Doublelift or Biofrost, even though they are sitting on that ward.
Interesting, they just left that wave for Pobelter in mid. Bjergsen actually gets to clean up 2 big ones now. Bot push coming in, 93 to 92, even there, 86 to 64 as Cody Sun falling slightly behind LCS. But Ole has been picking up a bit of those with his autos and soul flares. Looks like they're just scaling up Doublelift. Lucky for him, he was, well, not lucky for him, but good for him, he was able to actually pick up that kill. They just got onto Cody Sun, so he's not relegated to just assists as the support. Or AD carry, I should say, being a support.
TSM.
And a 2K gold lead for now.
Yeah, they're sitting on the 1.5, but looks like Smithy's heading down bottom again. They're very well the focus down bottom, and almost all members rotating. Teleport is available for Flame, but not for Hanser. Smithy's headed around back. Will they pull the trigger?
Pobelter's actually playing guard between Biofrost and Bjergsen right now. They have just traded spots, so TSM has the way to get down. They have to be careful on the side of Immortals now.
Yeah, every time Bjergsen goes out of vision, he could go to the bottom side. So Smithy out of position.
They could be able to kill Sven Skaren very fast. Bjergsen's with the hero's entrance is able now to get Cody Sun. Remember, just got that flash back. He's got to use the summoners to get out, and TSM is trying to huddle for safety under the turret. Flame trying to choose a target. First one is going to be Biofrost. Biofrost goes down to the hands of Pobelter, and Flame is chasing the team out. Scat of the week onto Sven Skaren as they take him down, and even without the fast collapse of Pobelter, a great fight from Immortals.
So Hanser's teleport had come off of cooldown during that delay, but TSM made the call as a team to keep Hanser pushing. And in the end, they are going to trade turret here over as far as the objective, but the extra kills going over to Immortals get them right back into this game. Hanser does stick around, and they will end up getting that turret, but Immortals are pretty happy about the way that one turned out, considering.
Kills basically around the board. Ole sticking with the assists, so everybody's going to be able to hit some nice item spikes coming up here towards this 15-minute mark on the game, and gold is completely even.
Now what you have to do is look forward as well, and remember that there is that teleport discrepancy for the next play.
Yep.
All right, so here we think that there's going to be a huge collapse onto Smithy with the Galio, and Bjergsen does come in, but the focus immediately turns on to Sven Skaren, and it's a lot of damage. Cody Sun does have to end up burning his flash, but again, that teleport looks like it's not on cooldown from the team fight UI here, but that thing is moving very quickly, so not sure which one we can trust. In the end, Flame and Immortals do pick up the extra kills. It went from about a quarter to done very quickly there. Gonna have to call in.
Seeing the Zanya's coming up now for Hanser, waiting for a big equalizer to actually turn one of these fights around. TSM has kept the lanes spread so far until we just saw that kind of foray in the bot lane. Sven Bjergsen holding mid, Doublelift trying to farm up and get a lead as the AD carry. Infinity had finished for him against Blade of the Rune King as we start to see these core items come out. Flame with a good push on top. That will just crash into the turret. We'll see if he has any extra time to work around the map.
All right, I confirmed with observers that was a spectator bug for that teleport during the replay. So his teleport was on cooldown. So again, that was a choice. And the second part of this choice, you now have to look into the future. For both teams, they should be planning around what are TSM going to choose to use this teleport advantage that they now have on Hanser for. The bottom side has to be so careful. And it kind of means that because of that last play, this Mountain Dragon is largely in TSM's favor. If Flame shows top at this wave that Hanser just pushed in, TSM and Immortals both know that TSM has a lot of priority there on the bottom side of the map. And if TSM push up those waves, then they could move right into that dragon.
It looks like there's going to be some pressure down there. Contest is slowly coming in. This makes it scary for Immortals. But there's not too much catch potential here on the side of TSM, so Ole is just going to keep vision and let the team work vision towards the top.
Yep, and that dragon pretty much won by the decision TSM make to give up bottom lane, let those kills come through, and they still hold on to the teleport. Plus, Hanser was waiting around Rift Herald. They got the Scuttle Crab, so they don't give Rift Herald over for the Drake, and it's pretty much a pure objective victory there.
Blue buff just taken over by Xmitty. He'll hover top side for a moment here with Ole on his backside. Good scuttle grab already by TSM allows them to figure out what's going on in the situation. We saw Hanser do that. So Immortals come up a little bit of nothing there, but get to hold a lead so far. Make sure they grab one of these turrets that they're facing. Get an even bigger one. TSM already has top and bottom down. Once they grab that mid, the wards go forward, and it seems like a team with Hanser being able to fight in the jungle. Everybody coming in on Bjergsen's ultimate would be a scary place to fight on for Immortals.
Yep, TSM have pretty much all their tools ready at the moment. Adaptive Helm done this early for Bjergsen means that he wants so badly to take the Syndra ultimate. If Pobelter ever wastes his ultimate on Bjergsen, it will do very, very little damage. In addition to, you know, reducing each of the sphere damage from his ultimate, he's also got the extra magic shield and has built pure MR. So Pobelter definitely will look for some other options, whereas Bjergsen can just kind of charge headlong into the fight. Once again, though, TSM have double lift up on top, pushing the wave. Bio and Svenskeren trying to screen in the jungle.
Dark Seal for Ole. I like the idea. A little more healing, a little more damage.
Yeah, you can rack up a lot of assists on champions like Karma, and Janna is one that we would see it on often, you know, the Medjai's Jannas, because they don't die too often, and they get a lot of assists through shields and healing. Same theory here with the ring, and not as big of a cost, because the ring sells back like most regular items instead of the reduced cost of Doran's items selling back.
It's quite nice. No devalue. Slight help for a push there, just going to cause Pobelter one more sphere. Get himself some positioning, and this is Immortals saying, all right, feels like it's been a little quiet on the map. This may be a time to get some wards in, but they do it carefully with a few members of the team here. To make movement on the top side, Immortals are looking for the top turret.
3 members moving up, but Hanser's recalling right now. Everybody now has teleports ready. A lot of pings going down. They're definitely sniffing out this play. Won't be caught by surprise, as you can see TSM moving their defenses in place. Oh, teleport behind. They're going to go for the pins.
Got to be very careful how much this happens in a choke point. That equalizer is going to be huge this fight. Here comes Hanser, and that is Codyson kicked right back into the frying pan. Hanser's actually in the pit now with Rift Herald. They may start to focus him. If they get stuck in the pit, it might put Immortals in a bad spot. Equalizer cuts off Flame inside, but he can slice and dice out. Xmitty's the focus, but Bjergsen is just about out of mana. With the Kyros entrance, that's about all he has. And TSM is calling off for low health, low mana. Same thing for Immortals.
Whew. 1 kill being traded over here as a really good focus there from Svenskeren. He sees Codyson out of place, goes directly for him with the kick, and they're able to get him with Hanser's flash into the Baron Pit as well. And then even though there's decent terrain for Immortals to take that fight afterward, because their AD carry is down, they don't have the DPS to punish TSM at all. And TSM get away with this single kill. Here's the collapse. Both teleports are used. Svenskeren goes directly for Cody Sun. Gets the dash into the kick. It was a decent interrupt by Smithy with his Gragas ultimate so that Sven could not complete his Q, but even so, Hanser flashed over and was able to complete the kill, giving TSM control of this Rift Herald pit.
And a very nice way to break this game wide open, as even as has been. Zanya's finished up from that Seeker's arm guard being just a few seconds ago. A big fight there for TSM. It really helps to get some pivotal items in their inventory.
Yeah, and especially for double lift. This Caitlyn is going to put out a tremendous amount of damage here. Early Infinity Edge done. Should be able to complete his seal now. And Hurricane soon to follow.
Quickly put 2 more daggers in. Attack speed abound for double lift at this point. It's actually matching, what, 1.3. Cody, obviously, 1.5 with his Blade of the Rune King. But, like you said, the Infinity Edge is the headshots. If they keep double lift alive with this Lulu comp now, and Bjergsen, Svenskeren on the front line, does not spell good things for Immortals.
Definitely true. Dragon coming up next will be an Infernal, so this could actually provoke some more fights around the bottom side of the map. That Scuttle Crab becomes more important now. Get some extra speed around the Infernal Drake. Not gonna go for it here for Cody Sun. Looks like Smithy will slide in there to get it for Immortals. No focus on the Scuttle Crab. Come on, where's the appreciation? 20 seconds on Infernal Drake. No setup being done here.
So far, mid lane push, that'll re-wave. But I think your Scuttle's gonna be left out until the fight happens, Kobe. It might happen over the Scuttle. The result being the Dragon for the win. Here we go, now they're gonna head down. Maybe they're just afraid of it. You're gonna have to take it with more members, Kobe. It is dangerous.
But I wanna set up this play, because this is something we're looking for. Rift Herald was spawned topside by TSM, so they're trying to draw focus of Immortals away, but because they were so far away and no vision, Immortals just move in and take the Drake. So there is a Rift Herald that TSM left up on the top side that's gonna pressure that turret, but Infernal Drake is a big prize that Immortals got. TSM are trading it for multiple turret pressure though. Will they be able to get up and defend their Herald? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, coming around behind him. Xmithie wants to pause this fight. They know that equalizer may be far away for now, and Svenskeren's low. The entrance for Bjergsen, he can obviously stay in here for a bit, and with his movements, says the team is gonna come, but they're going to the top side now, as they have found Flame, and now it's a 4v1 for Bjergsen. Flame's gonna push 3 out himself.
Hanser's teleport this time not on cooldown. They don't even have the option of getting Hanser to even up the numbers in this fight. So Bjergsen going in, he was tanking with no DPS behind him, and Immortals go for the chase.
Oh, it's not gonna stop either. Skull scatter, and there's the piercing arrow from Cody's son, Eagle Eye. Just the last bit of mana, and the blue buff is transferred over as well. Immortals picking up things here and there, and do they now go for Baron? The equalizer can change things here.
Some disastrous mid-game shot calling from TSM, and now they're faced with Immortals on the Baron. They do have the equalizer ready though.
He's got a Zanya's as well. Once they pull off, he's got 2 ways to disengage this. There it is, throws down the red carpet, and we'll see if Immortals wants this one in or out. So far, they're heading home, and Baron stopped by Hanser and the rest of TSM.
Yeah, equalizer comes in big there. Double lift is still up, so there's plenty of damage threat, and Immortals know they have to pull off, but TSM do get 1 kill back for themselves. Look at this collapse. Smithy, again, the playmaker here, goes right in for the team. They don't hesitate, and Bjergsen's tanking, but there's no way they can fight their way out of that 4 versus 5. Hanser pushing on the bottom lane, no teleport available, so Bjergsen, as tanky as he is, 4 versus 1, just not the odds he would like.
It's good to see you take that long to go down. Then your team can kind of assess that next fight if you do go in and they're with you.
Look at this play, though.
Does not end. The 1-2 punch.
And stun afterwards from Pobelter to set up that snipe. In the end, though, it was just 2 kills, right? They killed Bjergsen, and then they got that 1 snipe on Svenskeren, so TSM running around the map a bit, but it wasn't the biggest of deal that went over to Immortals. The big thing was the Infernal Drake that they got to pick up there beforehand.
Back from base, spending all that gold. Hurricane now, or Runans, yep, finished up for double lift, as well as a fast QSS there right after. Keep himself as safe as possible. And that Runans was finished up with Cody Sun at the same time, so the AD carries all doing a bit of different DPS in different ways, matching in those item spikes. And again, even gold here. Top turret keeps pushing back towards Immortals. Flames had to respect that. If they can get this mid or top down, Immortals will be in a much better position.
Cody Sun does have flash, but he's a little bit exposed at the moment. Gonna want to give a little bit more respect to the TSM engage.
It's like, yeah? What else?
Yeah, well, both are actually running a little bit low on mana. So Immortals should play defensively here. They do have Flame splitting bottom with teleport available, trying to get their side wave pushing. At the moment, TSM have some good items completed, with Doublelift getting his Quicksilver Sash on top of his core combination of the crit multipliers there. Has a possibility of out DPSing Cody Sun in the fight, but Smithy's been very good with his engages, so still has to watch out there.
It's a big stalemate now. Team's going to be afraid to fight each other until that one big objective comes up. Right now it's Vision. Oh, nice denial of damage there. A little fun between the junglers as they start getting more wards deeper in. Pobelter knows he may have to come back in a second. He's going to meet Bjergsen in the jungle.
Yeah, 2v1 for Pobelter on the top side. It looks like he decided to take it.
Very, very risky for Pobelter to kick away, but the Q had already hit, so Resonating Strike can't come through. Bjergsen now in a 2v1. The damage is following through, and you remember the Adaptive Helm slows some of it, but there's still enough members of Immortals once again here. As Bjergsen and the team get themselves into a messy fight, Haunter Zanyas is going to allow Doublelift in the fight. He's on the outside. Flame flashes forward, but he gets knocked away from the explosive cast. Doublelift still alive, trying to kite the fight, but he goes down. And Immortals are just on every member of TSM.
TSM spread out again, and they just get completely destroyed this time around. There is no DPS up. It's only up to Svenskeren.
Yeah.
Can he pull off a Miracle Steal? They can't win the fight, so it's just about... They're not even going to risk it. Not even going in. That will be barren for Immortals.
They don't have their wards or trinkets. The sweeper's down. It would cost them even more if these two were to fall. Immortals take a 27-minute Baron. And we'll see the fight again.
Oh my goodness, Immortals just coming out to play.
Pobelter look dead to rights here.
Dodges the Q with his Ghost, so the extra damage isn't there. And it buys time for Flame to come in. Even though the Adaptive Helm reduces the ult damage, Flame is doing physical, and he's able to finish up the kill here with the extra Ignite from Olay roaming, and then Smithy once again. Immortals slightly quicker on the rotation to this team fight. Able to pick him out, then Doublelift nets backwards into the team. It didn't really matter, but it is a little bit of a fumble. All right.
Now onto a Dragon. Very scary. They bring themselves into a 50-50 fight after getting Baron. Hopefully, Immortals want this to go in their favor. And Smithy goes down immediately. Flame on the backside makes TSM move a little differently, but they get into a good position here to see the fight once again. And they do lose a Baroned up member on the side of Immortals.
Yeah, Smithy smites as he's dying. Able to secure the second Inferno, which is very big for Immortals. TSM almost able to move in and steal that one, but denied once again.
Fight after fight. We're just going to be in replay mode the rest of the game. Let's go.
All right, they're charging up for it. Svenskeren moves in. It's pretty much an even contest here. But Smithy, right before he dies, gets it off.
The pivotal smite. Feeling comfortable on this Gragas. Feeling comfortable on this Immortal squad recently, and what a showing here the first week. As they continue now with a game over TSM to push down mid. Bjergsen coming through the backside. Here's the teleport in. Remember, his initiation is the Durand taunt. Justice Fist onto Pobelter. He has no way out. Flash not even used because he didn't have time.
That is a big kill for TSM. Let's see what they can do with it. Baron buff is still going to empower these minions and impede the press here of TSM as they try and get the turret afterwards, but that is a big amount of the wave clear of Immortals. Cody Sun now is going to have to do most of the work on the minions. Baron not speeding up the minions. There goes Sven.
Double kick. Looks like Flame could be the next one. Slice out. He does have a bit of that rage, so he can get a good heal back on Cole. Smithy on the right side, but Svenskeren ready to go in with the team, ready to get more, and if they had capitalized there, Baron would have been a waste for Immortals.
Yeah, TSM really wanted to prize some more advantages out of that teleport, but as good as that play looked, it was only one kill going over back to their side.
Things settled down again on the side of Immortals. They're just going to clean up these camps.
What a series here from Immortals. Pretty much everybody expecting them to come in here and have a very rough time with this TSM. Bringing double lift back, starting out the split very strong so far. But man, Immortals, so much cleaner.
So the thing I mentioned yesterday at the end of the day is you think with changes and coming into teams that it might alter that first 5 weeks for them, put them in maybe an even 500 position or not allow certain types of wins. But here to see Immortals come and be able to take a game possibly off of TSM, already have their first victory.
So TSM saw that Pobelter was on the bottom side and they really wanted to force that fight, but unable to grab anybody because the flashes are down and Pobelter is able to roam back up, so that opening closes a bit there for TSM.
Pobelter looking for clearing. The team confident that they can hopefully protect these wards as well as place them down. Ericsson's going to be the hit here just to give him a bit of a distraction. However, Hansar and the rest of the team may want this equalizer used over on 2 members as the turret goes down, but Immortals is now able to row behind the rest of TSM. Hansar doesn't want to fully enter the fight with Svenskeren and Bjergsen. And now again, they are stretched. Pobelter on the back side of the fight. Double lift goes down immediately, even with wild growth. And now they're trying to recuperate. Bjergsen coming in as Svenskeren and Hansar die at the same time. Bjergsen's now on the ground. And Immortals come out huge from the top lane fight.
4 kills, and they're going to look to take an inhibitor off of this one.
It's 40 seconds, Kobe. They got a wave right there.
They might even go for some Nexus turrets after this. 25 seconds on double lift. Biofrost used the wild growth on himself, but it wouldn't have mattered. They got obliterated in that fight.
Looks like they're just going to go for this. Trying to hit one out. On the other side is Biofrost, but Nexus turrets now, 20 seconds, 8 on to double lift. They could be going for it. A focus coming in from Ole onto Biofrost to lock him down. That's the damage onto the Nexus. Immortals in 2 games takes down TSM.
What an upset from Immortals, 2-0, the defending champions. Who won the trade now?
It was a question, wasn't it? We'll see what Twitter has to say about that one. But wow, what a game coming in from all of the members of Immortals, from top to bottom, Flame making moves. Cody, Sun, and Ole in the bot lane as well to hold off Double Lift and Biofrost and Pobelter as well, seeming a bit more energized this split. Now they all have Xmithy on the team.
Yeah, I mean, so rarely do you actually feel like both teams got advantages out of a trade.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, can't both win. Both of them are finding a lot of success, and it really does look to be the case.
They got their cake, their ice cream, and they can eat it all.
That man right there, no hesitation. Great Gragas play, big initiation.
The stunt and the rest of the guys.
Incredible to see the resurgence of the happiness in this team. You know, the atmosphere definitely looks a lot better.
Absolutely. I mean, you go from the split they had in the beginning to not being able to find that result again. It's kind of just ripped out from under you like a rug, and then you're able to find it back, a few small changes. And it seems like there's something they can latch onto here with why this is happening. It's not a, oh man, they're coming in good, but it seems like there's no real reason to it. There is a reason to it this time, and they can keep advancing on that. TSM with a victory and a loss coming in to the start of the split here. Seems like those late game fights that they used to have so much prowess in is where they're being kind of discombobulated.
Yeah, a lot of rotations across the map. Very quick and clean from Immortals.
The head bump from the team Ole there from support, bringing out a bar, bringing out the karma, and becoming a big factor for these guys.
A huge factor. With the biggest thing, you talked about, Riv.
Absolutely.
It's not like you don't see where these improvements are coming from. It's the playmaking, constant playmaking from all of those guys. Smithy with the Gragas, Ole with multiple champions there on the support, and Pobelter himself just looks completely renewed.
And to look at where this team could actually go this season, they haven't shown too much in these comps. They keep Flame on either kind of the Shen or the Jarvan Renekton, right? You're going to expect a lot from this guy. It's the teleport plays where he comes in. They each show a little bit more than what they have already. So there's something to see for Immortals here this season. They could do very well. To break down that 2-0 series and this week from Immortals, let's send it off to our analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. Immortals, I mean, hey, at the beginning of the day, you said you were cautiously optimistic for a team like CLG, which started off week 1 here with a 2-0. How you feeling about Immortals?
I got some full-blown optimism. No
There
caution
we
right
go.
there. I
That's
really
what I
like
like.
how they look, the way they're winning in particular. Like, you 2-0 TSM in late game situations where you're even or slightly behind, and sometimes that's super impressive to me.
I think that's the thing, right? It's the way in which they're winning. It's not that, hey, they're just blowing people out of the water with maybe some really impressive plays early, and now, hey, we've got a 10K gold advantage. That means we can't lose. Instead, it's even in this game more specifically, the way it started. Early kills going over to TSM, and yet Immortals is still able to find their way back into it.
Yeah, I mean, Smithy gets an early gank in the bot side. TSM responds right away, gets 2 more kills down there with the help of Sven and some early dives. And from there, you think, like, okay, Doublelift's way ahead. They're going to smash bot lane. This is going to be the end of this game, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. And then 12:45 into the game, Immortals turning a bot lane fight 3-0. Let's take a look at this one again. I'm just very impressed at the plays that this team is willing to make when you remove possibly their most aggressive player from the roster.
Well played by Smithy, too. Kind of in the back line, going in and out of the fight, flashing the taunt, getting out of the Gragas ultimate, and eventually they get enough poke damage down that they pin the rest of TSM into the turret. Flame goes in there, really well played, picking out on Biofrost to focus out, as well as allowing the rest of the team to focus on the frontline members.
And I tell you, the communication has to be better. It is clearly better because, again, bringing Flame down for a full 5-man dive there, that is something that the old Immortals would not do.
Or if they did, it would be really discoordinated. We're like,
Right.
he's keeping in late, or he's too early.
They only get 1 kill, or maybe
Yeah,
they trade 1 for 1 and all
completely.
that.
Who knows how bad it could go? But with a lot of these plays with Immortals throughout this game, it is well coordinated and it is well thought out.
Now, this isn't to say that TSM played extraordinarily poorly either. Again, I mean, this was a close game. Of course, they won a few fights, which at times was making us question again, all right, well, will TSM pull this out given their composition? Will perform in the late game, and yet Immortals does not let up.
I think that's the big thing, is that you can say, like, I think TSM looked like they were playing well. The comp is weird in the sense that it's not something you would expect to see out of TSM, where Galio is a little bit of a playmaker, but he's mostly wave clear and then transitioning into kind of setup, as opposed to, like, I'm going to drop the damage, where usually you want Bjergsen on that damage dealer who's going to be able to solo carry the game. Galio, a lot more setup. The team was based a lot around Doublelift carrying, and a couple times in fights he kind of got taken out right away.
I think that's twofold, right? Galio's just one, a strong champion, so it kind of makes sense that we would still see it in the mid lane. And then 2, I think it points to the fact that, hey, Doublelift's back on the roster. So TSM, once again, returning to that kind of place of comfort where they're saying we can win from bot, mid, or top. I feel like in the Turtle iteration, less confident winning from the bot lane and focusing more on Bjergsen and Hanser being their true carries.
Yeah.
Seems like, again, they're trying to reach for that strategic diversity here in the early weeks of the split.
I think that could be the case, where they're not necessarily looking at this series as a must-win series, and you see them picking their completely, like, all right, Bjergsen's on Syndra or Talia or something, and we're going to try and smash this series. It did feel like they were more willing to have a game plan where they put him on Galio to see, like, let's try this out. They swapped out the Fiora for Rumble to get a little bit more team fighting, potentially, but it still didn't look like TSM was 100% confident on the comp, but still, like we said, not playing bad.
Yeah, absolutely. But to that end, it's rare that I find myself saying, at least within the context of the North American LCS, that TSM is wildly out of position, or it looks like they're getting caught, and look how they're getting taken advantage of. But that's what happens in the final fight here, 31-30 into the game. Immortals finds a beautiful pick here in the top side of the map. I mean, that first-tier turret is still alive, and they're going to end the game because of this.
Yeah, and you see TSM kind of overcommitting, trying to chase down onto the members of Immortals here, going really hard onto Smithy and Flame. It opens up the backline to find an opening here on Doublelift.
There
the
comes
last one in.
Pobelter.
Yep, and there we say you have this protected Doublelift comp. Well, he's dead at the start of it, and that basically means you cannot win this team fight unless Hanser has the most godlike ultimate you've ever seen. Not really the case here, and it was kind of the fact that Immortals kites out TSM, who want to be really grouped up. It opens up the back line, and then you see Pobelter get a great flank.
And that's the kind of playmaking that I think Pobelter now perhaps feels empowered to do, where he's saying, hey, while this fight is occurring up here near that first-tier turret, I'm going to recognize the win condition of TSM being that Caitlyn in the late game. Well, great, I'm Syndra. I'm built to deal with that carry. Let me just swing around the back here and actually pull the fight, you know, out for the squad. Of course, he could have just grouped top and the game elongates another 10 minutes, and then maybe they don't even win the game entirely.
Right, I mean, if you slow down too much and TSM starts setting up control, they get a Baron with all these Kate traps, these kind of things can happen, but if you get them in the flank like that, making sure that they are spread out, the Galio is not instantly there to taunt or anything like that, that's really the case. And Immortals did have some things going for them. They had good dragon control as well, something Smithy's known for. I think he got a smite steal over this game, grabbing an Infernal away from TSM.
Yep.
And I think Smithy deserves a lot of credit just because when he was on CLG, he often had good early games, but a lot of people pinpointed that more to the coaching staff and the team always having good game plans,
right,
and not necessarily Smithy's role in those game plans, where he's always out there executing them. And this time around, again, a good early game.
Right, so whether or not the plan is coming from him or it's just in the moment kind of decision making, it's clearly working out. We mentioned Pobelter brings the damage. Player of the game going to Flame, though. I think a lot of it is just because we're seeing kind of the development of his ability to join the team and work with the team in a more cohesive manner right here off the bat.
I think that's the big thing, because when we saw that big bot lane dive in the early game that brought things kind of back in Immortals' favor, Haunter did not have teleport. Flame matching up very well in the 1v1 versus what many would say is the best top laner in the league, and then able to outplay him in team play as well over the course of this game. So huge performance out of Flame.
All right, so as his big performance out of Flame, and he picks that up, we're going to toss it now over to Captain Flower, who's standing by with an interview with Pobelter.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am here with the mid lane star of Immortals, Pobelter himself. Now, to start things off, you have personally had a phenomenal couple of performances throughout the series this weekend. How have you made that happen? What are the personal goals and just habits that you're forming for yourself to allow you to be this big playmaker?
I started, well, throughout the offseason, I was just practicing really hard, and I was able to hit rank 1 in solo queue and just like trying really hard every game, even in solo queue. And so I think that's a pretty big part of it. And then actually another big part is I keep eating really like good foods right before I eat and go on stage. So I'll go out to like a restaurant right by our house and have a really good meal before we play. And I think it actually helps me focus a lot more.
That's an awesome habit. Keep that in mind, you guys. It's not just grinding on the Rift. You got to do the good stuff outside as well. And speaking of the things outside of Summoner's Rift itself, one of the big discussions going into Summer Split was the jungler trade between Immortals and CLG. Now that you guys have Xmithy on the team, how has that changed the dynamic? How has that changed the team play? Just talk to me a little bit about the different feel of the team as a whole now.
Xmithy is actually really good. I'm so happy to play with him. He's improved so much since I played with him on CLG, and he was already good before. So he's just really good at, you know, we kind of joke that we're like all mechanics, no brain, and then Xmithy is the brain. So he just kind of leads us around, keeps us focused on whatever our plan is. If we want to go for something stupid, he says, no, don't do it, or like, okay, you can do it. But yeah, he just has a really good mind for the big picture. And so yeah, I think it's a really good fit for our team.
Sounds like he's doing a good job keeping everybody together, keeping everything in check. Now, to make sure that Immortals keeps this momentum going, keeps itself in check as a group, and extends this on to another smashing split similar to what we've seen in the past, what's ahead for you guys? What's the next step to make sure you keep this up?
I think right now we'll probably just stick to what we're doing because it worked really well for us this weekend. We had a pretty tough weekend coming into P1 and TSM, so we weren't sure how we were going to do, but I think we'll gain some confidence from this and then be able to kind of motivate us in our practice going forward. And actually right now our coach Song is in Korea right now finalizing his visa process. And so he stayed up, it's like 3 a.m. in Korea right now, probably closer to 5 a.m. right now. And he stayed up like the whole night preparing the band pick and making sure he was still up so that we could prepare. And he also has a really good mind for the game. So really happy to work with him too.
Now that's dedication right there, staying up all night to make sure the team is doing what they need to do. And when you take down 2 of the top 3 teams from last split, you guys have got to be feeling good. Again, big congratulations to you. Looking forward to seeing more plays out of you and the rest of the Immortals boys as the split goes on. One more time for Pobelter. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise. We are going to be back momentarily now with more LCS action. Coming up next, it's FlyQuest versus Dignitas. Don't you go anywhere. We are going to be right back.
Doublelift and Biofrost running for his life. TSM is trying to huddle for safety under the turret. Flame trying to choose a target. First one is going to be Biofrost. Biofrost goes down to the hands of Pobelser, and Flame is chasing the team out. Scat of the week on Svenskeren as they take him down.
Okay, I can don't flash. Hey, Caitlyn, can you guys see Caitlyn? Hey, Caitlyn. Is that?
We got him.
Pobelser on the backside of the fight. Doublelift goes down immediately, even with wild growth, and now they're trying to recuperate. Bjergsen coming in as Svenskeren and Haunter die at the same time. Bjergsen's now on the ground, and Immortals come out huge from the top lane fight. Immortals in 2 games takes down TSM.
Hello and welcome back to the North American LCS. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, tagging in to aid this marathon cast for Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kinsler. Round 2, you ready?
Very ready. That one was over a lot quicker than I thought.
Well, that just means that round 2, you got that much more energy for it. It should be a fun match because we're gearing up for FlyQuest versus Team Dignitas.
Yeah, FlyQuest, whenever we talk about these guys, you usually start with High and Moon. However, in their opening series, they didn't quite have the same execution in their skirmishing around mid lane that we're used to seeing, so they didn't get those early leads. They still have smiles on their faces, and they still have the jokes, but they're going to definitely want to look to complete the plays a little bit cleaner this time around. Now, that might also be in part of the draft. They did have the Fiora and the Kassadin, so this is a team that doesn't really draft contingency plans. It's basically, win early or, snowball. They don't have wave clear. They don't have, things to fall back on if it does go wrong early. But definitely look to clean it up. And Wild Turtle back on the team as well, looking to make a good showing for himself.
FlyQuest, they had a little bit of a rough start, but then you take a look at Team Dignitas, who looked like they improved on what worked for them in the second half of Spring Split.
Yeah, and there was a lot of talk about improving communication. Team Dignitas, they brought in St. Vicious, they brought in some extra subs in the support and the jungle role. Big, infamous for his communication on LCS teams, as well as Shrimp there for the jungle role, and it really does look like it improved their game. I mean, yesterday, especially Someday, was very big with a lot of his teleports and the team play coming from this guy in particular. He even had one game-ending teleport mid-team fight right back behind the team to cut them off. So really stepping up there as well. As much as the hype was around this guy, it's coming through in team play now as well.
It's always fun to see that hype kind of pay off and have dividends, and the fans have those big plays to get excited about. FlyQuest will have to make some improvements over yesterday's games if they want to take them down today. Moon shared that the teams will not settle for anything less than Worlds.
Yeah, I think everyone on our team is like, if we don't go to Worlds, we failed. So for me, like, Worlds is, I've never gone to Worlds, so like for me, it's like, holy shit, if we went to Worlds, like, that'd be insane. But I think for everyone else, it's like, if we don't go to Worlds, it's a failure. Like, they'd probably think about being done for 2019, 2018, stuff like that. Like, they'd probably retire if we didn't make Worlds. And for me, it's like, holy shit, like, if we win Worlds, that'd be the coolest thing ever. So I think expectations between the players on the team are a little bit different, but I think we all have the same end goal.
Same end goal is what it's all about. Get to Worlds, Kobe. That's the mission objective.
I mean, High's been to Worlds almost as many times as I've been to Worlds. That guy is used to going.
Well, I've been to Worlds almost as many times as Moon's been to Worlds. So we both got some similarities here. Let's take a look at the starting rosters. On the blue side, it's FlyQuest with Balls in the top lane, Moon in the jungle, High, mid, Wild Turtle, that new AD carry there in the bottom lane, Lemon Nation supporting, and Coach ThinkCard. These boys looking to bounce back after a loss in their first series yesterday.
And on the red side, it's Team Dignitas. Up top is Someday. In the jungle, Chaser, mid, Keen, Bot Lod, support big, and Coach Cop is the one on stage.
Now, both these teams did manage to make it into playoffs in spring. FlyQuest was the team, obviously, that made it further. They managed to get really, really close, a lot further than a lot of people were expecting them to at the beginning of last split. And these two teams sort of told opposite stories based on what people were expecting in spring split, right? People saw the Dignitas roster, they saw names like Someday, and they were like, wow, this team could really do some crazy stuff. And then they had a really rocky start. People saw FlyQuest and was like, I don't know about FlyQuest.
Yeah, they're all old.
Yeah, and then FlyQuest was like, it doesn't matter if we're old, we're going to win anyway.
Yeah. And like they said, I was actually surprised to hear in their interview Moon was talking about, they were even thinking of retiring. A lot of these guys that are household names, Balls, Lemon Nation, and High, and they have been playing for a long time. I just now I'm a little bit worried. Yeah, I'm so used to seeing them, and I'm glad that they were able to come back and prove that they can still find success. It'll be interesting to see, how much they can put into this run. Summer split, trying to get to Worlds where it all matters.
I mean, you heard what Moon said. For him, it's really cool to go, but for everybody else, it is kind of one of those, I mean, if we can't make Worlds, why are we still playing? We'll probably retire type of things. And that's one of those situations that really puts the, okay, this is do or die mentality in you, because you got to prove, not just to your fans and to the league community as a whole, but to yourselves that you've still got what it takes.
Yeah, and they started yesterday with a loss, so going to want to right that score today versus Team Dignitas, who are coming in with a victory at their back.
Right, into picks and bans for the first time between these two teams today. Let's take a look at what they want to decide to go with in this opening gambit. Some tank bans to start things off. FlyQuest removes Shen from the table. Dignitas continues the high frequency of Zac bans that we've been seeing with the changes to that champion.
100%. so far as Zach. Elise is very close right behind him as far as junglers are concerned. But FlyQuest with a little bit more mid-focus here with the Jace ban aimed at Keen. Keen is a guy with a little bit of variation there in his champion select that you're not always used to. Whoa, the Kassadin actually very unexpected ban here from FlyQuest. As High banning it away from himself, doesn't want to do that anymore.
After the result from yesterday, FlyQuest blind picking that Kassadin, sometimes those sorts of decisions have consequences, and we saw those demonstrated.
Yeah, it is a little bit funny, but it's obviously pointing to a very high value that this team puts on Kassadin. They were willing to blind pick it, and they also don't want their opponents to get their hands on it, even in this game, and even with Keen. Now, first pick here for balls on a split pusher is something that's a bit risky, because last split, when FlyQuest went with split pushing strategies, they did have a rough time. It was only really the Rumble carry champion in the top lane that Balls had, some success on, and that's not really a split pusher. That's a team fighting carry champion from the top side. So very curious to see if FlyQuest can execute on this split pushing style, where Kennen is almost always auto attack based now from the top lane and just keep him split pushing.
Meanwhile, across the field, the first lock-in for Dignitas will be Ashe. This champion remains pretty much evergreen in the last couple of states of the game, the last couple of metas. The power of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to start fights off, just the reliability of having the extra range, the poke power with the volley, it just works.
And the value of Ashe does rise versus a team where you're seeing split pushing shown very early, and you know what their strategy is going to be. So if you have that long-range possible way of picking people off, you can force fights on the lower number groups of the enemy team that are theoretically going to be spread out across the map.
Zyra going along with that Ashe. Not a slouch of a lane for Dignitas there in that bottom part of the map. Those two can be very impressive, especially if the opposing side doesn't want to draft a terribly strong lane itself. They will pick up Lulu for the support role, a champion that we saw incredibly highly contested for the past couple of patches, but now falling off a little bit, but still very effective in the right hands.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting because the part where she's falling off is the nerfs to health and shielding, so it's she's a little bit more vulnerable to getting killed. And you mentioned the power of an Ashe Zyra lane. That is a very high DPS lane with a lot of crowd control, that can threaten kills onto even a Lulu lane there. So FlyQuest gonna have to be a little bit careful. Lemonation is used to playing around Zyra, so we'll see how he fares. But the blind pick Orianna here from High, no hesitation from Team Dignitas as they take the Syndra right into that. There is a lot of kill pressure. High, definitely one of his most played champions is Orianna though, and he's still confident. It does require a lot of dodging though in the matchup.
Oh yeah, a little bit surprising to see both mid laners picked up in the first half of the draft as well. Normally that's not one of the trends you see, but looked like FlyQuest was plenty eager to make sure they were able to stack shields with both Orianna and Lulu. And like you said, Dignitas was more than happy to respond with Syndra, seeing that Ori locked in.
Meanwhile, if you take the whole comp into consideration, Team Dignitas are deciding, we don't want to let that Rengar with Orianna and Lulu combo through because the shields can be used very effectively on that jungler as well. And Moon had a very, very strong last split on Rengar, and still fairly viable as far as the jungle is concerned. So interesting little target ban there from Team Dignitas.
Renekton, the response from FlyQuest, keeping Someday off of one of those top lane carry, bruiser, fighter style of champions. Not so much of a hyper carry like you would expect from Fiora, but somebody who can definitely carry the game from that power and that presence, snowballing from his early game.
And, fans who don't know their history of Someday, this guy has a history with Renekton. He is a world-renowned Renekton, one of the biggest there in Korea.
One of the OGs.
Absolutely, yeah, exactly. OG Renekton player. So definitely another target ban there, and some respect being played to the history. Jarvan as well going to follow in the same vein, but there we go. Some shielding of their own for Team Dignitas as they take away the Ivern.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely a takeaway, because you don't want to allow them to stack 3 different shield spammers, because that makes it almost impossible to kill any sort of a value target on FlyQuest. So they'll pick that up for themselves, deny it away from the shield stacking of FlyQuest, who are now thinking about picking up Varus there for Wild Turtle. And the discussion about Wild Turtle was an interesting one, because a lot of people were looking forward, myself included, to seeing him play on this team. FlyQuest, so aggressive, so big on playmaking, Turtle, who when he receives criticisms, it's usually for him being over-aggressive, but they're saying, hey, if you're in a team that they all want to go in and you want to go in, you're on the right page.
And Varus, definitely one of the highest percentage champions into Ashe, as we've seen. Here comes the front line, though. They're going to lock in the Olaf now for Moon. A little bit more telegraphed engage, but he's got the shields to back him up as well. And we talked about the shields don't always have to be used on Turtle. You know, they can be used effectively on these frontline junglers, Rengar, Olaf, as long as they do have a little bit of extra support.
And it looks like we're going to get to see a top lane Lucian, Kobe.
Oh, baby. We had Huni top lane Lucian already demonstrated in LCK last night. And now this is going to be a top lane Lucian with an Ivern on his team. So he'll be handed off very early red buffs to that side if Chaser's going to be able to get 2 pieces of candy. I'm very curious to see how someday, now with a huge carry snowball champion in his hands, is going to be able to do, because his rumble yesterday was definitely good and his team play was good. Now let's see if his dueling is good.
Yeah, someday versus Balls, the Lucian versus the Kennen, the battle of the ranged top laners should be a lot of fun to watch between these two. And you mentioned the shield power, synergizing with the Olaf, making it so you can throw those on him as he goes into the fight for FlyQuest. They can also both haste him up. You've got Lulu who can make him fast, you've got Orianna who can make him fast, really makes his job of getting into these back lines easier. And Ashe Zyra, who normally can, you know, control the entryways, keep themselves safe, throw down Stranglethorns or arrows or anything else, Olaf's not too concerned about those things.
He definitely loves some help as far as getting into the fight, and he will have that. See if it will be enough to track down those very, very slippery AD carries.
Dignitas looking to have the start that they wanted to have last split. This time around, start off the first week of summer with a 2-0. FlyQuest looking to quickly staunch that downward slope that started yesterday with losing their first match. Wanting to make this one come out even 1-1 as we load into Summoner's Rift for the first time between these two teams. Game number 1 coming at you as FlyQuest and Dignitas about to leave the spawn platforms. We'll have to see if there's anything cheeky at level 1. Remember, sometimes you don't get to see those sort of things, but FlyQuest is a team that you can never count out for making some sort of surprising, unorthodox play.
Plus, the percentage chance that those happen rises a lot when Ivern is in the game. Ivern definitely have to worry about any sort of invades. Can instantly steal a camp with his smite after channeling. And Moon and FlyQuest together are going to look to at least secure a blue buff. He will probably 100% start on his own blue buff so that you guarantee you get it, and there's no, chance of being Iverned out of your own blue, because that really is important to Olaf's clear speed early on. Keeping up the mana as well as cooldown reduction really does help a lot.
Lod, Big, and Keen thinking about maybe heading towards the enemy jungle here. One ward going to be thrown down defensively by FlyQuest to make sure they don't come in too far, but it's just going to be a ward dropped on the chicken pit to keep track of the starting locations.
And with that ward, I think that there's no chance that he starts on the Raptors, because then Ivern would have an opening, go over and seal that. So as expected, Moon will start on his own blue with Olaf and probably just power clear through. Meanwhile, that ward kill does go over to high, so they, they got a little bit of extra experience. See if that will help him out in lane, where again, dodging so important here against the Syndra.
Absolutely.
Really is an advantageous matchup for the Syndra, but can be outplayed.
Both of these champions have so much outplay potential on them, honestly. Very big difference between hitting all your abilities and not hitting all your abilities on either one of their combos. Syndra, of course, somewhat meme famous for not hitting the abilities and just hitting you with the ulti, which is why you've got to be extra careful if you're high. Any amount of damage might push you within that threshold.
Meanwhile, Chaser, we talked about the possibility of those Ivern steals. Does use his first smite on the red buff of FlyQuest. He did walk over a ward in order to do it, though, so Moon will know Chaser has already taken that away. Saw him exit with it as well. Problem is, Olaf, getting low in the jungle. You don't really want to go counter invade on the other side, especially if there's pushing lanes. And with Syndra and Lucian both having these favorable early pushing matchups, that's the reason why Moon is not going to go for a counter steal. Even though they saw that Ivern do it, he knows his red's not there. He's not being fooled here and going over to his own side. It's just too dangerous for him to head over there. and doesn't want to give away any sort of early kills.
Right, I mean, Olaf's one of the junglers that stays the lowest during his first clear just because it's so effective for him to farm more quickly at low HP. Meanwhile, bottom lane, some damage flying back and forth between the two supports. Both Big and Elimination trying to gain control early on here, poke their opponents down however they can. Lemon, of course, having some more defensive capabilities than what you've got on Big, who's all in on the offense with the Zyra.
Yeah, and look at this. You know, Lemon knows he doesn't want to trade consistently with the Zyra, so he's standing a little bit further back in the brush. Still in range to head over to Wild Turtle and lend the shield, though, if he needs it. Plants do come up, but Lemonation able to kite them out, and they focus on the minion wave instead.
Big and Lod with the Ashe and the Zyra. We talked about the ability of these two to do a lot of damage and how that might be rough for Lulu, so Lemon and Turtle got to be real careful about that.
Yeah, as well, Moon walked over the ward when he went by the red, so they knew he should be on the bottom side, and bottom lane does not expose themselves. Has to worry about this, though. Chaser's right in there.
Normally, Ivern's not a champ you think about for 1v1ing, but he just jumps right in on Moon, who's forced to pop the Ghost to make sure he gets out of there. Keen using his own Ghost to rotate over to the fight, making sure it doesn't go south.
Yeah, gotta worry about the mid lane there. Syndro is ready to jump on it. Keen used his own Ghost really early on to try and come get that kill, but High able to push up the minions and lend his support as well. Big trade going down there. Ignite not going to be used, though. Both supports pretty low. If they decide to go for another all-in, definitely within Ignite range.
There's so much HP gone in this bottom lane with all 4 summoner spells still up. This could get explosive very, very quickly. Chaser was hanging around but decided to dip out, recognizing he's probably not going to get a whole lot done underneath that turret this early. Nobody's exceptionally tanky on that team. Trigger Seed might buy you an extra auto attack underneath the turret, but that's about it. Meanwhile, Someday, kind of what we expected from the Lucian. Power in the lane. This champion, so strong, especially early on. Quick trading potential, powerful bursts, and Balls is going to be content just to hang back and farm it up for now. Dorian's shield, his starting item, you can see against the Dorian's blade of Someday.
Oh.
Chaser now looking for Moon yet again. He's got Someday right there. They'll slow this guy down, go after him a little bit harder. Moon trying to get himself away. Someday going to be popping the blast cone, and that should be first blood. Over to Dignitas top laner. Meanwhile, FlyQuest will tie it up bottom side, but can they make it two? It is. But it will be a 1-for-2. Turtle dropping at the very end there, but both Dignitas bottom laners find their way into the grave.
Yeah, Turtle slightly late on that flash, I guess, because the auto is already in the air, and the auto, once it's in the air, is going to connect unless you flash into Fog of War. Take another look at how it happened, though. You were sensing, Captain. So low, still summoners available, and the root lands, here come the Ignites. All the heals come through. Lemonation flashes in for the early kill, which is good. But yeah, there was actually no Fog of War for Turtle to really flash over. There was even a little pocket on that wall in case he went on that side. Meanwhile, top side though, Someday going aggressive onto Balls.
Oh,
and
the culling! Barely getting Balls out of that one. Has to pop the flash just to escape. Problem is, now he's heading back to base and he just used his TP, so he has lost all sort of presence or momentum in this lane.
Plus the full jungle control there of that river is going to go over to Team Dignitas, where Moon's Ghost was down. That's why Chaser had the confidence the second time around he saw him. Get right in there, land the root collar, Someday follows up, and that's what got them that first blood right before the bottom lane took over. So them getting that first blood actually very beneficial for their bottom lane as well, because Turtle and Lemonation were the ones to get the first kill on that side.
Keeping that extra money out of your opponent's pockets. Always something you want to do whenever you can in terms of taking first bloods, first turret bloods, anything like that. Very slight gold advantage for Dignitas. Only 1-200, so nothing they're going to be writing home about, but still enough to be content with for now. Level 6s being hit by solo laners across the map. Bottom lane still at level 5. After we hit those level 6 points, we'll have to keep our eyes on what they do with those ultis.
So good again from Chaser. You know he started on blue buff. So you add the extra 5 minutes there, gets in instantly for the blue steal, able to smite it away, and not only does he deny that extra blue from Olaf, or High if you want to hand it over, but also the experience. And Moon's still not level 6, but there goes Turtle!
Here's those ultis we're talking about. Turtle and Elimination looking to force the issue here bottom lane. Lod flashing forward, almost able to find the damage, now turning over onto Lemon. who shields himself up, stays alive. Turtle does the same, but Dignitas takes a big chunk out of FlyQuest bottom lane.
Yeah, and that's an extra flash actually Laud uses to go for it. So evening up the summoner spells a little bit down there. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Keen is doing a good job using that matchup to get his CS lead onto High, who definitely has to respect the ultimate and the kill pressure there. Because of that mid lane presence, Moon can't go for this invade that he'd like to. There's no way that High could help collapse, and Keen still has his ultimate available, so him alone is going to be able to protect that blue buff.
Moon having a hard time keeping control over buffs this game, but you mentioned it earlier, that's kind of the nature of the game against Ivern. You're so much more likely to see invades with this champion having a presence.
Yeah, Ivern with winning lanes is so frustrating to deal with as an enemy jungler. You know, and Syndra and Lucian, two of the best laning champions, have been able to keep that pressure.
Culling gets interrupted by the stun, so good use of that from Balls to make sure that Someday doesn't get off any more damage. But he still can't find his footing here in this lane. Down 20 CS now. Someday showing off what you can do with that top lane Lucian. You joke about it, you joke about Huni playing it, but sometimes it just works.
It definitely does. And if Someday can have enough pressure to draw Moon up to the top side and they get vision of him, Chaser post level 6, you know, Daisy's available. They could actually try and get an Infernal Drake if the bottom lane is in the right position. You know, their mid lane's already pushing it, already has pressure, and Daisy makes taking early Drakes very easy. She can take pretty much the whole thing if you keep spamming your shield on it. All you need is a little bit of extra DPS from your lanes to come help out, and Infernal is definitely one of the prizes that these teams will risk a little bit extra for.
See the Ivern Grove there on the Scuttle Crab right outside the Infernal as well. Infernal Drakes are fun too, because sometimes you will see early attempts on them, earlier than a turret first blood. We'll have to see if anybody decides to prioritize it that heavily this time around. You can see Big walking around in that river, looking to get some vision down in enemy territory here.
I also want to see if Someday will drop back to get the red. Ah, he does. Push up the wave and second red, and from then on out, Ivern leaves the second one, so Someday's going to be able to get that and continue with this, you know, top lane bullying. That might be the extra added pressure that they need to force something around that Infernal Drake. Balls still doesn't have his flash, so he has to worry.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he used the lightning rush!
Someday's coming up. Balls is in some trouble, but decides to turn the fight around. Someday, the one who's now forced to flash away, and Balls says, not today.
Inside the minion wave, cannon minion firing on Someday, and Balls is the one to get the advantage, but now bottom.
It's gonna be a 3v3 here. Laud, the one who's initially jumped on. Daisy called out. We'll call her down now as well. High looking to make the play. Shockwave down. Laud is out. Big is done too, and FlyQuest finds himself a 2-0.
Oh my goodness, FlyQuest win fights on both sides of the map at the same time. Now can they press down for first turret gold? Looks like it will be the case.
3 guys down here, one of which being an Olaf. I guess he's not that super great at it since he's full HP, but still, more than enough pressure to take this one down. Dignitas trying to respond here in the mid lane. They will not beat them in the race, though, and first turret blood goes over to FlyQuest.
Definitely a much-needed victory there for FlyQuest on the bottom side. Chaser had actually walked down there, but passed by a ward, so then he was seen and had to give up on it. After he walks out of the river due to the roam from High, it's just a really good ultimate lands from Turtle. And Turtle basically is the one to create this entire play by hitting that Varus ultimate. High goes down there and he places the ball behind both members of the bottom lane, cutting off the escape, and lands the shockwave. But then Team Dignitas, after the recall, still end up getting that Infernal Drake.
Dignitas responding with some objectives of their own. They evened up the turret count there in the mid lane. They got the Infernal now, sitting in a decent enough spot for themselves. FlyQuest angers the Rift Herald there a little bit, but then decides to back away.
Glitter in the eyes! Oh, no.
So hard to get off. But now, FlyQuest and Dignitas, very, very close still. 500 gold separating the teams. Dignitas had that much of a lead for a couple minutes there at the start. FlyQuest has it now as an arrow connects into elimination. The follow-up CC will be there. Wild growth on him to try to keep him alive. But Keen presses R and sends him straight to the black and white grave.
Syndra tutorial in outplay. Press R after both summoners have been used.
Kill opponent.
Support down.
Collect 300 gold.
Honestly, though, I like the setup of that play more than the end of it. It was Big who came from the mid lane And so they knew that Lemonation was going to run away from that ward towards the ramp, and that's where Laud aimed his arrow a little bit further into the ramp. So Lemonation, had nowhere to go. He walked right into that arrow, and it's, very good setup. The end of it was a lot of power there with double summoners and the ultimate, but really did like how they funneled him down. And now, once again, here's another setup. Everybody's around Turtle, and there is nowhere for him to go. Teleport.
Oh, Turtle. This is not the best place to be, my friend. Dignitas looking to take him down if they can, but it actually may be Chaser who falls first. Moon drops to Big. Now Ball's in some trouble. He tries to make the TP save. Instead, almost puts himself in the dirt as well. Forget the almost, man. He is gone. A double kill for Big. 3 for 0, Team Dignitas.
High is taking the mid turret during that, though. Gets about half of the health on it. But yeah, Turtle so far up there, even though they have teleport to rely on, Team Dignitas brought all members, so they just simply outstat him there. Have to say, Chaser extremely close to going down. The Redemption barely healed him in time. He's able to flash out at the end there to survive. Take a look at how close this is with the extra damage that comes through, because Turtle's focusing on him, and so is Balls. With that shield and flash, able to just barely get out. But again, all the kills then coming over here for FlyQuest. Big gets around the outside. He's able to snag the second one for himself. Getting some extra support power.
Dignitas more than happy about that outcome. And Wild Turtle, these are the kind of things that he gets criticized for. Being too far forward, sticking around the lane a little bit too long. Dignitas recognizes that mistake. They punish it. And now they find themselves an even larger gold lead. Thanks to that, 6-4 now. Turret's still even. Over 1,000 gold advantage for the Dignitas boys. Blade of the Ruined King, you can see that done for someday. Just about to come off a cooldown, so that much scarier for Balls to have to deal with. But of course, Balls has his own. So War of the Ruined Kings there in the top side. Morello Namicon also done for both those mid laners. Blade of the Ruined Kings on the 80 carries. Just a mirror here across the board for these first completed items.
All right, they're prepping for a pretty big play here because red buff just been picked up by Someday on the Lucian. And you mentioned how far in CS he is ahead. He is, looks like second most gold in the game at the moment. But Rift Herald just brings so much extra power, right? If you can get a kill beforehand, or if you get in place beforehand.
Or if you get a kill and get in place. Wild Turtle's trying to get away from this one, but the Stranglethorns will not allow it. Someday picking up the kill.
Exactly. This could be one of the biggest Herald plays that we see. There is a kill plus a teleport advantage. Kennen is bottom lane, so no way that Balls joins. They can pressure at least through the second turret, maybe even go for the inhibitor turret with this Rift Herald. They've already sent Keen back to defend secondary, so it looks like they won't go for the triple, but at least 2 turrets taken here for Team Dignitas.
Getting the tier 2 for free, 16 minutes in. You can't feel bad about that one. Rift Herald has done his job. He'll go back to the Void. Not really much more he can do, considering the FlyQuest team has finally shown up to shut him down, but great play from Dignitas. More money heading their way. More map control with those turrets down. Ball's coming around from the side to try to take down Keen. The burst comes through, but it is not enough. The redemption won't be there in time, and Keen goes down.
I like that pass from High, because his first objective is to save Balls so that Balls doesn't go down to the all-in there from Syndra. I mean, Balls doesn't have any magic resist aside from the lightning rush. So he shields first, then hits the shockwave from that placement on the Kennen, and they're able to secure the kill, plus not allowing any sort of counter gold going back over. And High, before that, had finally gotten the mid turret down. So FlyQuest are sticking in this, but Team Dignitas full steam ahead here. Get the early turret on bottom side, even though FlyQuest are going to answer on top side.
Someday should pick this one up for himself, no problem. Gets that solo gold from that. Working towards that Black Cleaver next will make him that much deadlier as we get into the mid-game here. Lanes quickly ending as the turrets collapse all over the place. This should be the last tier 1 on the map going down right now. 3 turrets to 4, 7 total turrets taken down 17 minutes in, Kobe. Both teams are so active this game.
Continue to try and force objectives on the opposite side here. All outer turrets now traded, though. And the Mountain Drake up in 20 seconds. Team Dignitas laying down the vision work beforehand, plus channeling that crab. So they've got all the prep work done. They also have the gold lead. So this should be a very advantageous situation for Team Dignitas. And FlyQuest, you gotta even wonder if they'll risk moving to this area, because If you talk about that fog of war right now, the entire red quadrant leading up to this Drake is all Team Dignitas territory. So scary for FlyQuest to even move close.
Look at how dark that map is. You're just taking a risk going anywhere near it.
Ash Arrow is ready for Team Dignitas. They could force a fight as well.
Trying to pick their moment. They fire that arrow. They want it to be a hit, not just some random toss it out and cross your fingers type of situation. Rushmaker used there on the edge of the Drake pit. Dignitas going for it. FlyQuest not even going to bother.
Yeah, FlyQuest are going for the trade objective strategy rather than any sort of contest into the fog of war here. They push up mid with high and get top going as well, trying to rotate through Team Dignitas' jungle. They will give up the extra dragon, but it remains to be seen if there will be any sort of discrepancy in the turret pushing power here. Balls is trying to stop Someday on the bottom side. Big doing the same on top.
FlyQuest pushing it as hard as their little legs will push them forwards. Seeing if they can get enough damage onto this tier 2 to maybe bring her down, but it's not going to be so. Backdoor protection will come up momentarily as Someday bringing Chaser down here towards the bottom lane, seeing if they can make a move on balls, but he gets himself away rather quickly. That doesn't mean that they won't get to tier 2, though. They should have more than enough power to bring that one down.
Team Dignitas get the better of that trade as well, so take down the Mountain Drake and get the advantage in the turret swap. Extra gold gonna go over to fund the next fight that does come up.
And throwing back to what we talked about again in Champion Select, looking at the top lane Lucian, we were both excited to see it locked in, and it's working really well right now for Team Dignitas. 2-0 and 2, 52 CS up over his opponent. Someday is doing exactly what he wanted to do with this pick when they locked that in.
With the Blade and the Ruin King, or the Blade of the Ruin King and the Cleaver right now, he's at a very big spike for himself, and they'd love to, you know, just force any sort of little skirmish there with him around, but not able or willing to commit that Ash Arrow. It was a long shot, and that was a ghosted target that has Ragnarok, so definitely not worth trading those ultimates, and no other target really presents itself.
And you know, Kobe, with both of these teams having 2 Blade of the Ruin King users with damage-heavy top laners, if one team gets a very advantageous fight for themselves, Baron is a very real possibility as a consequence for that. Even though we're just now crossing 20 minutes, there's a lot of damage in Baron killing power.
Definitely true, especially for Team Dignitas with that extra Mountain Drake on top of it. Someday back to bottom side. They do have teleports available for both these split pushers. FlyQuest trying to protect that Baron.
Ooh, thanks for the leash balls. Someday walking away with that one. Cheekily stealing it away, hiding out in the brush, just watching until he can last hit it. That's how you build those CS leads, making sure he's constantly staying.
That's how, by sneaking the kill on the Krug.
Yeah, by sneaking the kill on the Krug. You backstab the Krug, steal that 70 gold away. It's not just plus 70 for you, it's minus 70 for him.
Pads your numbers as well, a bunch of mini Krugs to add to that CS.
Oh yeah. Krug's worth what, 11? Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think.
By
10.
now,
Yeah, there's 10.
Huge, you know, by far most gold in the game is Someday. So the Knight's Vow, it's no surprise that it goes on to the solo lane experience, super fed Lucian, and that's going to be a lot of added protection there. Doesn't matter that Knight's Vow, if your melee is halved, so Ivern has to, you know, get into that brush and go range for it to get the full value. Still, any sort of extra survivability for this fed Lucian is going to be very, very scary for FlyQuest to try and deal with in the team fight.
Someday, such a power player in this game at this point in time. A lot of things are going to be about him. Expect FlyQuest to look to find some angle to bring him down, because if you don't, I don't really see them being able to deal with Dignitas right now, having this incredibly fed Lucian, this very farmed Lucian with the Ivern to support him.
Yeah, you can always bet on a hidden Orianna Shockwave maybe, though. Possibility of winning a big team fight there. High does have a decent amount of power himself, but that would also require, you know, Dignitas kind of losing track of the ball maybe, as there aren't the best ball delivery systems on FlyQuest to get that one in place. So might have to do a lot of the work himself.
I like to pick up the Banshee's Veil on high here as well. It means that they have to stack a root or a Syndra stun or a root collar or an arrow instead of just hitting with one of them. Because there's a lot of pick tools on Dignitas.
All right, here we go. Baron started up. This is a Mountain and Infernal Drake powered Baron attempt. As you said, they can take it fairly quickly, but Daisy is down already. And FlyQuest just posturing around the Baron, force Team Dignitas off, and Daisy on cooldown.
Dignitas, not really an extreme cooldown to be spending with the Daisy, so they don't mind it too much, but... Oh, that's a nice shockwave. That's what we were looking for, but they get themselves back in time. Redemption comes down to heal up Chaser. Keen only lost about half his HP there. Those are what you've got to keep your eyes on. Someday opening up the culling. Ball's going to be forced back. A couple more shots takes him down. A killing spree for the Dignitas top laner, as now the rest of the boys are here to push the T2.
All right, this turret should go down pretty quickly. Everybody hitting it. Rooted Turtle on the side.
Oh no, Arrow follows it up. He tries to get himself out, utilizing any escape mechanisms he's got, but it might be enough. Wild growth to help keep him alive. Root Caller from over the wall, damage being returned. Big gonna be going down next. High getting bursted, more auto attacks coming through. Someday with a shutdown. The chase continues as Lod's going after Wild Turtle. Bow versus Bow, mine's stronger than yours. Lod goes up to 2, 2, and 5. Turtle drops down to 1, 4, and 4. And Dignitas again finds the better of the fight.
Oh man, Someday's able to get the kill onto Balls all by himself, and then gets another one here in the jungle skirmish. This guy is just an incredibly fed member of the team right now, and if you don't take him down, like you said, Captain, not gonna have success here. Roots on the outside. Turtle was trying to flank there, and he does save the Quicksilver Sash until the arrow hits, so that was a good job by Turtle. He does have to burn both summoners on the escape there, and lands his own ultimate on the outside. High does flash over for this kill, but Someday's too powerful. Even though he's trapped inside that wolf pit, fights his way out, as does Lod on the bottom side. No summoners left for Turtle to escape.
5,000 gold, 24 minutes in. It's a heck of a lead, Kobe. Dignitas are sitting comfortably on this now. Totally in control. Every avenue in the game. Third Elemental Drake coming up. It's another big value Drake, and they're already on it.
It is, and Someday himself is over 3,000 gold just on himself, ahead of Balls right now.
Ugh.
In addition to the double Infernal Drakes, Lucian as a champion, just because there's so much mobility in this kit, and he's constantly getting out these auto attacks, it's just such a snowbally champion. Right now, it's incredibly hard to stop. He also picked up the Phantom Dancer for extra mobility, as well as the defenses that go along with that.
He is just completely bonkers strong right now. I don't see even a shockwave. I don't know if he's got the damage anything to him. Here comes the flank though. Balls looking to make the move instead. Health bar is going to be dropping back and forth. It's Keen for Balls, and now Chaser's down too. Moon backing off as Ragnarok wears away.
FlyQuest able to get the 2 for 1 by fighting where Someday is not. Good little flank there from Balls, but he ends up going down on top of it. I mean, remember, yes, Kennen can still flank. However, auto attack Kennen. Oh, High, you don't want that fight.
High, this is not a guy you just walk up and start to try to 1v1. Someday flashing after elimination, turning his aggro right back onto Moon. Almost finishing off 2, instead not getting either one of them. He'll settle for just the pick onto the enemy mid laner.
Whew. Elimination able to get into that fog of war inside the wolf camp, so the flash auto goes on to Moon instead. But here we go. Moon charges in, and Balls does have sort of the flank here on the Kennen, but remember, this is not AP Kennen. You don't have Zonias, you don't have anything else there on the side, so Team Dignitas actually get a kill back in that play set up. And then Someday by himself and already dashed in. That's why they go aggressive on him, but it doesn't matter. He can find his way out of it. He's level 16. Goes for the flash onto Lemon, but he hides inside that Fog of War pocket. Baron should be pretty easy. FlyQuest here to contest though.
Moon already popping that Ragnarok, means he's got 6 seconds to try to get in there and do something. It's already worn off though. Dignitas keeping him away, Someday jumping in, Balls scared off before he can find his way into the fight. Baron down to about 2K. Dignitas want to secure this, they've got it. Chaser with the smite. Shockwave finds no one. Now Dignitas have to try to escape this one. Someday brought low, they get the big Lucian. What else can they find? A double kill for Wild Turtle. Dignitas in full retreat, he's gonna be sniped. A triple kill for Turtle. Lod backing, big running, Lemon chasing, but that will be it.
Ooh, 2 members do end up escaping for Team Dignitas, but FlyQuest are actually okay with getting some gold back for themselves. Big Baron buff now. Let's see how Lod and Big are able to use it.
important to remember that it is only up on those two. So if you wanted to try to run some kind of a 4-1 split with Someday or something along those lines, you can't do it while enchanting 2 waves of minions with the Baron buff. So limiting the options.
So take another look here. Moon pops the Ragnarok early to threaten the fact that he could run in for the smite fight, and it kind of delays the damage there. Balls is able to get away from the Cinder Stun, and that's a big cooldown that really does enable FlyQuest to go in. But the big story, Turtle goes in for the ultimate on to Lucian. He nails Someday, allowing the follow-up, and that's the most fed member. That's the key of the composition. A couple of skill shots landing over the wall then. Moon able to land the slow, Turtle follows up with a snipe, and all 3 kills funneled into Wild Turtle there to get him in a position to try and carry FlyQuest back into the game.
And look at the damage, 2,544, more than anybody else in that last fight except for no one. He beats the Lucian handedly. The person that actually came the closest to him was Big, and there's a long-range arrow finding its way onto Balls, who's now jumped on by both Chaser and Big. Someday coming in, guns at the ready. Shoots him down, picks up a free kill for his team, and now it's 5v4 for 45 seconds. Dignitas is at the door.
Oh, they are knocking 5v4 with Baron buff. Let's see if FlyQuest can actually land skill shots onto the crucial members. Both the AD carries are prime targets, but even if you go all for them, you still have to worry about long-range Cinder Stuns coming through.
Someday deciding to break off here, go back towards mid. This is kind of what I talked about with the Baron buffs, though. Remember, he's not enchanted with it, so he's not going to be buffing those minions up. Just going to be a normal push as opposed to what he would have should he have survived that encounter in the Baron pit. But he's still very effective at pushing down these turrets, Baron minions or not. Turtle trying to get himself back. Elimination going to be rooted up, having to run away from the follow-up damage threat of Someday. The rest of Dignitas now rotating over towards mid lane. The inhibitor turret should fall in only a moment. Lod will make sure of that. Dignitas cracks the base 30 minutes in.
Yeah, Balls is back up, but Team Dignitas pull out pretty early here, only taking the inhibitor turret. Don't want to expose themselves. Able to take that extra cash that they just earned. Still sticking around with the push in mid lane, though. They just backed off for a second to make sure there was no teleport behind them. And indeed, they cleared out all wards behind them, so they should be pretty safe there.
Just making sure they don't do anything too haphazard, too crazy. Don't want to throw themselves into a inhibitor turret dive meat grinder and end up on the wrong side of a team fight. They know that they're ahead. They know that they've been ahead for the vast majority of this game. And this is a team that, like we talked about, going into this game, communication has been a big issue with them. It was throughout spring. It's a big focus still now coming into summer. This is a team that wants to be able to work together as a coherent unit, and it looks like they've definitely been getting the rewards and the benefits and the results from all that focus on that.
Yeah, and they've been getting the Infernal Drakes as well. This is number 3 spawning. Really fortunate, but FlyQuest contesting for maybe a smite fight. There is a teleport on Someday. Possible he could join.
Someday decides to TP right now, working his way into the fight. Infernal taking low, but it resets. Keen's taken down by High off in the side. This may be FlyQuest's fight. Ragnarok popped by Moon. Someday dashed himself over the wall. Culling gonna be used. High gonna be shot down. Balls with the ulti. Someday stunned up. Trying to get himself away. Arrow's gonna be returned. Moon running off to the side. More damage pouring in. And it is FlyQuest getting absolutely destroyed. Limit the last man standing. Run, little Lulu, run. Triple kill for Lod.
Only Keen going down as well. FlyQuest did a good job. You know, they sniped him out there on the outside, but everybody dead now. That means Dignitas can run into the base.
Dignitas, they may have lost out on their 3rd Infernal Drake, but if you can trade the 3rd Infernal Drake for the Nexus, I think you'll take that one any day of the week. They may not be able to push that far right now, but they will secure the mid lane inhibitor and get themselves out with some extra map pressure under the belt.
Yeah, inhibitor and 5 kills going over. So let's take a look at this, because High is the one who starts this all off. He solos Keen here with the Shockwave combo, flashes over. Then FlyQuest almost get a good reset here, and they go on to the Drake, but the follow-through. Ash Arrow comes through, Sunday's on the front lines, and he's barely able to fight his way out there. He uses the Summoners to get off on the outside, Then he can chase down Moon. Has the ward so he doesn't have to face check that brush. And that's all the hope that FlyQuest had for winning that fight.
That ward was really big too, because if he did face check that brush, there's a possibility Moon bursts him.
Yeah, I think he just probably wouldn't have face checked it if he didn't have the ward. Let Moon sit there until reinforcements came.
Just sit there and camp him.
I
know you're in there. I'm not coming in. We're going to wait for somebody else to come in.
Yeah.
6-1-6 now on Sunday. Infinity Edge, the 4th completed item for him. So more crit damage, more crit chance to go along with that Phantom Dancer he bought earlier, scaling into the late game on this pickup. QSS also now on him, but if he gets locked up, he's going to have ways out. I believe we actually saw that in the last fight when he was stunned up by Balls' ulti. Had to get himself out of that trouble spot. Dignitas, they know Baron's going to be up in 30 seconds. They know they're up by a massive amount of gold. So they're taking control of the area, setting up that vision.
Laud is auto-attacking still on the blue buff, so Keen doesn't get it. Even though he pulled it off.
Communication!
I mean, he's like,
Yeah,
I was trying to help. I didn't want it to leash all the way back.
Yeah, zoom in on that blue buff. Observers, make sure that Laud knows what he's doing. Controlling his mid laner. 18-12 though, Dignitas still feeling very comfortable, very confident here. Moon and Elimination mid lane. Balls pushing bottom. He's got the TP. TP advantage is in the favor of FlyQuest right now, as Someday was the only one who had to use his for that Drake fight.
Yeah. Again, though, we kind of cautioned against this in Champion Select, where FlyQuest as a team haven't had that much success with split pushing strategies for Balls. And the Kennen is pushing, but you know, he's 0-5. Baron, 3,000 health though.
Balls trying to TP in. Moon running around. Berserk, Ragnarok trying to make the moves. Keen flashing, gets the ulti, and High is out of there. Keen continuing to zone them away, finds his 2nd kill onto Elimination. Press R to win. Sometimes you don't even need it. You just slam those orbs right into your opponents. And now they're pushing down the top side. That's where the minion wave is. It's not just going to be 2 members with Baron this time. It's all 5, and they are barreling down top lane.
Yep, Baron empowered, 2-member advantage here. This should be Team Dignitas going towards the Nexus, looking to go 1-0 in the series.
I just now noticed as well, Kobe, Someday, the man you see dashing in right now, gunning these guys down right next to their own Nexus. 428 farm in 35 minutes. That is some kind of a work of art. Someday and the rest of Dignitas will find their win 35 minutes in and take game 1.
Talk about a carry top laner. Absolutely destroyed up there.
Look at the smiles. Big's happy, Dig's happy. That's the kind of game you can feel good about coming out from game 1, feel strong about going into game number 2, trying to lock this away, lock away both this split and, not this split, that would be a lot, but to lock away both this series and this weekend.
Someday ended this game, just his own gold difference versus Balls. 7,000 gold over Balls. That is several items. That's insane. Also level 18, 2 levels over, but yeah. That Lucian into the Kennen, very, very strong right there. Able to, you know, push in the early phases of the matchup. But then, man, they just pried it wide open, especially with the Ivern, adding those red buffs over to him. Tons of pressure there, and Team Dignitas were able to utilize that lead for the objective control, right? Racking up those dragons. They got very beneficial dragon spawns with the Infernals coming through.
And you know, all those factors working together, talking about how you saw Balls in the top lane with the Kennen, with the split push strategy that wasn't always super effective for this team, having the Ivern that can donate the red buffs over, it just seemed like it all worked together to be a great situation for this Lucian pick.
Yeah. Anyways, the Lucian pick, yeah, as we talked about from Champ Select, already seeing it, and they saved it till the very end there as well. Now, if we move forward, though, someday we have a little bit of a montage for you to highlight this Lucian pick and just how he racked up so many of the kills. This was really how the early game, and we talk about pressing in and lane control, he was constantly pushing Balls in for the majority of the early game, so that allows him to make roam plays like this. You know, blows up that blast cone, so there's no option even of anyone else helping out Moon and giving them that extra jump. Chaser had done his part in burning the summoner previously of Moon, but here's another one. That one is just a long range snipe. I mean, that's a secure as far as the kills go. This one is Doing work himself, though, under the turret, able to get that full culling and finish it off. That was one that was able to get them a turret afterwards. 1v3 dashes in, ready to take all challengers. A little bit unfair there as he had already gotten the level lead and extra items at this point, but you get the idea.
Yeah, you could say that he had a pretty good game here on the Lucian, and honestly, all of Dignitas had a pretty impressive game for themselves. You saw some big damage coming out of Keen. You saw Laud have some good arrows. The whole team worked together as a unit, and it helped them make plays like what we saw 31 minutes into the game, the fight at Dragon where FlyQuest decides to fight for it, and they get aced.
Yeah, and look at this. So remember, we started off with high soloing Keen, gets the shockwave, flashes over for the combo, and then FlyQuest try and disengage, but the arrow you talk about, Laud is able to secure that, re-engage. They get the summoners out of high. Someday collapses on them, able to flash out with both summoners right at the end there as well to stay alive, and Lauds remains on the front line, DPSing on the other side. So even though Keen goes down, the double 80 carries carry this team fight with the added utility coming through.
And that's one of the conversations that sometimes happens when you see teams pick up something like an Ivern is, yeah, he's really good at defending, he's good at supporting, he's good at trolling your enemy jungler, but do you have enough damage on the rest of the team to make up for the fact that he does no damage himself?
Yeah.
And when you have a Lucian and you have a Zyra, yeah, you got plenty of damage.
Yeah, I mean, they got not only a really good array of carry champions there, but the double supports of Zyra adding more AP to this kind of threat. So you're not overloaded on attack damage carries with multiple 80 carries. They've got a Syndra and a Zyra that are putting out just as much magic damage, and it just makes it hard to itemize against.
Yeah, you always think when somebody has 280 carries, oh yeah, we'll just build Deadmans and Randuins and Sunfire Capes and Tabbies and it'll be great and we'll block all the damage. But Syndra and Zyra are there too. That's not really going to happen too much. Dignitas obviously doing a good job weaving this draft together, making sure that this was built properly to find themselves a win here. They got to throw credit to that over to their coaching staff as well. We talked a lot in Spring Split about how Dignitas as a team, once they made the change, brought in Kopp as coach. Everything changed around. You know, we've heard them describe him as the process himself, the man who makes the magic happen. And it seems like
the process is evolving now.
The process is, absolutely. It's working for these guys. And you can see that just through the coherency of the drafts as well and how good they're playing as a team.
Yeah, and for FlyQuest, it has been a really rough start for them for this summer split. So I'm curious to see if they can, recover in this series and come back.
Well, we'll see if they can even up that score when we come back with Game 2 against Team Dignitas. Don't go anywhere. Series is going to continue right after the break. Meanwhile, FlyQuest will tie it up bottom side, but can they make it two?
Alright, no flash, alright, no flash. I can. Alright, no flash, bars, no flash. No flash, no ult. No flash, no ulti. You can bear soon. No, 여기 돌아봐. She coming. Back. We go back. Okay, we go back. Let's go. Lucian. Immortals, we can go. Lucian. He's rooted. Lucian. We can go. Iron. Alright, axe on these guys. Okay. Up. Triple.
Moon running off to the side, more damage pouring in, and it is FlyQuest getting absolutely destroyed. Lim in the last man standing, run little Lulu, run, triple kill for Laud. Someday and the rest of Dignitas will find their win 35 minutes in and take game 1.
710 has a new Rift Herald.
It's actually really cool now. If you kill it, you get to spawn a Rift Herald from your own team, and he freaking just charges down the lane and like smashes the turret.
I never even wanted to get near Rift Herald at all, but now I think I can actually solo it, and it actually does something for me. So,
from what I've seen, people really love to get the Rift Herald and fight over it.
Before, when you're really far behind, there was no opportunity for you to come back, except like hope that your mid and jungle comes and bails you out. Now you can like swap and go take Rift Herald, or I think there's just a lot more options available.
Rewarded by being able to just mow down towers, and that forces the enemy team to react instantly.
I'm excited to play around with Rift Herald.
All right, here we go. One for the books, freak.
We just saw Dignitas use to great. All right, there, now we got that taken out of the way. Rift Herald, great success there by Team Dignitas. They pushed 2 turrets with it in that last match. Were able to make some awesome things happen for themselves.
One was almost already dead.
But it doesn't count. The Rift Herald still killed it. Kobe, it was right there. It was part of the play. The teams are gearing up for round 2 of FlyQuest versus Team Dignitas right now. Before we jump right into it, though, we got to go ahead and toss out our player of the game. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to be too much of a surprise. We don't even need a thinking emoji for this one. Someday was just the man of the hour in this first game on the Lucian.
Yeah, the Lucian pick definitely came up big for them. They were able to play around it. He was able to abuse it very well in the matchup, getting multiple kills and tremendous amount of pressure for the team to work around.
31% of the team's damage for himself as well, and that's on a team where you have a Zyra support and you have capable damage dealers in a Syndra and an Ashe as well, so definitely did more than his fair share of the damage in that game, made sure he was contributing, put the team on his back, even though everybody else wasn't just coming along for the ride, he was leading the charge.
Yeah, the communication he talked about, the team play definitely seems to be there for these guys. Their focus in the off season has started to pay off. And they still have some ways to go, but what a start for them. I mean, they won yesterday. They're 1-0 up in the series today. It's definitely boding well as far as the summer progression for these guys.
Now, talking about things looking good for Dignitas, you've got to look at the other side of the coin. For FlyQuest, things are looking kind of shaky. What sorts of improvements does this team need to make to sort of plug the leaks in the boat and get this thing on course?
Yeah,
it needs to be.
So the formula that kind of worked for them before in Spring Split, at the beginning when they were winning a bunch of games, Balls was playing tanks really well. There are a lot more carry champions up in the top lane, so that might be harder to do. But it was that, plus a lot of their skirmishes were oriented around High and Moon, and High and Moon were outplaying people in those skirmishes and then using those to go attack bottom lane. So they would roam together to attack bottom lane after they had, created a little bit of an advantage around mid. Maybe that's a strategy that they do go back to. We'll have to wait and see as far as the draft does play out.
Seems like their strategies have been a little bit different in this first week of Summer Split. Yesterday we saw High playing things like Karma as opposed to the rotational go around, move around the map, gank everybody with a lead type of champions that he always had his most successes on, like we saw with Cassidins and LeBlancs and things like that. And even Moon playing junglers like Olaf that don't resemble what he had the most success on last split, especially towards the beginning with things like a Rengar or a Kha'Zix.
Yep, definitely a possibility. See some more offensive uses.
Or an Evelynn. An Evelynn. I'd love to see the Moon Evelynn again.
Yeah. Don't think that one will come out, but I would like to see it.
Come on, man. I can cross my fingers. It'll be fun.
I believe it. I believe it for you.
For you.
Hextech Gunblade, maybe?
That could be fun. Yeah, there's all sorts of cool options that we could see with these guys. Maybe we'll even get the Mordekaiser Blitzcrank lane again. I don't know if Turtle has been practicing his Mordekaiser or not. It's not really one of those picks that you would put a lot of time into making sure you're on top of your game for it, but you can never count FlyQuest out. This is a team that was so much fun to watch in spring because of their innovation, because of the different way that they played the game, and because of the way that they made everybody else think, oh, wait, what are they going to do? Because a normal team would do this, but FlyQuest, they might do something totally different.
Exactly, and that's what we're still looking to see, for Summer Split for these guys. Meanwhile, Team Dignitas, much better improvements for them on the side. So all they have to do is stay the course, stick to the game plan, and looking for the 2-0 to complete their weekend. It's actually crazy if you just look at the standings right now. So many of our top teams from last split have just come out of the gates losing a bunch of series. And yeah, a lot of it obviously is up to the strength of schedule right now because it is literally the first week. But collectively, I believe our top 4 teams are 1-7 or 1-6 right now, depending on the other matches that have played out. So a lot of losses coming through from our previous top squads.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Cloud9, 0-2 first week. TSM, 1-1 now after the results of the match against Immortals. That's surprising. Not a lot of people would come into the sit. It's like, you know what, in summer, Cloud9 and TSM, they're going to go combine 1-3. That's the way it's going to start off. People would look at that and say, what are you talking about? That's absolutely ridiculous. But right now, that's the start of things. So summer looks like it could be a very different story from spring. Granted, we don't exactly have a lot of data to work off of. Again, strength of schedule plays into it big if you're up against some of the stronger teams or some of the weaker teams here at the start. A couple weeks in, we'll have a much better idea of where everybody stands. But there have been some real surprises.
Definitely true. One of my favorite surprises is actually at the support role as we look at big. Oh, no, I forgot something. Is at the support role. All the playmaking that you're talking about, part of the excitement of these games is coming from the Bard, the Thresh, the Rakan. So hopefully we get to see some more of that. Lemonation has always been a guy that jumps on off meta stuff as well. So maybe he's got something even beyond the playmaking champions that we've already seen from support, because he's always one that really does like to, delve into the lesser traveled road, I guess.
The lesser traveled, or something tucked away deep in the pages of the notebook, just
sports, yeah.
Saving it for a rainy day. And Phoenix One even, I didn't know the result of the match that they had versus Envy earlier today. Spoiler, plug your ears if you don't want spoilers, but Phoenix One actually lost as well today.
I don't want spoilers.
You have to have spoilers so we can have this conversation. Phoenix One, the third place team from Spring Split, also 0-2 in their opening week here in summer. Very, very weird stuff happening in an ALCS.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't even that radical of off-season moves for many of the teams. All right, let's jump into it. Game number 2 here. FlyQuest is currently down 0-1 to Team Dignitas if you're just joining us now.
They've got to find themselves a win here, or they go 0-2 overall on opening week. Again, we just got done talking about some of the other teams to walk that road. Phoenix One and Cloud9 being 2 of them. FlyQuest does not want to join that club. It's not a cool club to join, but we'll be seeing if they get membership, like it or not, after this game. Dignitas would like to see that become a reality. They will ban the LeBlanc away from high, as Zach is banned away by FlyQuest, keeping up with those meta-based bans.
All right, there we go. Some Zyra coming through as well. She's been right up there. Not permaban status, but definitely highly prized by most of the teams early on. She is able to really punish some of the shielding supports as well. So, Lulu, after the nerfs to her health and to her shielding abilities, can definitely pressure there, especially with everybody taking Ignite now. The kills can come through. Kennen banned away from FlyQuest. They don't want Someday to also have the option of using that to be a split pusher in the top lane.
So many good split pushers right now, though, and Someday's the kind of guy that can just wreak havoc through your team like we saw in the last game if you give him something that works well into the current situation of the game. Lucian was that ticket last game. We'll have to see if they put him on another similar type of role this game, or if they send him back to more of a traditional tank type of duty there in the top lane. Dignitas now with Rengar and Elise being the last 2 bans coming through from the teams. They've got first pick, and it looks like they're thinking about Karma.
Yeah, Karma's still very, very strong at the moment. You can flex her to mid, you can have her in the support, so it's still a common opener, even with people having decreased priority on the shielding supports and playmaking come through more, as we keep on saying for most of the games, but not going to be the case here. That long-range engage definitely going to be key. You talked about it a little bit during the last game, but the arrows that were coming through from Lod were very, very accurate, and they almost always at least got QSSs or summoners out, unless they got the entire engage.
And one thing that we mentioned as well was how much pick potential, how much CC was available on the entirety of the team. You had a Syndra stun, you had a Zyra root, you had the Ashe and the Ivern as well. So anybody could start the CC chain, and then everybody else follows up with it. It was so problematic to go up against something like that. You had to be so careful if you were FlyQuest.
And FlyQuest are going to go with the Lulu Varus here. Combination to, buff up Turtle again. See if they can keep him afloat.
And we got to keep an eye on Turtle, because last time he had a couple situations, especially the one bottom lane. He was too far forward, got himself picked off. caused trouble for not just him, but his team too as they tried to save him. He's got to correct these errors.
He also had really key ultimates. He also won them a bunch of team fights and did win them skirmishes on the bottom side as well.
That's true.
Hitting those Varus ultimates, so got to give him some credit as well.
So if we can get the good and drain out some of the bad, he might be able to be what this team needs, put the situation on his back, and carry him across the finish line, find that win. FlyQuest, but it looks like Dignitas are going to go with that karma that they were thinking about earlier, as well as picking up the Lee for Chaser.
All right, Chaser Lee Sin. Let's see what we can get done early, because the bottom lane, bit of a stalemate there. Not that interesting as far as Ashe Karma into Varus Lulu. We've seen it so many times. And as much as we like to keep repeating that supports should be playmakers now, and we're so happy that they're not always the shielding ones, still popping up. Anyways, Syndra, Fort High, he's going to be the one in charge of that power that you're so in love with.
Of course, picking that one up now, they do it with eliminating the possibility for Dignitas to respond before the next round of bans, so they can ban out some of the tricky counter matchups for Syndra, but they still open up that counter pick possibility for Team Dignitas to get themselves something that will work well into it.
Yeah, and Keen is a guy that has, in the past, had some very unorthodox and hidden counter picks as well in store for very meta stuff like that. We'll see if anything gets drawn out here. So far, though, no extra mid lane target bans. You'd think something at least like the Fizz would probably be banned, especially since Lee Sin is already showing, but High is not worried about it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that at all. Rumble and Thresh, the bans from FlyQuest. Dignitas taking Ivern off the table, saying, you know what? We're not letting you stack two different shield users. We got the Karma, you got the Lulu. Ivern's just out of there. We're not going to be playing that game today. One more ban for Team Dignitas before we get to the final 4 picks of the game, which is going to be Renekton, keeping that one away from Balls.
All right, what is the top lane going to look like this time around? Back to tanks, will it be?
Well, looks like at least it's going to be that way for FlyQuest, but then again, could also be a jungler. Don't exactly know with the Gragas.
Moon's Gragas was actually very good in Spring Split. Right when Gragas came to prominence, he had a lot of very good flanks and very good engages with the ultimate. I think he was one of the players that really adapted to the timing difference in the ultimate really quickly and quite well.
Now this will be fun. We get to see the same matchup in mid lane from last game, but it's switched with the players. So I always like seeing games like this, Cubby, where you get a series where they played the other person's champion in back-to-back games, so you can see who really did outplay the other person, not just through the matchup. Once you play both ends of the matchup, you can see, oh, is it just the Syndra won both times, or this guy won as both ends of it? Yeah, that's how you truly show.
Especially this type of matchup, right, where can you actually dodge out, from Syndra, and this type of matchup where there is very high jungle pressure here. A Lee Sin adds a lot to Orianna. If Lee Sin can keep vision around the sides, she doesn't have to be quite as scared. You still have to respect Syndra level 6, going for that kill, but can definitely even it up.
Looks like it will be the big man in the jungle as Shen is locked in for the top lane of FlyQuest. And we'll see someday on Fiora. We thought he carried hard on Lucian. This is a champion that can be one of the hardest carries in the entire game of League of Legends.
Yeah, they're going all carries all the time now for someday in summer, and he is really embracing it once again. FlyQuest, meanwhile, though, although it's not the first tank that they lock in, it will still be the tank matchup. And Shen, he can, for the early stages, do just fine versus Fiora. It's about the scaling that comes in with Fiora, where she really starts to beat up on him. Once you get the Ravenous Hydra, once you get the Black Cleaver, the scaling really does take over. But, in the early stages, Ball should be just fine on the Shen, fight his way out. Maybe even be able to open up some cross-map pressure with his ultimate.
And this is a champion that works better for Ball's style as well. We talked about how the split push, try to play some sort of fighter 1v1er type thing like Kennen hasn't always been his thing, but Shen is a champion that Balls can help the rest of the team with, work together, follow High's shot calling, and make those moves as a unit.
And we'll see if those moves can come through. Talking up Moon on the Gragas and the possible initiations. They're definitely going to need it here because they are already down 1 game in the series. Need to push it to game number 3. Try and salvage their weekend.
Moon on Gragas, Chaser on Lee Sin. Both of these guys on champs that they're known for those plays. Should be a lot of fun to see who can get active, who can get their lanes ahead. You can hear the crowd going crazy as we are heading into Summoner's Rift for the second time in this best of 3. Dignitas, if they find the win, they're walking away with a 2-0 weekend. But if FlyQuest win this one, we're going to game 3. Out of the summoning platform they go. Last time we mostly just saw a line of scrimmage with a little bit of delayed warding towards the Raptor areas. Have to see what we get this time around. Remember though, there is no Ivern, so the cheekiness, the trolliness, the random invades and steals, that's going to be toned down most likely.
All right, let's see. Where will junglers acquire level 3? How early can you go for those invades? Chaser on Lee Sin is going to have to deal with a ward on his Raptors. Not too big of a deal, but that does add some information over for FlyQuest. See if Moon can get a nice pull on his mid lane camp. Syndra's actually a very nice mid laner to have. Gragas can set his barrel, charge it all the way up, and Syndra just lays down a sphere over the wall to help with the pull.
Easy peasy. Dignitas moving in though, wanting to at least get some vision down on their own, counter the vision that was laid down by FlyQuest in the Dig jungle, and now both sides are going to have just a little bit more knowledge about what the other is doing here at the start. Dorian's Blade for Fiora there in the top lane, Dorian's Shield for Balls. Dorian's Shield, again, very, very popular in a lot of different lanes after its rework.
And really does help out in those matchups where you know you're on the defensive. Fiora's the aggressor. Looking to get the harassment down early.
The ward dies on the chickens. Chaser can now beat these up on his own. Not really worried about who's going to be keeping eyes on him.
Every time with Shen, by the way, if you're looking to trade back in this matchup and hold your own versus those carry champions early, as you should be able to do, always look for the pass-through of the Spirit Sword to come from the other side when you activate your Q, and you should be able to trade back just fine for the early stages. Right now in the bottom lane, speaking of trading though, Lemon Nation's taking most of the damage, and he has most of the health potions though, so that's how you like to do it.
Much more of a similar matchup between supports this time as well. Shielding, utility potential on both of them as opposed to the raw damage power of the Zyra. So not as much to worry about for FlyQuest, thinking, oh man, are we just going to get caught out? Are we going to get killed and bursted instantly? Karma still has damage threat, but it's not a Zyra, right?
Definitely true. Chaser going to go for the Raptor Red Scuttle Crab level 3. Probably running an experienced rune there for himself in order to go for that invade. We're wondering where will they get their level 3s from? And he will see now that he's a little bit late around the opposite side.
Oh!
Moon still gets it.
Almost stole that one away. Just a single damage instance away from having the Sonic Wave be the steal there. So a bit of a bummer for Chaser. Would have been nice for him to be able to deny Moon that large wolf, but Moon manages to keep that for himself. 11 CS to 8 there in the jungle. Moon just going to continue along his path, and Chaser will head back into his own.
Yeah, Moon powering right along here on Gragas. This is a very good opening for Gragas. Level 4 at 3.5 minutes. Headed top now to try and mess with the carry matchup. This is because they saw Lee Sin invade. He knows this is super duper free.
The taunt lands onto Someday, who's now flashing away from the flash body slam and gets himself out of what looked to be a real bad situation.
Great early flash there from Sunday, and he knew that there was nothing else he had to dodge because Balls had just used the taunt to set this gank up. So Someday knows Moon is definitely coming for me with the body slam flash, gets to the other side, and a really nice outplay there from Someday to keep their split push hopes alive.
Ooh, same time.
It's really interesting because you have to do it late enough that the Gragas still commits his flash. If you do it as soon as Gragas starts body slamming, then Gragas doesn't have to flash to follow up. You know, he can flash at any time during the body slam to keep it going, but Someday waits there, able to get the flash out and survive himself.
Pretty much you couldn't have played that better. That was the ideal situation for Someday, given the scenario he was in. That's the outcome he got. Goes back to base, TP's back. An extra long sword and a refillable potion now, along with that control ward he picked up. Try to make sure that he's in a good spot to continue pushing up, controlling this lane, and getting himself farmed so he can find that scaling you were talking about earlier, Kobe. Meanwhile, Keen pushing high underneath his turret. Both of these guys very, very low on mana right now, though, so don't expect a lot of explosive potential there between either one of these two mid laners. Falls with a good taunt on Someday. Spirit's Refuge providing that dodge field to make it so Someday has a very difficult time returning any sort of damage of his own.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, FlyQuest lanes are just pushed up to their turret everywhere.
Meanwhile, the one not pushed up to the turret here is Keen.
Keen getting himself back. Moon pops the flash there. Good blowing of that summoner. And now, considering he got the cleanse too, this means Keen is a prime target for a return gank, especially once you've got the ultimates up for Moon and for High.
Up until this point, Moon's been doing more work, but Chaser wants to even it up.
Sauce down, Dig tanking the turret. First blood goes the way of Dignitas. It doesn't matter about the quality, Kobe. If you've got the quantity, the money goes the way of Dig.
Yeah, and it was set up very nicely by the snare finishing channeling. They take advantage of Turtle having been left there by himself. No Lemon Nation around to help out. They desync their recalls, and Turtle goes down for first blood, set up there with the root from Big.
Goes on to Chaser as well, so he'll be that much stronger as he moves around the map and looks to make even more plays, closing in on that level 6. I mentioned that High and Moon would be deadly once they had their ults, but we know that it's a game changer for Lee Sin as well, getting that kick, being able to misposition opponents and really turn what could otherwise be nothing into a big play opportunity.
Yeah, that's a really good job by Team Dignitas, recognizing the opportunity they had at their hands with the desync recalls, calling over Chaser, getting him behind for the little window that they had to go for that dive, and being able to pull that off pretty cleanly.
And Chaser does a lot of work for Dignitas. I don't remember what the exact stat was, but I remember a discussion that we had during spring about how when you look at the kills that Someday got in lane, 90% of them, or some crazy number around that, were because Chaser was involved. Chaser enables a lot of what Dignitas can do. When Chaser's having a good game, you can expect Dignitas to be able to convert that into some kind of an advantage. Chaser jumping into this top side now, the Balls gets himself away in time as Moon looks for the play on the no summoners Keen. Orianna here mid, Shockwave used, the ulti still finds its mark, and High gets the burst. Keen's out of there. Success for High and Moon.
Yep, Chaser goes top to help Someday push out that wave because Someday was getting a bit low, doesn't have his teleport. Needed some extra help to get through that minion wave. Meanwhile, Moon taking that opportunity to go for a gank of his own. Here's your repeat gank on the double summoners were burned last time, so High is able to clean that kill up. And Syndra now, with the added power in this matchup, post level 6, have to be very scared and respect that ultimate.
Chaser moving back into his jungle, grabbing the red buff for the second time. First Drake, by the way, is Infernal again. So if a team gets a big advantage early on, they've got a nice prize waiting for them. Still very, very close right now, though. Dead, even gold, 1 kill on each side. Nobody off to any sort of a crazy advantage, although you do see solo lane CS leads for both players on FlyQuest, while there's a small CS lead for Dignitas in the bottom lane to make up for it.
And you really do have to take into account the team comp and the win conditions here for Team Dignitas. Even if it is an Infernal Drake, if Balls teleports and uses Stand United down to the Drake to the bottom side, Team Dignitas have the option, if the fight's not looking good, they could just have Fiora continue to stay on top side, get more farm into the split pushing power that wants to scale up, and try and get damage on that turret instead. They don't have to take a fight down there on the bottom side. You're not forced into these things. They do, though, have the option. Ash Arrow could definitely set it up.
Ash Arrow flying all the way across the map there.
That's not the arrow.
That's not the arrow. That's the hawk shot thing. That's
a drone, buddy.
That's a drone. Is it a drone? Yeah. I thought it was like a little spirit eagle.
On the prototype here with the...
Okay, fine. Prototypes don't have spirit eagles. They have drones. But you know what I mean. I meant to say the spirit eagle, even though I said the arrow. That's my bad. But I mean the eagle. It's flying across the map. Gets a look at the camps. Chaser here in the top side. A grand challenge is issued. Spirit's Refuge keeping these guys away from completing their job initially. Someday walks right back into his healing field, picks up some extra health, and this could be turret first blood for Dignitas.
Those win conditions definitely take into account from Dignitas. They focus on top side, they gank for the split pusher, they get the first turret, they get the extra gold here off the kill, and he's going to be able to push it in. Just huge, huge victories right there towards the Fiora dream of Ravenous Hydra and Black Cleaver coming through sooner than FlyQuest would like.
And Moon wasn't able to get up in time to do anything. He shows up, but it doesn't exactly result in what he needed. Now mid! Makes the cast, but it knocks Keen to safety, and he walks out of the way as well. Now High gonna be pulled underneath the turret. But Syndra still has that ulti someday. Chaser now trying to make their own moves, but Balls is in there with Stand United, and this quickly disengages.
Yeah, very quickly there. Chaser ward hops in, flashes out. Turtle though!
Oh no, Wild Turtle bursted down. Wild Growth to keep him alive. TP coming in. Shen can be all over the map, back to back. The taunt finds the mark. Laud tries to make it 1-for-1. Turtle running and gunning and finding the kill for Big.
Balls is everywhere, man. He Stand United in the mid lane to save that one, then teleports bottom lane to save Turtle. The roam comes in as well from Lemon Nation with the shields, and FlyQuest want to take the Infernal on top of it.
You gotta keep track of Balls. When you're on a champion like Shen, he can be all over the place.
In FlyQuest games, Balls protects you.
Balls protects you in the world of FlyQuest, and Someday now jumping into the middle here. Turtle bursted down. Moon trying to return the damage onto Chaser. Balls taking low. Someday over the wall. Blast plants behind and gets away. Style points for days on this guy, man. Moon tries to take a swig and get himself out of trouble, but Someday is not going to have that happening now as Dignitas get their revenge and find 3 on the back end.
Well, that was fun, but a little bit too much as FlyQuest wanted to get the Infernal Drake on top of it. Early death timers, though, already came up for Team Dignitas, and they make that party very short-lived. Back to reality here, where Team Dignitas still have their gold lead, and now they have the Infernal Drake on top of it. Here's the mechanics, though. Someday goes in right into the middle, does get knocked up, but gets all the vitals, jumps over the wall for a little bit of loop-de-loop there with the blast cone, and everybody trading turns here. Moon with that last re-entry into the fight, though, ill-advised, and he goes down on top of it.
Looks like he was trying to get a body slam onto Someday, maybe thinking Someday was going to walk back up. Just tried to get the cheeky kill there. Instead, just ends up giving over another free kill to Dignitas with a 1,500 gold lead and an Infernal Drake under their belts now. Feeling good about the outcome of that last fight, despite how sketchy it was at the start. And now Balls doesn't have either one of those globals for a little while.
True. What's he doing around Rift Trail there? Just getting vision?
Hanging around.
Yeah,
He's having a good time.
Don't want to mess with it because he's outnumbered.
Taking a vacation from top lane. Getting beat up by a Fiora is not very fun. Sometimes you just got to get away from that for a minute.
The Fiora with early jungle pressure is not a fun situation for Shen. 2 kills onto Someday. He also got 2 assists out of all that skirmish down bottom side. Gold lead definitely in hand for himself. And he's going to be one of the biggest ones, benefiting from the Infernal Drake as well.
Very, very scary. 2-0-2 on the Fiora, 2-0-3 for Chaser's Lee Sin. Full kill participation and just slightly less than that for these two. Been a part of everything Dignitas is doing this game. As Someday continues to push up here, 30 CS advantage over Balls, who's hit that point where although you're not staring down the barrel of a Ravenous Hydra and a Black Cleaver, you're pretty scared of that impending doom coming your way.
Yeah, and you can see Someday getting vision in the red quadrant. You know, he can go down, farm out the jungle as well, keep the pressure on top side. That being said, he cannot follow the next Stand United here. No teleport available, so it will be that trade. If Balls decides to Stand United somewhere else, Someday will try and push down this turret and gain advantage that way. Roam here, though, from Chaser, forces Balls away.
Chaser saying, okay, we'll get Balls out of here. We'll take the tier 2. Shouldn't be too hard. Even if they try to do something on the other end of the map, it's a T1 for T2 trade, and Dignitas find their objective, no problem. Chaser makes sure he gets out of there in time for Someday to get some solo gold, and he just gets richer and richer.
The rich get rich in the NALCS. Keen, not one of them, because he's been ganked a ton by Moon.
Oh, they've been so much focus on towards Keen in the mid lane. Moon's barrels have just been finding their way towards him, and no matter how hard he tries to outplay it, the ultimate from high does the second part of the work and just gets that job done the way it needed to be. But Keen, with both summoner spells available, he will have ways to try to get out of those situations now. But FlyQuest falling further and further behind, 3,000 gold down now. We need to see some sort of change from them. This isn't the FlyQuest team that was super proactive and taking people by surprise in Spring Split. They seem much more complacent. Now, as I say that, they try to make some kind of a play down here in the bottom lane. Turtle getting the slows as Dignitas grabs the Rift Herald. Turtle taking some damage, but it's the Dignitas bottom lane that gets themselves exploded. Turtle keeping himself alive as Someday has rotated towards mid, trying to work on this tier 1. Elimination will move in to try to stop him, but Someday is just anything but concerned.
Oh, now he's a critter. Ha! Elimination able to save the turret for a little while. Buying time for High to come up. High is the wave clear.
Shockwave to stop him. More damage to follow it up. Keen trying to just make him low enough. He's scared to defend the turret. Bottom lane T1 does fall on the side of Dig. FlyQuest grabbing that one. Very important. Their first turret of the game. But it is going to be traded here in the mid lane. Good riposte from Someday blocking that stun. Even though it wasn't that imperative, it was still cool. And now he walks himself out, content with how much pressure he's putting on this map. Ravenous Hydra done too. And he's already got the Phage.
Yeah, he is well on his way to being a sort of unanswerable split push. They're going to need multiple members. Actually, almost already, they need multiple members here to deal with Someday anyway. So just needs a little bit of vision for himself. If Team Dignitas continue with their focus on this game plan, just add a little bit of vision for Someday, and he will continually gain them extra map pressure on that side lane. That's one thing here, because FlyQuest have been fairly proactive still. You know, Moon getting off a lot of ganks. It's just that Team Dignitas have had a more focused game plan. Yeah. Their ganks up on the top side into this Fiora, you know, into this matchup, boom, have been yielding more rewards. Riptail there down on the bottom side. Chaser doesn't want to dirty his hands with taking down that turret. Has a
nope, he's just like, get in there, you big goofy bug. Slams him in there. Granted, it's not exactly going to get a whole lot else probably, but it could. They are rotating bodies down here to help protect it now, but sometimes you just got to deploy the Rift Herald and hope he does what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, I mean, they've got all 3 lanes pushing here. Fiora pushed in top, then rotated mid. Rift Herald meets up with them at second turret. Gets off the charge, but he doesn't have much health left, so charge doesn't do as much damage.
The charge, for those of you who may not know, does damage based off how much health Rift Herald has, but he also hurts himself when he does it, so then each subsequent charge cannot be as strong as the last. So you only get that one real huge one that does 40% of the turret's health bar. After that, they're going to be less impactful. Can you imagine if it didn't hurt him, though, and you could just charge every turret in a lane for 40% of its health?
Put a helmet on your Rift Herald.
Yes, you can buy him an item that gives him a bicycle helmet so he won't accidentally hurt himself when he hits the turrets. I'd buy that.
Perfect. Meanwhile, Cloud Drake will come up. Team Dignitas can buy that for $0.
Yeah, I think they're going to make that investment. Chaser and Someday more than content to pick this one up rather rapidly for themselves. FlyQuest say, you know what, that's not even worth wasting the time thinking about contesting. They won't even bother as Someday sets up shop now in the bottom part of the map. Again, looking for tier 2s.
My question is, would you buy a Rift Herald skin with a bicycle helmet if it didn't actually help protect him?
Just like
if
purely
it was just
cosmetic.
Yeah. Bicycle helmet.
Will it give
Rift
the
Herald.
bicycle helmet to my opponents when they take it?
There's only one Rift Herald.
No, that's what I'm saying. But like, make it so when I summon him, he puts a helmet on.
Yeah.
But not my opponents.
The Rift Herald that's on the map.
Okay, they don't get to benefit from my Rift Herald bicycle helmet. Their Rift Herald can bonk himself into the turret.
So selfish. All right, you're not down. I get it.
No, I'm down.
Turtle
only for my Herald.
Lanes,
I'm not buying everybody bike helmets. I don't got that kind of money. I would buy that, though.
Okay.
I would definitely buy that. Skins team, I know at least one of you's listening. Come on. Meanwhile, FlyQuest pushing down the top side, taking down this tier 1, the second one they'll find this game. 2 turrets to 5 is still the count, though, so they've got a little ways to go. They are heading kills. But compare the itemization, Kobe, between the top laners. Someday with Ravenous Hydra and Black Cleaver now done. Balls still fumbling around with the pieces of a Titanic. Not where you want to be.
Someday is pretty much has all doors open to him, and yeah, I guess they got one ward in the blue quadrant. That's all he needs to take out the whole jungle, though. He's farming away inside the jungle. Then he'll return to the wave. Pretty much just gets the power farm an entire quadrant of the map at this point. So things only get worse. You're right. It's really a poor situation to be in for FlyQuest. And it really requires them to force something away from Someday. because it's very difficult to answer his split push after he goes back and gets his next purchase. Tenacity will reduce the duration of those taunts, so he might even get in a couple cheeky auto attacks on the turret, even if Balls is there, and then heal up off the minion wave afterwards. Regardless, the timer is on.
Ooh, that arrow wasn't exactly where they needed it to be. Lot aimed that one a little bit too straight as now the damage comes in. Man, Big is just gone before he has a chance to react. The combo damage.
Again, Turtle accurate with these Varus ultimates, snares a kill for themselves, and they also have drawn Someday away from the split push game. See if they can actually funnel in here.
Still hanging out off to the side, looking for those opportunities. No Chain of Corruption, no Syndra ult, no Gragas Cask. They are without a lot of their big team fight resources. They will be cautious with this one. High fires off the E, but doesn't have a target there. And Keen makes him feel a little bit better, missing the shockwave.
He ups the ante here. Look, I don't have an.
It's like, oh, you think you're gonna miss your E? I'm gonna miss my R. What now?
Whose cooldown comes back faster? High's running out of mana, actually.
Now Chaser jumping in. The Sonic Wave into the Resonating Strike will follow the flash, but Chaser's got to be careful, taken very low. Wild Growth down onto High, keeping him okay, but Someday now going to be bursted out. The shutdown credit goes over to Wild Turtle, and Dignitas, having lost their Fed Fiora, must now be very, very mindful of how this fight continues.
Yeah, that was a good trade for FlyQuest. They trade support for most rich member in the entire game.
I don't know about that one.
High is actually pretty rich after that fight.
Yeah.
So before that,
High might be rich
no,
now.
he's not. He's still 1,000 gold less than Someday. So
yeah, that trade's a little questionable.
Never question me.
All right, fine. I won't question you. That's my bad. I goofed. You always gotta trust in Kobe. I broke the golden rule. But currently it's Dignitas who's also breaking pretty important rules of not trading your most fed guy for a support.
All right. He may be rich, but he's dead.
Yeah.
Can't do much with the mummy. Ooh, the money.
The mummy. Yeah, I don't think you're going to pick a Mumu in this.
I would love to see him back in pro play.
Maybe one day.
Regardless, though, Baron is going to be the next option. Someday's back at it again. Just go ahead and split push on that bottom side. He's got teleport available. Dignitas going to return to their game plan that has benefited them so much this patch. Or this match. FlyQuest, though, want to force something, again, away from Someday, make him burn those summoner spells, and they don't want to give him time to really get this minion wave into position because it just gets worse and worse as time does go on.
I mean, technically, your statement about benefiting in this patch is true, because this is the first week we're seeing him play on this patch. It's all there.
Thank you.
It makes sense. You were right, again, even if you didn't mean to be.
Minions are down, though. They can't keep up this siege on the mid turret. FlyQuest very close to cracking that one open. But again, Someday pushes the wave up, and they have to do something about this. He's going to have alone time with his turret, actually. See how much damage he can get on it.
FlyQuest need to get somebody there pretty quickly. Every single one of those auto attacks packs a pretty nasty sting to it. Gets that below half HP with just the few seconds he had. FlyQuest luckily gets balls in place now with that Titanic Hydra to clear those waves out that much faster.
This is a two-part game plan, though. You know, when you split push, it's not just all on the Fiora, all on the split pusher. The rest of the squad needs to use that time to set up control wards, deny vision around Baron, and that's the thing that pulls the other team into two directions, so they can't all just pile on the Fiora and go for the kills. Dignitas now doing that, filtering into the Baron and setting up that vision.
Chaser seems to be having a hard time attacking that ward. It must be at the very edge of the control ward detection range or something along those lines. Blue buff being given over to High now. Someday not hanging out in that part of the jungle close enough to try to secure that, but Dignitas has decided, hey, let's go for the Baron.
They did 2 autos on the ward, didn't finish it off. And Brandon said, so there's 2 options. Either don't hit the ward at all, and they don't know that you're even there.
Right.
Or kill the whole thing.
You either go sneaky, or you go all the way in on killing it. You can't go half and half.
They just did. Now they're going to go back on the Baron that they see FlyQuest doing the Dragon. Pings all down, and their control ward's still available, so Dignitas easily going to be able to burn through this one, and FlyQuest, it looks like they made the decision, hey, it's too dangerous to face check these guys, so I guess we'll just take the Dragon instead.
But the problem with that is Dignitas sees their green light, and that means pedal to the metal. Baron Nashor, 25 minutes in.
And the big problem with that is Team Dignitas already have this super fed split pusher. Now with Baron, it's the dream of a split push team to be able to have Baron to work with to end out the game.
And a red buff. Fiora's just sitting exactly where she needs to be, working on Death's Dance, third item too. Oh, double lifesteal Fiora is so impossible to deal with.
Red and purple, just needs the blue to top it off. The holy trinity of League of Legends neutral buffs.
Everybody from Dignitas now getting back at the same time, making sure that when this push happens, they can do it across the map together as a team. Exactly what you were talking about. It's not just up to Fiora. The rest of the Dig boys got to be in a spot to make something happen somewhere else.
Dig big.
Dig
right
big.
Up the middle.
Gotta go big.
The rest of the members. And then we just have to wait 2 more waves for Someday and True to be in place. FlyQuest, looking at it from the underdog's perspective, they gotta find some pocket of fog of war, because if Team Dignitas see them coming, it's gonna be so difficult for them to get the engage. I mean, what are you gonna rely on? The Flash ultimate from Turtle or Moon coming out of the fog of war with Gragas Flash? Those are really their main options, unless Hai is able to get one of those telegraphed long-range Syndra stuns. You know, it's going to be really difficult, and they're looking for the surprise.
And Kobe, if Dignitas wins this game and ultimately wins this match because of it, that means that the number 2, number 3, and number 4 teams from the NALCS in Spring Split 2017 will all start Summer Split 0 and 2. Everything's upside down.
Unlucky.
Unlucky. Week 2, that's when we're starting for real. This is the practice games.
All right, FlyQuest have a chance to defy that statistic.
They could be like TSM. They could go 1-1, but they do got to win here, and then they got to win again. They got their work cut out for them.
All right, be like TSM. Go 1-1.
Go 1-1.
Someday, purple buff, here we go. Is he gonna try and get the auto pass balls? Dodge the taunt. He's not even going for it.
Not gonna attempt this one. Damage poking at him. Despite the Randuins, Balls just can't endure this damage from Sunday at all.
He hit 3 vitals. That's enough true damage to force the Shen off of the turret. Then he doesn't have to go past him. Takes it out afterwards.
And now everybody's being dragged away on the side of FlyQuest. They can't defend the other lanes, so now the other Dignitas players get to push up, make their impact.
And that's kind of the problem with these compositions, right? You see the Fiora scaling so long in advance that you're just like, oh God, here it comes. I knew it was coming. The Fiora had a great start. Here comes the split push. Nobody can answer. An inhibitor is dead.
Yup, you just have to stand there and watch it happen and say, all right, I guess this is fine. Maybe she'll throw. Problem is, this is Someday. This isn't a random solo queue game with a Fiora that might overcommit and try to 1v5 fountain dive. The guy knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Prominent split pusher, prominent carry from the top lane.
Someday and some dude. Big difference.
Definitely not one and the same here today. Player of the game in game number 1. Making an incredibly strong performance here. Boom goes to the move. Not going to be finding him this time around. And without that flash or that cask, big tools down on the side of FlyQuest.
They can take turns using the flashes for the surprise play. 1 down now. Turtle still has his. Try and flash Varus ult somebody out of position. Team Dignitas is just going to take that money, though. Laugh their way all the way home.
I mean, Dignitas is happy with the outcome of this Baron play. You managed to break open the base. You got an inhibitor.
You could say that.
And Infernal Drake will be up in a little bit under 2 minutes, so they can grab even more damage for the whole team. This is looking very, very dire for FlyQuest. Almost 3,600 gold in the Baron power play for Dignitas. FlyQuest needs some kind of anything to grab onto, claw their way back into this game, but Dig is not giving it to them.
Scuttle Crab.
Scuttle Crab, there you go.
That's some
Baby
kind of
steps.
something
Baby
right there.
steps.
It's going to be in front of an Infernal Drake. No, it's actually going to time out before the Infernal Drake comes back up. Over a minute away there for that one.
Fistful of crabs. That's what FlyQuest. It's like the classic movie for a fistful of dollars, but it's a fistful of crabs.
I have not seen that movie.
It's a Western. One of those, like, FlyQuest is now at high noon in the middle of the town. The clock is about to tick, and they've got to find a way
Time to at noon. No? Okay. Hey, stun!
All right, not going to find the stun today. High, 4-0-2 on this Syndra. 300 CS, the only person even remotely as strong as the Fiora on the side of FlyQuest.
All right, let's go high.
I think he's got to be the hero they need.
He's definitely the hero they need. Let's see if he's the one they deserve. Ultimate into multi-man stun. Definitely could buy them an opening. I mean, they do have damage on the team. They do have, you know, if they can catch them out of position.
You've got a Ludens, you've got a Void Staff, you've got Morello, another needlessly large rod in that inventory. High does a lot of damage.
They do not have the right to take this Infernal Drake, though. That will be Team Dignitas's.
Yeah, this should be no contest whatsoever. If you try to contest that, someday he's going to get inhibitor number 2, and that's just not a worthwhile trade. Infernal Drake quickly dropping, going the way of Team Dignitas, who still maintain that 6,000 gold lead. And with Baron coming up in 45 seconds, things are going to go from bad to worse. No death still as well on Chaser with this Lee Sin. Dead Man's Plate, Mauve Malmortius, Warrior Enchantment with the Tracker's Knife. Plenty of tools in his arsenal.
That is true.
These plays.
That is true.
But yet, despite how much Dignitas has done, it's still kind of funny that FlyQuest is the team that has found more kills for themselves. It's just they can't find anything else in the game. The turret count 3 to 7.
And again, it does come back to that game plan that was so clear for Team Dignitas, and they played really well to it. Chaser goes up to the top side. You know, someday first it requires to outplay from him. He outplays that first gank from Moon. That was really impressive there with the early flash, timing it. So he also got Moon Splash. But then Chaser visits after he's pushed him under the turret. That's how they built this lead. If you didn't see the beginning of this game, good focus there. Moon going for a play. Doesn't have flash this time around.
Arrow to stop High, making sure he doesn't chase this one down and find any sort of a setup. Orb comes over the wall, but FlyQuest won't find their marks. As Someday is in the enemy base, marching towards the Nexus turrets of all things. FlyQuest starting up the
They
Baron.
have to. It's not like they want to do this. They have to force something. Chaser gonna come around and look for a sneak on the backside. Moon might engage though.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. FlyQuest though, now going to be funneled into the enemy jungle.
High
Turtle!
Oh my God.
He takes him all the way out. Now the rest of FlyQuest has got to find some kind of a way to exit here as Someday's push continues. He might just kill Balls, bursts him out. This is disaster for FlyQuest. One Nexus turret falls, more minions are marching into the base. All the rest of Dignitas has to do is prevent backs. Lemon will be able to get back there. Moon flashing away as soon as he sees the enemy flash. Someday going to these turrets. Lemon still trying to back. Remember, they never got Baron. He doesn't have the empowered recall. Big just going man mode against an out-of-mana Syndra. Lemon having to pop Wild Growth on himself. Someday still doing damage to the turret, but will not be able to take it down before Moon arrives. Still long death timers on the side of FlyQuest. Turtle will be up momentarily, but Balls has 15 seconds to go, and High's not around for 45. Dig will, at a minimum, make this another inhib under their belts. Now looking for even more. Deciding to back off as FlyQuest shows up, but now they re-engage. Lemon Nation is down. Moon gonna be rooted up by that Karma, and Dig may just look to end right here. Still 25 seconds on High, 40 on Lemon Nation. Wild Turtle, Balls, and Moon have to make the defense here. Someday will retake that inhibitor in the bottom side, and Dig are looking to put the final nails in the coffin.
Yeah, arrow there from Lod gets them the kill, and Someday teleports in. Now they're going for it.
Trying to make some kind of a move. Balls is grand challenged, and the Vitals just destroy the guy. Dignitas, nothing gonna be stopping them now. They get rid of Moon. The riposte to block the explosive cast. The shockwave rips Turtle out of the fountain and cuts him down. And Dignitas will go 2-0. Look at the smiles on the faces of the Dignitas players, happy about the outcome of that one, excited for an awesome result here in week number 1 of the Summer Split.
Someday fun day there. Lucian and Fiora. He gets to go full carry mode, split push all day long. And boy, is he happy about it.
6-1-3 on that Fiora. We mentioned early on in that game how in spring, a lot of the times when Someday got going, it was Chaser who helped him. 3-0-6 on that Lee Sin. those two together just working in tandem to make the game their own and force FlyQuest to play the Dignitas win condition, to play the Dignitas game, and they didn't have the tools to respond.
Definitely true. Moon tried his best, focusing mid lane, getting some kills onto Keen, forcing out a lot of summoners, but not able to translate into objectives. And Team Dignitas 2-0 in week 1 of the North American LCS Summer Split 2017, coming out strong.
Now, can they keep this up? This is a team that we talked about having a rough time at the start of the last split. At one point, they were even fighting to get out of being tied for last place in the entire NALCS. Now, coming into Summer Split, after surging back during the second half of spring, they're starting off with a 2-0 beginning. They look strong. This is a team to keep your eye on.
Pretty much all the bottom teams in the North American LCS just flipping the script. Upside down now, as you said, number 2, 3, and 4.
All
teams
0-2.
from Spring Split all lose 0-2.
All 0-2, and the one team in the top 4 that didn't 0-2, they still didn't get a clean sweep. TSM only going 1-1. The gap is closing between the North American LCS teams. We got to add that little asterisk on the end of it there.
Different gap.
Different gap, but it's still closing. There's a gap closing somewhere. That's what's important, Kobe. We're getting some progress.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really interesting to watch, you know, the way in which this actually came about too, because everyone's so happy, you know, there's more playmaking, you know, there's more proactive plays being set up. Shot calling is very, very important as far as ending out a lot of these series.
Yeah, the cohesion between the Dignitas team, even when you saw them after they got the Baron, they're saying, okay, wait for Someday. Everything goes very clean all the way up until they're pushing. And right as Someday draws the attention, that's when everybody else steps up. They just made sure that they did it as 5, always working together as the team, and those communication trainings, those communication practices, working together and making sure that everybody's on that same page. It's starting to pay off and you can really see it.
Definitely true. I mean, Someday this time around, 6-1-3 on Fiora. Got the Flame Horizon over balls as well. And as you said, once you start to get to that point on Fiora where you're buying Death Stance and it takes like 3-4 people to try and take you down, those are the types of moments that players really enjoy on stage, right? The kind of God mode.
The hero mode.
Exactly.
Where you're the raid boss and they just have to try to find some way to get you out of there. But to hear more about that match, we're going to send things down to Riv, who's got an interview with Team Dignitas' bot laner.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined by Dignitas Lod after their victory over FlyQuest. A 2-0, looking pretty good on the week, I should say, at 2-0 as well. How do you guys feel coming into this split? And overall, how's it feel to be back on the stage?
It feels really good. We picked up a new support, and we're like subbing in him in an special, and he brings a lot of energy to the team. And then we're also scrimming with Shrimp, who we brought in as well. And then we got Saint in here as well. So the energy in the team is like a lot more lively. It's like a lot more positive now. It's more upbeat. And I feel like we have a good foundation to build off of now. Yeah.
All right. And now that I have you up here, question about the AD carry position. Last split, you kind of talked about how you have all of the elements that you need to make things work for Dignitas this time. Now with Big down there, it seems even a little bit more stronger. How are you feeling about your play coming in? And is it going to get much better?
I'm thinking it'll get a lot better. Before the split started, I don't think I practiced hard enough, and then I caught like a really, really bad cold like a week before the split, and I wasn't able to practice very well. But seeing how well like everybody on the team is doing really motivates me to improve, and I want to set like a higher standard for my performance because I think I played really terribly this weekend.
Well, all right then. You definitely set yourself up to do a little bit better. The team's right there behind you. Final question for you. Coming in very strong, what kind of were the changes, the expectations coming in for Dignitas, and what are the goals of the team this split?
I think same as every other team, we're aiming for first. We want to be the best team that we can be, and we want to hit our ceiling this split. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Thanks for the interview. GG on the game. Dignitas taking the victory over FlyQuest, and we are going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down the rest of that game.
Thank you very much, Riv. Well, guess what, Lot? You're in first place right now. 2-0, tied up there with CLG and Immortals at the end of week 1. But really, the story of this game was someday, and someday.
I mean, there were other people on the Rift, but Someday.
But someday
yes, exactly.
is the guy to look at. I mean, this is the kind of person that we talked about so much coming into the spring split as being a top laner that could take over the league, right? We have lots of top lane talent, but this was the guy that was supposed to come in and kind of raise the bar even more and, you know, force the domestic junglers to have to step up to his level. And we saw that at times, specifically in the laning phase throughout the spring. But here in this summer split on the outset here, we're seeing that potential to carry as the meta is now also supporting it.
Yesterday on the Rumble games had some huge teleport flanks. This time around on the Fiora, obviously split pushing to victory. It is fair to say last season he never really struggled individually, but he sometimes didn't have the impact over the game that you thought he would. It was diminished by the other team, ignoring him sometimes depending on the champ he was on, or aggressively attacking him. His team couldn't follow up. This season, the team seems like it's on a better page, just with some of the coaching changes that came in, as well as Big joining the team and helping with some of the mid-late game shot calling. So, you know, this early game was relatively scrappy. Chaser went bottom and top to get kills. FlyQuest, obviously, with the Moon high synergy, targeting more around mid lane, and it seemed like a pretty even game at the start.
And that's what's cool about it, right? Is we already knew that this guy was an individually very talented player, but you see how much it opens him up to be a star when you put just the right people around him. And hey, you know, Big being the one, you know, major change for this squad between the two splits, I have to believe that he's at least in part, you know, responsible for the success that the team is finding so far within the split. Now I want to dive into some actual play here. And this is just some fun stuff that Mark and I were looking at throughout the game. 11:30 drag fight. Dignitas comes out big on this one. Someday playing like a monster. Walk the audience through our thought process here.
All right, so we see FlyQuest make a play in the bot lane. They get a couple kills. They look for a dragon. Dig, good contest. Someday getting in the mix, getting people low, getting a couple kills. And then right here, he goes over the wall kind of surprisingly, hits the blast cone, goes over. And we're thinking, all right, that had to have been like a mistake. That was a little curious use of his lunge. Why exactly would he do that?
Right, yeah. Step one was, wait a second, why did he go over the wall? That was a free kill on Shen standing right next to him.
And then we watched it again, and we're like, okay, maybe he's not exactly sure of Shen's summoner, so instead of walking around, maybe he's trying to
predicting the flash.
Doing some option coverage, like maybe his taunt's coming up, maybe, I don't know if his flash is up, so we think, okay, that's smart, just, you know, he's gonna get the kill anyways. And then we start thinking more about it. Yeah, we're still thinking about this play, you know, 5 minutes into the game, and we're like, wait a minute, what if he knew that, you know, he can go over the wall, take the blast cone to secure the kill on Shen while denying it away from the rest of FlyQuest, trying to use it to escape. So he cuts off an escape path while still being low health.
While repositioning.
While repositioning at low health, knowing he won't die, which enables eventually Keen to flash in for the kill on the Gragas. It's like, if that's the level Someday is thinking at, this is why he is such a monster in the game.
Speculation on our parts, but I want to believe that he is that good.
Sometimes you watch a pro do something and you're like, that was a mistake. Let's be real. That might have been a mistake. But this is one of the times where, if you really think about it, it's not the most ridiculous situation to think that he came up with that solution.
And great. If I've got this guy on my roster, then he's the guy that I want to play through, right? And this is where we see as the game develops, Dignitas really showed, or rather illustrated, that they understood he was their win condition. We go ahead to 31 minutes in the game, and it's just a major stop the backs kind of situation here while we breach.
Yeah, FlyQuest thinks, okay, we have to force Baron. There's no way we deal with this Fiora, because either we lose the Baron or Fiora ends the game. But the slight positioning by Turtle, one of his, you know, kind of weaknesses in the late game, allows him to get blown up by Keen there. And now it's all off to the races. You see instantly Someday takes this as the, I'm gonna go kill their top laner. We got this in the bag. Even if I die now, there's no longer even a threat on Baron even. So there's no reason to hold back anymore. And the rest of Dignitas do a great job chasing down, stopping these backs, flashing in, everyone flashing away. Even Big getting involved, trying his best to kite out high.
Right, and we had mentioned that we even felt like this game was fast. We were surprised at how quickly it ended, just in terms of the time, the actual total game time. There was that small lull, and it was due to the 1 or 2 times that Dignitas opted into straight up 5v5s, and so maybe a few miscues there, but again, we see the growth within the game itself of them identifying, well, we can't win that way. We can't just keep running at them 5-man headstrong. So let's go ahead and spread the map back out and play more towards our win conditions.
Exactly. That's one of the things that happens over the course of a game with the team, is that sometimes they go too aggressive and they say, okay, we need to play these fights slower, don't focus backline, those kinds of things. This time, yeah, maybe you can win a team fight with a grouped up Fiora, but you can 100% split push to victory, so just go for that plan.
Yeah, well, we've been, you know, ogling over him, but no surprise, he picks up player of the game here for Someday. As I say that, it's time now for us to toss you guys over to some bonus coverage of Team Liquid and Echo Fox, as they're our last series of the day. Enjoy.
Time much to do with this one. Looking now for the inhibitor itself. The siege is on. The shield is there. Inhib likely to fall. Piglet still in the wings. Nearly down to Cocoon. Look for damage into Acadian. Knocks him pretty low. Back onto Keep. He might take down Keep, but the taunt is there. The knock, but they got Piglet. And that is all they really needed. Now Reyna were forced to kite away. He's burning down from the dragon, but the inhibitor is going to fall. And Echo Fox, 5 men strong, finally have the tools to break into the base. No inhibitor standing. Only the Nexus turrets left up, and Piglet, the primary carry, no longer here to defend them. A TP just to make sure it's easy. Looper to rejoin the fight in the front line. The first turret going to fall. Keith in the back lines. He and Gate did win the lane, and it was a lot of the reason this game started out so well. And finally, Echo Fox, it was a struggle, but 7 total kills in. They will knock down the Nexus, and Echo Fox 3-0 in games, taking on the first one against Liquid.
They get the job done. It wasn't clean, but they finally are able to capitalize. They force the QSS from Piglet, and then knowing he has no summoners, Looper can flash in on him, and they take him down. A valiant hold at the end for quite some time from Liquid, but they just gave up way too much in the early game, and their macro game left so much to be wanted from that. I mean,
yeah,
Liquid, it's been the story in all their games so far. They have not been able to match up with their opponent's map movements and not been able to really go toe-to-toe in the early game with that.
Yeah, it's just so interesting, right? This is not a game you can blame the mid laner switch for. It's just them simply not really playing very well as a team. Again, it's 80% credit to Echo Fox, 20% credit to Liquid for not answering properly here. I do like the early plays that Echo Fox had. I thought there were some really smart things. The invade from Acadian, the first blood due to Froggen coming down as well. The lane swap using the Galio with the item lead of the lane advantage they'd already picked up by going for the early Varus and the early Karma. Like, these are things that were choices of Echo Fox. You can see the lane swap come in here. Just, it's an item lead, and on the other side, Galio can just wave clear.
Exactly, and that was one of the biggest things, is that Galio had been consistently thinning out that wave. So not only does Echo Fox get the first turret, they also get 2 turrets, and Liquid cannot even finish the first of their own. So, like, this lead was so big, and a lot of it was kind of precipitated by that Galio being able to wave clear, but it's also some poor decisions from Liquid. I mean, Rainover could have simply stepped out and helped finish off that turret, but then they were panicking that they're losing 2 turrets in the top lane. They did not have the right people in the right place, and they gave up so much. And this happened not even just then, it happened again when they switched their bot lane back to bot. They take 2 turrets for a 1-turret trade in the eventual trade again.
Yeah, and of course that one may be more predicated on the fact they have a gold lead and a mountain and an Infernal Drake, but the situation is still there, where the first 15 minutes were incredibly well played for Echo Fox. And even the 15 to 20 slowdown, where they said, let's only play for Baron, I still think that's a good choice, because it is harder to crack the inhibitor when you're 18 minutes into the game. But 20 to 40 minutes in was like just nothing happening. They're going negative in kills despite a 9,000 gold, despite holding onto a Baron. You can see one of these defenses here where they just tried too hard to kill off Slushi.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you want a little bit too much. They pop the cleanse, so they're thinking, hey, maybe we can actually end the game if I can land a Cocoon here. But you could just take the inhibitor and then push in mid, get another inhibitor instead. Keating goes for the big play, is not able to land it. Slushi with a nice counter flash, and they are able to kind of turn around this fight, chase them down, and at least push them out of the base. But, you know, Echo Fox was in control the whole time. The main criticism for them, if any, was really just how long they took to close a game with 5 dragons, an over 10,000 gold lead, multiple Barons, and an eventual Elder. Like, it took them so long to finish off what should have been a very routine game, and perhaps if it was another team with that lead, might have been, you know, a 25, 26-minute game.
Sure, totally agree with the ability to end the game. Definitely wonky from Echo Fox. Our final replay is going to be the game ender, where they finally did have the 6-stack Elder Dragon, the Baron on top of it, and they'd already done well before.
Yeah, and Piglet is trying to, you know, posture aggressively, trying to chunk out the backline, trying to make something big here happen, but he had no summoners. The QSS gets forced. It's an easy taunt flash in there for Looper, and as soon as you get a hold of that Kog'Maw, he's the linchpin. He's essentially the entire composition at that point in the game.
Yeah, he really is, and just at a certain point, you can't dodge everything forever, and that opening finally presented itself for Echo Fox. And again, maybe they were there and they failed to take them, but this was the one where they finally got the lead, held onto it, and did something with it. And of course, with the Kog'Maw dead, that was just, okay, we can close the game out from there. And it means it's 3 games now. It means that it's Echo Fox, who are undefeated in games, undefeated in matches. Of course, they took down FlyQuest yesterday, which is actually a pretty strong team, and they arguably got an upgrade on the bot lane with Wild Turtle, so that's already a good win. Liquid, yes, they've been struggling to find their footing. But in a season that's already been so interesting, where the top teams are all losing and the bottom teams now doing really well, with like Immortals being 2-0, etc. Like, this is nice to see all the sort of tumultuation, I don't know if that's a word.
Tumultuous.
The tumultuous sort of early standing so far, where Echo Fox had sat around in like 8th place, and hey, maybe they're going to be tied for first at the end of the first week, which is good for them.
Yeah, it definitely is. But to be fair, strength of schedule, I think, also plays a big part in that here as well. You know, they are playing up against FlyQuest, and which was, you know, a top 4 team, to be fair. But then now you are playing up against Liquid, and one of the things that is worrying for me for Echo Fox is just the trend of kind of the struggles in the late game. As far as, you know, you look at Froggen in the Solution versus Cassidy game, where they, you know, failed to actually kill the Nexus against FlyQuest, and then it took so long, and then this eventual kind of like crazy backdoor scenario where they are able to actually finish it out. But they're massively ahead in that game too. Yeah. And they really struggled to close, as they did here. And if you give really good teams a lot of opportunities to come back and you give them too much time, you can get punished. And that has been something that Echo Fox has been struggling with for the last year plus.
I totally agree, and I think we will see those slip-ups punish them in the future, but of course this was still a game win for Echo Fox. It's funny because it feels like it was a game 2. Yeah. Just because like the first half of the game was like, all right, GG, if that's SKT, like the Nexus falls at 18 minutes, and you're like, all right, that's game 1. Wow, that was a slaughter, good for them. And then like the back half of the game felt like game 2, where it was like more equal footing and Liquid are team fighting well, but that was only the first one. We still got at least one more game to go, and we are stepping away for a quick break. But Mina's back here for the real game 2 between Echo Fox and Team Liquid. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back. Good stun from Frog, not going to land that just yet, but the Cocoon from the Fog of War is going to land, and first blood comes through. Buys him a bit of time as well, but Acadia's still going to get attacked, and looks like Patience may just pay off. Will they take him down? The Flash, Rain over and Piglet secure the kill. 1-1 on the scoreboard. And a flash to run for Frog, and he's out of range now, and Piglet does not have... Oh, he does! Oh, he does! He actually had the mana. I take it back. Piglet from downtown gets the kill.
I taunt soon. I'm gonna look for Echo then. Me zoom. I'm looking for Echo too. I go. I'm not gonna ulti. Okay, good job. Oh my God. 3, 2, 1, Mantra E. Here, go. I'm ulting. Nice.
Good job. Burn. I'm actually so fucking
good. Go for Cog. No, Dragon.
Yes, I can go. Go for him.
They will knock down the Nexus, and Echo Fox 3-0 in games. Take down the first one against Liquid. Welcome back to the final match of the week. Wow, I can't talk today. I don't know what's going on. The teams are gearing up for round 2 of Echo Fox versus Team Liquid, and I wanted to give player of the game to Looper. For those who are confused, it comes down to the casters eventually, and we didn't really know who to give it to. It was all of Echo Fox playing well together, right? This was a game won by teams.
Exactly.
And I was the one that said, okay, I'm going to give it to Looper because I thought he played the 1v3 defense very well. No deaths and did wave clear, which I've seen so many players screw up that turret defense. That's like a mark of playing well. And he had the final pick off on Piglet where he said, okay, Cleanse is down. We know Flash is down. Taunt Flash and E, that's going to guarantee the kill. So I thought he made the game-winning play and the other game-winning play of defending properly in the 1v3. So I thought above the rest, I thought it was Looper.
Yeah, I thought that Looper had a really solid game. And like you say, in games like this, it's really hard to have one player, I think, standing out from the rest because it was extremely low kills. It was a very slow game. It wasn't like a massive carry performance. I think that it was more a lot of good shot calling in the early game. That was really what got them in the advantage. And also, you know, Looper was a very big part of that, both from champion pick, obviously playing the Galio so he could defend in that 1v3, but also for how he played it out.
Yeah. All right, so of course, honorable mentions to pretty much the rest of the team. Whoever was shot calling really deserves it. Whoever devised the first 12 minutes is the real player of that game.
Coach is the player of the game.
Maybe it is. I don't know. Or if it's just like randomly someone in the background just gave him the idea. Either way, honorable mentions also can go to Acadian because he did get the first blood. That did very well. But Echo Fox, honestly, it was a game that they were in control of the entire time. 6 of 6 dragons. They had all the 3 barons as well for obvious reasons. I think they gave up maybe 3 turret kills and 3 champion kills. Like all game, like very little happened against them. But after the first 15 minutes, the story was, wow, the early game shot calling was insane, and then it took you another 20 minutes to close out, which is probably 15 minutes longer than it should have been.
Yeah, I definitely agree that they could have perhaps played more aggressively, looked to actually finish that out. And I did think that Acadian, played a very good game because not only was it just about the first blood, but he was actually very proactive in invading and taking away camps, gaining not only himself an XP advantage, but also Frog in there too, being able to control the side lanes. And I think that their vision game was very good to kind of enable that split push and enable them to take away those camps and build that lead. But you do hope that once you're in that position, you can close out more cleanly, more quickly.
Sure.
And that's something that you're going to be looking for from them in game 2.
Yep, definitely something you can still work on and practice. It's interesting, yesterday I was casting one of the TSM games where I was mentioning that their strength hadn't really been the last 30 minutes or so, and Weldon Green tweeted at me about it, who's of course with G2, was with TSM before, and he said, you can just focus on practicing your late game during your practice time and improving that maybe part of your game, and it feels like Echo Fox has done a very good job of shoring up the early game. It's back to pristine Echo Fox form, but again, past 20 minutes, I think that is definitely where the team needs some growth, and according to some inside sources, apparently people who kind of know the scene, you can work on that post 20 in practice, and maybe we'll see Echo Fox get improvements there over time. As you can see, the players getting ready and getting back onto their stations. We should have game 2 coming up shortly.
Yeah, and I do think that you can have focused practice in any area, even if it's just simply in where you spend most of your time in VOD reviews, in preparing strategies and talking about map movements and what you actually should be doing. Obviously, you can play those games out and try to play longer games and set up scenarios and things like that within the game that you would want to practice. But a lot of it does come down, I think, to knowing situations and knowing what you're supposed to do in those situations. So I think that VOD review and those sorts of things with coaches are so big in making these correct late game decisions because it's hard to do it in the moment, but once you have seen a situation and you do it the wrong way, you can be taught the right way to do it, and you can kind of remember how you're supposed to do it.
As long as you can drill it and get that to become second nature, because when the lights are on and the crowd is cheering and there's things going on, it is always a bit harder to do what you practice exactly right, but the more you get that practice, the better off you are. And we are ready to go here with game 2. Liquid hoping to get something back. Sadly for them, it's been 0-3 in games, the exact opposite of what Echo Fox have had. But there have been close ones. There have been signs of life for Liquid. It's just they've been a bit dim, and we'll see if it can happen here. Shen banned off the table. You see that with Liquid winning the first pick. Echo Fox don't want to give that one away, and we retain that same red side Zac ban.
And I honestly would like to see a team like TL just draft something extremely simple. Draft something with very simple win conditions, whether it's 1-3-1, you draft very strong side lanes, or you draft something with a ton of wave clear. Like, you just have to do something very, very simple, I think, and stick to the basics, because they're struggling in the macro game. Like, the actual individual players play, I think, is fine. It's just that they're not being able to keep up as a team, and on the LCS level, that's more what it comes down to rather than just being good in lane.
Yep, absolutely agree. That's the big skill that gets tested for the most part. Lulu off the table as well, so Echo Fox actually removing a lot of the tools that Liquid had used before with that giant Kog'Maw, and they maybe aren't willing to just rely on a great 50 minutes again. Galley off the table means a Kennen first pick, blind pick comes through for Echo Fox. Lane dominant on the top side is the name of the day.
It definitely is. I mean, there are some picks that can compete with it. You look at, really, when you're looking at solo queue, if you look at any of the top challenger top laners, it's like Fiora, Jace, Kennen. That's pretty much the 3 champions that everyone plays because those are those kind of simple win condition. You fully lane, you split push, and that's kind of how you get your edge. And I do think that something like a Jace can sometimes match up okay against a Kennen. You can fight it out pretty well. You obviously can go ways like Galio and just try to wave clear and hold on. That can work out pretty well too.
Liquid getting some pretty powerful picks themselves. Lulu off the table, they grab up the Karma. I think we are in a world where you can go for shooting supports or playmakers. We've seen Bards and Rakans do well, but it's kind of up to team style right now, and Liquid clearly pretty happy to play for shielders down to the bot lane. Rain never takes away the Elise that Acadian played prior, and maybe we get to see the Visayan duo out of Echo Fox here. There's Xayah locked in. Rakan is possible to follow. I don't think she has to be flanked by the Rakan, but we've seen it together most times, more often than not, and they will allow a Rakan ban to come through if they don't want to play against it. Lee Sin instead grabbed for Acadian.
I think it's kind of smart if you're impartial, like if you don't really care about if you have Rakan or not, maybe the other team is willing to actually spend a ban on it. And there is the Jace, so that Jace could actually, be going mid lane, it could be going top lane to match up against the Kennen. If you are playing range versus range carry in the top lane, you really do want jungle attention there because that is going to be so snowbally that whoever kind of gets that first kill, that first pick, can often take over in that lane.
Absolutely, and in fact, I think it's multiple flex picks as well. I can see Karma easily going mid, especially in a Jace game. You're going to run almost always physical damage bot lane, physical damage top lane. You want some magic damage somewhere. The Elise helps. And then you might see it somewhere in that mid lane role with the Karma. But we'll have to see what it's going to be. Tom Kench banned off the table alongside the Rakan. So they are removing tank supports away from Gate.
And that makes quite a bit of sense, I think. But there's a lot of picks still available for support, obviously. You can go for things like if you want to go lane focus, something like a Nami. Zyra can pair up there pretty well. Lulu is banned and Karma is taken off the table, so you're not going to maybe get a premier shielding support, but you still have very powerful laners available here.
Definitely agree. We're going to see that the Caitlyn and the Lucian dropped off the table. Similar bans to before. This time Twitch is allowed, but Piglet going to go for something a bit safer, and he decided that he wants to have more lane control. Xayah, not necessarily a huge bully in her own right. Usually players consider the laning phase a bit weaker, but it's going to be Varus picked up anyway, as Keith's Xayah will go up against Piglet's Varus. And Sejuani and Talia come through, so Sejuani into the support role, I'm guessing, for Gate with the Talia mid.
Yeah, I've actually heard about some players practicing this, and we have to remember Gate was the guy who brought out the Camille support, and he's willing to actually do some of these things. I've been hearing that Lemonation was actually, playing this in solo queue and seeing some of the guys playing in solo queue. You can look at their accounts, and some of them are experimenting with some pretty wacky stuff. It doesn't always come out into LCS, but Gate obviously has the confidence in his solo queue picks to bring them stage.
It's going to be fun. The final pick comes through as the Cassiopeia mid lane for Solution, which means it is going to be Lorlo taking Jace into the top lane against Looper's Kennen. That is about as solo queue as a matchup can get with an Elise and Elise Sin. I mean, it's really like we just drafted a challenger solo queue game right here. The top half of the map going to be very fun to watch for. And I'm excited about how Sejuani Xayah plays against this. I feel like they get pushed in, but Xayah does work well when kiting back. We'll see what happens.
One thing I will say, when you're actually using that Sejuani, it has a massive amount of CC. So if you can actually queue in, you have the knock up, then you can actually land your hits for the passive, you can freeze them, and that would set up very easy feathers to actually pull back through for the root. So not only would you get the shatter damage, you'd land an easy root after that. So that's kind of like a 3-part CC chain that you could pull off, and the all-in potential could be pretty high there if they're not getting poked out and really bullied early on.
Absolutely, we'll see what happens here. Some new picks coming in, very exciting for me. Liquid, though, without a tank, meaning you can maybe crash through the front line. Sejuani and Lee Sin going to do the best they can for that job. Not always the tankiest in their respective roles, but we'll see what comes through. Froggen's Talia coming in, and Keith off Ashe duty for this match. That was the running joke for him from before, and he's off actually branching out. He had done very well in the laning phase, was actually a key member of why the early game did so well with all the recalls and stuff they had focused off against Liquid. So now on Xayah, we'll see what Keith can do.
Yeah, they actually did really well in lane last game, I think, and definitely deserve some credit for that early game. This is a massively different type of early game 2v2 that they're going to be running, though. Xayah, which you've said, most people don't consider to be really a strong early laner, and Sejuani, which you can't really imagine is a strong early laner unless it's in the all-in type situation.
Yeah.
This is going to be really interesting. It also does set up for some pretty powerful team fighting at the later stages of the game if you can actually make it happen.
Yeah, I'm thinking about what can happen against Liquid's bot lane because it is interesting to me. As you mentioned, there's a lot of CC on Sejuani, so the hit confirm is there for Xayah to land the root afterwards. And I'm pretty sure if Gate flash Qs, Keith, if he's watching for it, is guaranteed a root, which means there's all the time in the world for Acadian to come in with a Lee Sin gank as well. And Varus has no natural escapes. The Karma Shield's going to be low level early on, and I think I can definitely see some ganks coming in the bot lane.
And I do believe you can actually Q flash on the Sejuani, so you can actually
almost for certain.
Land that just like with Body Slam Flash so that it's almost unavoidable. It's extremely hard to react to those. And that is going to be something that could really have some good follow-up from Acadian, as you said. Plus, at later levels, I mean, if you're looking at a level 6 Taliyah, you're looking at a post-6 Gate, the ultimate and the CC following up there is so easy. If you hit the Sejuani ult, you get the guaranteed root. You have your Taliyah rock surfing in. Like, there's a lot of CC and setup there. But I think so much of this game could come down to top lane, where you called it out. I mean, it's essentially a solo queue battle here. These are two of the most popular solo queue champions. If you ever watch Lolo stream, the guy almost only plays Jason Fiora. So it's like these are matchups that he should know the ins and outs of. And if he ever wanted, his time to kind of shine and really show off his individual mechanics and skill, a matchup like this would be it.
Absolutely agree. And I've always liked Looper for his affinity for playing some kind of funner matchups. I remember him at 2014 World Championship bringing out, what was it, Kale into a Kali or something random when they played Samsung Blue, and he was like super sick on the Kale. So definitely excited to see Looper play as well. He's been one of the more fun top laners in pro play. And we'll see, he's going to get the first push, looks like, against this Jace. Yeah, definitely has a +1 minion lead. And you can see that the way the matchup is played is you kill the minion as fast as possible, you want to get the push lead, and then if you get level 2 first, maybe you can find a trade.
Yeah, and I mean, what Lorlo's kind of saving his Q for is if the cannon ever actually steps too close to the minion, then you can actually Q the minion, you can splash onto him as well. So you can look for trades like that. But yeah, a lot of it is going to be about poke, about trying to push in and harass your opponent under the turret as they're trying to CS. But both of these champions do have pretty powerful all-in, and Jace in particular, if he gets ahead, can be so ridiculously oppressive with the Storm Raider Surge because you're going up against a pretty squishy champion. You can proc that with the Shock Blast and then all-in and hammer form pretty easily.
Here's Rain over level 3 gang, looks for Froggen. Ooh, that was nice by Froggen. He tried to bait out the flash, but still the chase is on for Sluji. Here comes Acadian. Does not land the Q, though. It wouldn't have been a lethal damage amount, and he would have lost his life for probably Acadian, but Froggen pushed out with both summoners down.
Yeah, good sidestep from Slushi, still avoiding the Q from Acadian on the backside of that. Because he would have probably gotten chunked out quite a bit because he's almost out of mana. Rainover was out of mana, so it could have been traded back, but it's a lot of summoners used, and it actually goes positive for Echo Fox as it's 3 summoners blown for the 2 of Froggen.
Right, Acadian got to keep his flash up, and now looking for Slushi. Can he find the damage? The knockback is going to land! No way out! Beautiful counter gank comes through, and look at that, the follow-through on the setup, as you mentioned it. It was better for them, and there's the kill. Well played. Echo Fox find another first blood on Acadian, 2 games in a row.
Yeah, the First Blood King is back. I mean, all last season he was getting them. He gets one in game 1, gets one in game 2, doing very well, and meanwhile in the bot lane, turns out you get pushed in pretty hard to Sejuani.
Who would have thought? And this is just really good skill shots by Froggen. The move speed from the worked ground puts him in range for it.
It does, and you can criticize a little bit Slushi going beside the turret there because he's pigeonholing himself into a position where there's no way to juke side to side against that seismic shove, so you would want to stay in a more open area to have a hope of dodging that out, but that is very nitpicky.
Of course, the other side of it is you walk toward Acadian a bit closer, which you don't want to do either, and you got to pick one. Either way, the kill comes through, and well played Echo Fox for making it all happen. Another good early game for the squad. This time, of course, not the winning bot lane, at least not just yet. But Acadian still has his flash. Maybe you can turn that around later on. Top lane fight is equal. 2 minions separates them. So far, so good on both sides. Looper, of course, had blind pick that. And look at the damage there. Stun's going to land, so a bit of a trade back onto Acadian. They're still fighting for this one. Pretty low health bars, and Acadian is forced to hop away. Rainover reveals him and says, all right, back to my jungle I go.
And Slushi was the faster one on the roam there, so you don't even want to stick around to find out if you win because you'll guaranteed give that kill over to Slushi if you do, which would be a kill and assist even in a trade.
Going to land a lot of slows there. Going to force the flash out of Piglet. Root's going to land for Matt, though. Good trade and a gate. 100 health left on him. They're going to have to burn the Summon Hill to keep him alive. Matt had used Ignite, and now Keith also forced a flash away. That trade won by Liquid.
Yeah, very heavily. I mean, the Ignite coming out, no exhaust was ever actually used by Gate.
Yeah.
So Piglet was uninhibited, getting all that damage out the whole time. And the early Ignite onto Gate, forcing him back. They do get Flash off of Piglet, though. And now you have the Flash and the exhaust left on Gate. So you want to call Acadian down and try to get an all-in here onto Piglet. This is your window of opportunity, and we'll see if they can actually pull it off.
Acadian pings. There's no wards down there. I'm not seeing. He's waiting to see if Scuttle's going to happen. No, that's available to him. Elise is actually topside. And as you mentioned, yeah, that bot lane gank would be available. They don't know that Rainover's nowhere to be seen. Mid lane, gigantic lead for Frog, and the kill obviously helps. He was winning lane before already in the first game, and this matchup a bit different now. Looking again for Sluchi, this time going to dodge the seismic shove and pushed out.
Not able to land that, and that's really the key part of the combo from Talia. It's essentially the whole combo is landing that seismic shove, and it does so much damage if you are able to pull it off. But Acadian not having the confidence to actually go bot, didn't know where Rainover was, if he's there for a counter gank, and when your lane is kind of in the weaker position, if you go for that gank and it doesn't actually work out, it can be pretty brutal. But at the same time, I mean, Keith is falling pretty far behind in the bot lane CS here too.
And minus 20 is a rough thing right here. Still, the gold difference is 700, roughly accounts for the first blood itself. More poke onto this one. And looks like it's going to be the holding pattern still in the bot lane. Liquid, safe enough in pushing. It is always risky being a no-escape marksman.
Rainover's behind.
Forever. All right, let's see what happens. Yeah, we've got Acadian winning the wings, and Rainover looking for the mid side. Froggen, though, far off to the left, and no gank to be had there.
Yeah, and Froggen just got so much damage on Slushi that they can't even attempt the gank because Slushi can't join without actually dying. So Froggen is now 6. He could look to roam bot as well. Piglet is still here, has no flash.
Exhaust on the Piglet, low health, and he's going to go for the knockup. Going to survive a few seconds longer, but Piglet just withstands all the damage up, but had heal, and even then it wouldn't have mattered. He's healthy enough, so Gate fighting up more than he could shoot, never got to flash out.
Never got to flash out, and he hadn't bought. Neither had Piglet, but Piglet able to withstand that damage. Unfortunately for them, the kill actually goes to Matt, so the kill credit you'd certainly prefer on your AD carry, but they're still doing very well for themselves.
Difference of 150 gold because of who the kill went on to, and Piglet will see still able to buy a cutlass and boots with it. Shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, and obviously Gate just does not expect them to actually still be here. He tries to proc that passive very quickly over onto Piglet, and they do eventually actually get the freeze, but it didn't seem like it actually shattered there.
I don't think he got the last auto attack. No, he got the freeze itself. Now look at the kick flash, and he's going to be a kill in the top lane. Acadian continues to make the big plays for Echo Fox. Both solo lanes winning, even if Keith and Gate are behind.
Yeah, really nicely done. And it just feels like Rainover is not able to match him just yet. But Gate here in the mid lane couldn't get this freeze.
That's going to be a stun. That's going to be the shatter damage as well. And just look at the explosion there. Rainover actually flashed to do nothing with Cocoon.
What a roam from Gate, and they just delete the mid laner. They've killed Lorlo now too, and we talked about how swingy these matchups can be. In carry versus carry matchups, can be pretty tough if you fall behind. So we'll see if Lupin can now, make an advantage happen from this help from Acadian.
See what he can get out of it. Right now, this game is 1,600 in the lead for Echo Fox. The kills in the solo lanes. Everyone pitching in a little bit here. And the blue buff's still going to be the reward on top of it. Froggen gets the damage output, gets the nice mana regen, and out he goes. And honestly, at this point, as long as Keith can just withstand the bot lane, the rest of the lanes are going to win for him.
Oh, and this is actually pretty risky. You're TPing in to Kennen, who has the ultimate there, and that was pretty disrespectful from Lorlo. Those kind of TPs, I just feel like are so needlessly risky. When the wave is already pushing towards you, it's not like he had to shove it out. You can just TP to your turret. If he simply TPs to his turret, that dive is so much harder to actually make happen when Looper hasn't even purchased. Instead, he's trying to TP in on the minion so he can immediately go in on Looper. But with Acadian there, he just kills himself.
Totally agree, and Acadian finds more things to take down. A Cloud Drake still over him. Very happy to see that under 10 minutes into this one, so it could be another very highly stacked Drake game for Echo Fox if they need it to close games out like they did in the previous one. We will see. It's going to be a lot of games still to play. This matchup has started to go a bit more Looper's way. He's got the 10 minion lead now, and of course the tilter is always dying when you just TP'd back, so of course that's the entire wave he had lost.
Yep. And it's so impactful in top lane. If you do die after a TP, because not only are you going to lose the gold, so much of it is about the experience.
Ooh, almost finds a bit more on a Frog, and that was a bit close one. The flash used, the trade with Slushi, of course, as well. Rainover was in the wings. Matt was nearby as well. And hey, trading flash for flash up a double roam, not too bad.
Not bad at all, and Gate is 6, Froggen is 6, so they have a lot of playmaking. They could actually look for Piglet here. if they want to go for that dive. And Froggen is moving down in position to use this Thalia wall. We'll see if they actually decide to make the play, but at the very least, they're pressuring down this turret and may just take the first turret right off the bat.
It looks like he will save the ultimate in case something else happens. He was confident that the turret would fall without the extra help, and that indeed did happen. So, four-man squad makes bottom, outer fall. First turret gold for Echo Fox. They're getting first everything this series.
Yeah, really well done. And I mean, they move around the map here very well. And that was your losing lane. The only lane that was really having trouble was that bot lane. So, taking down the turret there, you can move your bot lane mid. You can kind of allow them to have a safe place to farm if you want to go for that. And it's going to really take away any problems that they were having.
Absolutely agree. And it's always interesting seeing teams go to the source of the deficit, because sometimes that can be a losing proposition. You go to where they've got a gold lead. If they match you, kind of lose that fight. But no, it's now just wins everywhere for Echo Fox.
And I do agree, but in this case, I don't think it was one where they could be matched, because Slushie was very low on mana. They knew he was going back to base, and you move four-man bot. You don't they didn't actually go for any dive. They just push them back, and if three men show up, you say, hey, no problem, back off. Wasn't really much of a commitment.
And it worked out well. 3,000 gold now, the lead for Echo Fox here in Gate, continuing to roam. Now he and Keith are top side, looking for more outer turrets to kill.
And remember, this is a flashless Lorlo, so if he got too aggressive, they could look to kill him, but this has been matched. There's actually 4 Liquid members up top. I do not believe Echo Fox is aware of that, rather, just yet.
You see, too, is they can expect that Matt is coming nearby, and otherwise they don't really have the easy track on Reignover, but they can expect 3 and infer that number. Slushie back in the mid lane still, but that is a nearly 30 minion deficit for him under Froggen. And unfortunately for Liquid, they would hope that the problem was simply Golden Glue, but it's not. It is not simply who you put in the mid lane. There's, of course, more going on here. And the fourth memes are a wistful dream at this point.
Yeah, and to be honest, Golden Glue did actually do pretty well as far as farm in lane against Hugi. And he stayed relatively even in that regard. It's just more of the map movements and everything that they struggle with. And Slushie, is a new addition to the team, and usually that's not going to be the guy who just fixes your shot calling right off the bat.
Of course not, and maybe it's going to be a formula that Liquid can work on and get better at from there. Is just may take some time for this mix to really solidify. We'll have to wait and see. Top lane is still the target of priority for Echo Fox. Gate and Keith remaining on this side, and it's really the only team to really cast from, because they're the only team making moves right now in this series. Piglet wave clearing, gets one minion from the backside, gets a Karma shield, and out he goes. Akaden here to help with the duo and help knock down another turret. This will be 2-0 and outer turrets. Echo Fox continue to be the only team doing well in macro in this game so far. Bigger lead.
And it just has felt like, across all of the TL games so far this season, anytime you look at, okay, the other team's jungler is doing something, well, what's Reignover doing? He's usually just kind of farming. He's not even really opening up a big farm lead or by any means. He's had so many games like this where, no, he's not dying or anything, but what is he getting done for the team? He's not really putting on a lot of pressure. He's not really accomplishing any ganks, and Looper is actually behind Lorlo here.
Looking for the ulti under the turret, getting plenty of damage. Of course, the minion's gone. He now took a turret shot, finds another stun. Cocoon, nice juke by Looper, gets away with it. That would have probably secured his death, but he juked it out. Blue team is taking the Rift Herald, so Looper pulls a 1v2. Rift Herald still goes down on the top side.
And that Rift Herald being taken is so good now because there's 2 low members from TL, so you can immediately go top and drop that Rift if you want, and very likely get an uncontested tier 2, but Looper
4v1.
Get out of here.
He's got Flash. He's gonna get rooted no matter what. Matt flashes and barely lands that one. Now he's rooted up, and now the kill's coming through. Reignover gets himself a kill finally, and the roam to the bot side does work, so bot outer will fall for the pressure, but of course top's being attacked now.
I mean, bot will fall, but will they lose their inhibitor turret because the Rift Herald is available? It's just been summoned. They're actually gonna go mid with that, so they're gonna try to pressure top alone, and then use the Rift in combination with Froggen to be able to take down multiple turrets, and they may get 2 or 3 turrets here pretty easily, because they're going to rotate for mid tier 2 now as well. 2 turrets have already gone down for Echo Fox. They could get a third.
2 for 1. Will it be 3? Can it even be more? There's always a chance. Minions fall off and the turret refocuses into the Rift Herald itself. They could have recall. There's going to be a lot of damage here. They might just defend it. Stun comes across, looking to buy some more time to knock back on a Matt. They're going to take him with one more shot. The minions cannot quite kill him, and Piglet saves the heal. He knew his lane mate was fine the whole time.
Or he didn't think he was worth the heal, one or the other.
I was giving him benefit of the doubt for that one. Looper, of course, just stayed in the bot lane. He did get picked off. The 4v1 is too much. He did not this time around retreat in time. But still, of course, it's still an advantage for Echo Fox here.
Yeah, and Looper was going for the 1v1 play, and I think he certainly would have had this had Reignover not shown up, but really nice little sidestep did allow him to avoid that, and now multiple members down here. Looper without flash, he's going to try to just buy time and run away.
Returning to the scene of the crime. The rest of the team is around. Lands as slow, looks to kite off on a rain over. 3 more attacks will be a stun. He's trying to get away from this one, but now he's going to be hit up by the Cassiopeia. The chase is on. The kill comes through, and Looper sadly runs to his demise a second time.
And mid is pushing, but not enough time to actually go and get that turret because Cadian was in base, Froggen was in base, and now TL, having got that pick off, could look to try to start up this dragon and get something there.
Ooh, big plays out of Solution, looking to pick off Froggen, flashes, but still takes a shock blast to the face and has not a lot of places to go, tries to jump the wall and gets to the other side. That was as well played as it could have been. You saw Solution try to cue him early to knock him off, but Froggen played it so well. Nicely orchestrated escape.
That was very well done. And Slushi, ideally, I think you actually step down and then just try to E him to immediately knock off. But because he got knocked up by the actual ultimate there, he was CC'd, and Froggen slides on by.
That was definitely nice stuff right there by Froggen. So a good ult for self-preservation, but still the map priority did go to Liquid. They picked up this Drake, so signs of life. They picked up 2 kills. They made Froggen have to make a sick play to get out. The Drake was picked up. There's a long way to go, but this is, sadly to say, the best Liquid looked all series.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Liquid is definitely showing some fight here, but they are down nearly 4,000 gold. They're losing their jungle. A mid lane tier 2 is very, very low and could easily be taken down here too, which would extend that gold lead for Echo Fox. And the big thing for them last game was once they got vision control in their opponent's jungle. And as you can see, there's already 3 pink wards in the red side jungle for TL, plus some other wards, and then a 4th pink ward in the river. So they really are focusing vision back up here again, and they're going to try to threaten this side, unlock Looper in that split push, keep him safe.
Yeah, I do like Echo Fox are showing some very obvious and dedicated moves towards getting an advantage in the game. Solution not going to be part of this one. The stun barely lands from Gate. That was a tight minion, and he's going to land it, and it's going to be going down. Froggen gets the kill for that.
Cadian was looking for rain over there, but caught a Spiderling actually with that Sonic Wave. And Gate, I'm really impressed. I mean, I think that he's making this pick work. He's roaming around, they're moving around the map, and they got out of lane just fine. And now he's been a part of killing Slushi off twice and really getting that snowball going in the mid lane. Froggen is so far ahead, and Gate has been pretty impactful here. May get picked off now.
Moby's turned off, and Cadian's there for the shoot, looking to get out.
So I just love seeing unique supports like this come out, and the fact that he has the confidence to bring out something like a Sejuani. Talking to some of the pro players, one of the things that they kind of talk about is the fear of bringing out these unique picks simply because of all the criticism you'll receive if you don't make it work. I mean, if you play at Karma or whatever and you have kind of a mech game, and no one really remembers it. If you bring out Sejuani and you feed on stage, that's all anyone's going to talk about.
Of course, and sometimes those come back in, and sometimes they go away forever, like maybe a Mordekaiser or a Blitzcrank, but bot lane 2-2 gonna fall. The Talia wall gives them the time they need to make sure there's no reinforcements coming. It cuts off the angle of reinforcement. Now it's 5-1 in turrets. Echo Fox with a solid 5, almost 6,000 gold lead.
And the last outer turret is that mid lane, which is super, super low. Lorlo is pushing up top side, and they have equalized that matchup a little bit through taking down Looper a couple times, allowing Lorlo some side lane farm and kind of caught up in XP, caught up in gold a bit. So that hopefully for them could start going their way because that's one way you could get back.
Look at this damage here. Looper's got nowhere to go, and sadly for him, he continues to be set up alone without the vision coverage to see when people are coming in, and Matt did not have to flash to make that happen, just simply walked up and got him.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, as a split pusher, when you do not know where the other team is and you do not have vision on them, you have to back off. You cannot actually just play so recklessly like that. The first death you can give him, the second death maybe, but this one as well, his team had just based, his team is not around there. They know that they had established vision in that jungle because Gate and Acadian just got chased out of there, but yet he's back up again, gets caught from Piglet, and Piglet didn't even have to expend a flash to catch him or anything like that.
Had to use very little ulti from Piglet, made that a bit easier. Matt has 100% kill participation and 0 deaths, so far putting in a lot of weight so far for Liquid. The comeback is still far away, but it is always possible. We know Echo Fox have had trouble closing games out, and I think it is within reach for Liquid, even though you could argue their scaling not quite as good. They don't have the same Kog'Maw as last game. Piglet can still put out good damage.
And they have Cassiopeia, which is one of the highest damage mid laners in the game. Cassio is essentially like a mid lane Kog'Maw almost. Like this champion, you don't need to build boots, so you can actually get that extra item and be incredibly strong later.
Bit of an air ball there, and out they go. I'm sure Twitch chat's yelling at Smithy right now, but He's actually
if they
2-0.
weren't, they are now.
Yeah, well, I can guarantee it was already happening either way, though. Smithy himself has done very well so far this split. Echo Fox, the same. They are winning in their 4th straight game here in the North American LCS, and they're looking at the top side. Baron has spawned at 20 minutes in.
Smithy has not shown the Sejuani yet. You know, maybe his Sejuani is on point now, Freak.
That's true.
Give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he's going to be coming back.
I was just saying what
he's
Twitch
going to
chat
be
was
popping
doing.
off.
Twitch chat's unfair. I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy.
I kind of love when the negative memes turn into the positive ones.
Yeah.
You know, it's like at first, you know, the sneaky and lane thing, everyone's making fun of him. Then Sneaky be popping off, and everyone's like spamming sneaky and lane again.
Sneaky and lane lol.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely agree.
I think that stuff is great.
We'll see. What is the Azael? Is it a positive? I think it is. You're a great person.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we are onto the Baron Nashor. Echo Fox don't even need Froggen to do it. They've even got Looper on the bot side, and here we go. Finally, a sweeper, a Farsight trinket used, and look at the cutoff there. As long as he can zone out Rainover, and he can almost kill him. He forces the flash. He jumps to a ward to get away. Oh, that was close, but they made it happen. Blue team has secured Baron Nashor. Acadian grabs it.
Yet again, Echo Fox gets a Baron, and we'll see how fast they can actually make this one work for them. They're up massively in gold again. They have a super early Baron. Can they actually crack the base this time around? They have a lot of dive tools. They have a strong split pusher. Let's see if they can close it out quickly.
See if they can. 22 almost minutes into this one. Mid lane tier 2 falls. All 6 outer turrets are gone, as you call them. Only inhibitors left up now defended. Leaper back on the bot side. Has played for lane pressure. Sadly for him, back to 1 and 3 is not glorious, but his early pressure got them some turret kills, so he's still part of the winning team for sure. This time playing a bit more defensively and going to get away with it.
And it's not like that big of a deal that he's died a few times because the rest of the map is winning and because it has not really been at critical moments. So as long as he is creating pressure, the 4-man squad can move around and really take objectives down and kind of make use of that.
Absolutely agree. Gate loses Frost armor. Good landing the poke there. Does very little damage. You can see that Gate has a permanent shield thanks to his support quest. I like calling them out. I find them interesting. So he's even tankier now on this champion.
Yeah. Face of the Mountain one's not bad. I think that really the standout one is Spell Thieves, just because that move speed I think is the one that impacts gameplay the most. You know, it does feel really good also, but I mean on someone like Karma, right? You can actually get the speed up which allows you to land tether and things
the W
like that.
is like automatic at that point.
And even Rakan, you know, move speed actually increases the pace at which you travel in your W and your ultimate and these sorts of things. So I think it can be pretty powerful and gameplay impacting on some of those champions, whereas you know, I just haven't seen the Talisman of Ascension, the coin quest really be super impactful, and the shield is nice, but it's it doesn't really change how you play.
Yeah, it doesn't really. Maybe you live sometimes when you wouldn't have. Like it's raw stats, right? Sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't. But we'll see what happens here to this one. Under the pressure, and look at the damage output. Nearly taking down Rainover, and he's got nowhere to jump to. So one final shot takes him out. Another kill credit to Froggen. 3-0-1 on this to Leah. Top lane hitter gonna fall soon enough. Lorlo being chased down by Looper. He can't get back into the base just yet. So in a 4v3, this inhib will fall. Echo Fox cracked the base in 23 minutes.
Yeah, and they have Gate on the Sejuani able to set up that dive. Rainover didn't have his flash because Froggen had forced him off the Baron. It had to be blown there, and you have some strong dive here with the Lee Sin Sejuani combo. So we may be able to see them kind of exert their will on their opponents and really look to close this one out quick because Rainover is still down. Bot lane pressure being pushed up here by Looper, and they're looking for a second inhib.
All right, 5 seconds, now 2, now 1, and Rainover's back alive. And the Baron buff slowly ticking down. This wave is going to time out, and there's going to be at least one more they can use with it. Echo Fox going to push Looper in with the bot lane now, and that's going to reach. However, it is a little bit desynced with mid. A few seconds of freedom for Lorlo. And now Liquid can go back in towards this side. Oh, wow! Lorlo, yes, nearly taken down. And Piglet actually almost forces Looper out. Doesn't burn much for it, though, and mid lane still under fire because of the resources sent bot side. Quick route lands onto Acadian. Going to be chunked low, but does get out. Mercury does help with that one, of course. And 2 automatic will knock down the middle inhibitor turret itself, so that should be broken. They won't go just yet, I guess, Keith. And to be fair, if Slushie ults you and you lose the game, that's your fault. So it's okay to be a bit more patient. Froggen finally bites the bullet and goes for it. Pops his ghost, actually. Froggen wants in. Can he find a person to kill? Not just yet, though. Lorlo's still waiting from the bot side.
And Gate does have his ult and a flash, so look for him to go for the play if they want to try to close this out. I think they should. I mean, they're in position to go for it at really no cost right now. They can go for this third and final inhibitor, and if anyone steps up, you have the diving tools.
See if they can make this one happen. Double inhibitor down, looking for a sub 30-minute win this time around, and it seems likely here. Rainover finds the stun, has to kite back, though. He's very injured. More damage. The flash cocoon's going to land only onto minions. No stuns to be had. Good kiting back by Echo Fox to see it coming.
Top lane is pushing in very heavily with the supers being here, so Lorlo's going to have to go up to answer this, and this next wave is going to be a big time of vulnerability for TL as they're being pushed in mid, pushed in top, and that turret is very close to dying. Echo Fox still with all their flashes and their engage tools.
And this is the tool to close it out there. No way out, no flash still for Rainover, and dies during the stun. Matt's got no retreat path either, and doesn't matter that he flashed. That's 2 kills picked up. The inhibitor turret falling as well. And even the inhibitor going to be next up. 5 versus 3, enough spells still available. Slicing Maelstrom in case they want to dive. That's going to be almost it here for this one. Echo Fox have almost no way of dropping this one away. Good chunk onto Keith. Staying alive for now, though. Liquid hoping to defend this somehow is a miracle in a 3v5. More damage out of Slushy. Frog into the front lines. Takes some turret aggro, which makes it a bit risky. They're still undamaged. And yeah, it's going to be maybe a kill if they can get one shot into Acadian. Has to jump away to stay alive, and it's going to be out for Echo Fox. Now Looper actually beset, attacked by Lorlo. Piglet's in the fight as well. Can't get the one picked off, but can Piglet do the damage? One auto attack, 2. Summon heal for the chase. Flash to get away. Creative Summoners, and out goes Echo Fox.
Still very well done for Echo Fox. They didn't need to actually end there because they have all the inhibs down. Infernal is coming up to collect, and they can go back, buy, reset, and clean this one up pretty easily. And Rainover, he tries to get into spider form to repel quickly enough, but when that Sejuani ultimate hits you, it's an easy seismic shove for Froggen on the Talia, and that is going to be a death sentence.
Absolutely is. Don't even need Thresh to make it so. 3-kill lead, 13,000 gold puts him up.
3 out of 10.
Yeah, 3 out of 10, that's all I need. That's roughly my skill level at anything. And here we go. Echo Fox, triple inhibitor down. Honestly, there's so little that can be done about this one. I don't think they wait for Baron this time around. Double supers in every single wave. They spawn 12 per minute. And there's almost not even enough damage on Liquid to kill them off before another one spawns.
Exactly. I mean, when there's 6 supers coming into your base at a time, you essentially need something like a Jinx with Hurricane or like, you know, Kog'Maw, some sort of hyper carry to really keep up with the wave clear. Otherwise, you essentially just have to walk into the base and allow the ambient pressure of the minions to really do the work for you.
Kate only going to find a slow with the ultimate. Just a little bit of damage done, but not a ton. Matt's okay on this. And they're going to wait. Let's see which side Echo Fox comes in from. Looking to wait for top lane to join this time around. A couple of wards inside the base, and Liquid know this is their final stand between a 0-4 game start. Matt completes his quest, but the quest for victory might not be there. Rainover forced to flash away yet again. Great wall out of Froggen. They're forced to summon a spell. And now onto the turrets they're going to go. Gate going to take up some of the damage. The minion waves are here. They nearly pick off Rainover, forced to repel away the other side of the minion wave. And bot lane now attack. The supers are there to do all the damage to the buildings they need. First turret falls, second one to follow. Open Nexus, and Echo Fox gonna 2-0 Liquid with a grand total of 18 kills across the series. There's a few more can fall, but the Nexus is under fire. Piglet forced to kite back. One more kill picked up in the end, and less than 20 kills results in a 2-0 victory for Echo Fox.
And a 4-0 weekend, they win both their series, 2-0s apiece, and Echo Fox have got to be very happy about their start to the season. And Team Liquid is in the exact opposite situation. They didn't even pick up a single game win this time around, and honestly, we're never close really against Echo Fox today.
No, not at all. It's been early game advantages kind of the whole way through. A kill in the bot lane didn't mean that much for Piglet and Matt. So for Echo Fox, it's almost the right kind of 2-0 week. You won and you feel good, but you also see the mistakes that you can work on.
Yeah.
Say, look, we're good enough to get the wins, but here's the evidence of things we want to get better at. That game 1, again, I think was very slow. Game 2 definitely looked a lot better, so it seemed like even in this one, they cleaned up some elements there. And Echo Fox, maybe they're back to the odd week, even week curse from the spring split, but certainly it's a good start, and I can't wait to see more from them in week 2, because what I'm really happy about is that it seems like we're back to beginning spring split Acadian, where he felt confident he was on early playmakers. I know he had felt dissatisfied with the jungle a few months ago and thought that the role got a lot weaker and had no impact. Well, clearly not the case here. He certainly did a lot this day.
Yeah, he really did. He was able to move around the map well, be very impactful, and I think the fact that Froggen had such a standout week is very promising. Plus, that Keith is actually doing a pretty good job in lane in general, and he's not just playing like Ashe, he's playing multiple champions. I think that is going to give him a bit of a confidence boost, and the team a confidence boost in him, because seeing that he can perform on multiple champions in like multiple types of roles for the AD carry is really important, right? Like the team has to believe in your AD carry and believe that you can run all these different comps if you're ever going to be a top team.
Absolutely, and I think about game 1 where, yes, it's an advantageous matchup for Keith and Gate, but they did win lane against Piglet and Matt, and we know Piglet's a great player, Matt's very good too, and the fact that you can make all your jokes about Keith you want, they won the lane, and you know they got first turret here in this one as well, despite maybe one small back step there in the early game here. So it seems like improvement kind of all across the board for Echo Fox. On the other side, though, for Liquid, it's exactly where it feels like this roster left off, and as we saw from this one, you know, maybe it's not even Golden Glue who's the problem. As you mentioned, he had some good laning stats in the first match, but there's clearly more wrong here than just, oh, well, you gotta find yourself a real mid laner. They gotta find themselves some real shot calling.
Yeah. I mean, it really does feel like, for lack of a better word, they're playing to not lose. In a lot of the situations, no one's really making proactive plays. No one's really trying to step up and carry the game. Nothing much is happening, and it's one of those situations where you just kind of curl up in this defensive ball, and you just, okay, we'll give that up. Okay, we'll give that up. We'll give that up. And you can't just give up everything in League of Legends, because once you lose control of your jungle, once you lose control of your outer turrets and stuff, like, the Goldie just compounds. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger because they're farming both sides of the map.
Yeah, I mean, this is League of Legends, not League of Rammus. Calling up the defensive ball is not okay, and that's the situation we've had here for Liquid, where they have yet to really strike out and find much. So unfortunate for them, but still a great win for Echo Fox. And so for more on that series, let's hear from a player and Pastry Time, who's got an interview.
Thank you very much. I'm here with the support of Echo Fox, Gate. Gate, congratulations on an excellent weekend here for Echo Fox. How are you feeling after such a great week one?
I'm feeling good. I wasn't earlier. I had a fever, but now, after we won 2-0, I feel much better.
Well, good to see you feeling a lot better. And of course, Gate, you're a man of many ingenious ideas last spring. We enjoyed your support, Camille. This time, support Sejuani. Is this something you've been playing with? Do you think it's good? Kind of, what was the inspiration behind the pick today?
Every time I go to Korea to boot camp, I always come back with some new toys. In Korea, they know me as the pig god. So now, this is one of my new pocket picks.
All right, so looking good there. And of course, on kind of practice for Echo Fox, you guys have kind of a lot of different rumors, I almost want to say, about how you guys are practicing. Are you just playing a challenger team? Are you scrimming? What can you tell us about kind of the Echo Fox preparation coming into the split, and maybe how that's fed into how well you guys are doing early on?
Without saying too much, I think we have a 10-man roster, and we kind of just focus on our own practice. And beyond that, we just focus on one thing at a time, not too unlike other teams. So I wouldn't say our practice is much different.
Well, it's looking pretty good so far. And of course, my last question for you. Very interesting schedule for you guys next week, playing CLG and Cloud9. Of course, CLG looking very strong. C9, not the best week for them, but there's Cloud9. I'm sure they'll still be a tough opponent. What are your expectations for those matches? Do you think Echo Fox can continue going undefeated for another week?
Well, I'm not too quite sure, but you know, I think it'll definitely be a harder week than this, just because of matchups. But that being said, we're just gonna go into it the same as this week.
Well, it makes a lot of sense, Kate. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the weekend. Echo Fox looking good. They were going to pass it back to the analyst desk to round out the day.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. Echo Fox joining our rank of 2-0 teams at the end of week one. Again, the whole picture of the NALCS has been flipped on its head from what spring delivered to us. But I'm just very pleased with the games put together by Echo Fox, a team that we had always talked about suffering from inaction, inability to close even when they had leads, and only extending games to the point where it's a 6-item fight and then it's a 50-50. Whoever wins it wins the game. That's not at all what we're seeing here. 31-minute game one. This game sneaking in right around that 30-minute mark as well. Just complete domination.
Yeah, and I think the thing, too, is it's not that different stylistically from what we've seen. A lot of these advantages are coming off the back of Froggen and Acadian. This time around, once again, they have the gank in the mid lane to get Froggen rolling after all the summoner trades came from Rainover's initial attempt. He also went topside, swayed the Kennen matchup in away from Jace's favor. And then once Gate kind of had more room to work on the map after that initial mistake in the bot lane, he also started getting involved in a lot of the kills as well. And then that's where they started to show their improvements.
Right, and if we're going to talk about the Sejuani pick, we did see, of course, it struggle a little bit in lane. CS deficit for the Xayah as a result of being pushed in consistently by Piglet and Matt, as well as giving up that single kill in the 2v2. But we saw the effectiveness of the Sejuani in roaming mid to push the advantages already created by Froggen and Acadian. 2 ganks/counter ganks into the mid lane by Gate to pick up kills.
And the initial death, it looked like they're going for all-ins with the Xayah plus the Sejuani, and maybe it works. It didn't look super strong in terms of the damage it was throwing out. Maybe not quite as strong of a kill lane, but like you said, once it gets out of laning phase, especially once Sejuani unlocks her ultimate, she starts having crazy CC available to her, and that's when she starts making a mid laner's life very difficult when you're on in a mobile mage like Cassiopeia.
And if we really want to go down the rabbit hole with this is the kind of thing that, as Pastry mentioned, we looked at the Camille support last split for Gate. having a pick like this, just a single pocket pick in, for any given meta, does wonders in terms of developing, or rather freeing up strategies for your team in champion select. So now, from this point onward, every team has to consider the Sejuani support coming out of the bot lane, as opposed to going top or jungle or anywhere else.
If I have to be honest, probably still not going to get that much attention from other teams. It didn't look super dominant in lane, and then sure, it can punish an immobile mage with no summoners. A lot of things can do that if you're looking at a playmaking support.
Right. Yeah. This isn't to say that now it needs to be banned. By no means do I think
it's
the
nice to have that
performance put
wrinkle.
up here says it needs to be banned. But again, if we first pick Sedge,
where's it going?
Where's it going, right?
Exactly.
It at least does that for you, is all I'm saying. Player of the game this time around, gonna go to Froggen, as, again, those advantages were created in the mid lane. Does a wonderful job avoiding the aggressive first gank from Team Liquid, and then, because of that, able to capitalize on the blown summoners from Slushy and return kill.
Talia, a strong laner. No surprise, Froggen can coordinate ganks with his team and set up a lot of kills. The most impressive thing was the Talia ults out of lane, being able to secure like the bot inner turret as an example.
48% damage, am I reading that right?
I missed that. That's a
right
big
there.
number.
Oh my, I didn't see, we didn't get that stat yet until just now. 48% of his team's damage in the win versus Team Liquid.
And that's not with low damage champions either. I mean, Kennen can do some damage.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, again, more props to Froggen and the way that he's at least kicked off his split. And while we talk about all the improvements that Echo Fox has made and the 2-0 at the outset of the split, I think we also need to talk about the elephant in the room. Team Liquid and their roster and everything surrounding that. So let's work through this one beat at a time.
Sure.
With Golden Glue in the lineup in mid and Piglet at ADC, you're games away from relegation and spring split. You do what you need to do to survive from that, and you return to the summer split with that roster. Point one, I take issue with you returning to a new split with a roster that wasn't performing to begin with. Compounding on that, when after 1 day's worth of games, you sub out Golden Glue and put Slushy in, I take issue number 2, which is that if you're going to reinvest in the same roster, fully reinvest in that same roster and let it develop. Give them time to find their footing. Don't make the change right out the gate.
So there's a couple things. We never heard publicly anywhere, as far as I'm aware, that Team Liquid commented on why this roster move happened.
Exactly.
So maybe there's a personal reason. Maybe Golden Glue couldn't play today. He got sick. We have no idea what could have happened. But the initial opinion, the assumption that you would make is that this was a management decision. And if that is the case, then you do have to start wondering, why did you bring Golden Glue back? Was he just going to be, was it a dual mid system? Because they never announced that. They had the video they released, Squad, that video series that they have, and in that they kind of talked about, we're believing in Golden Glue, and he's going to be the guy, and hopefully this season is the one that works out.
Right.
And if you yank him after one game, why was that the messaging? Now your fans are confused. Everyone's upset about it, let alone the fact that, like you said, you're not initially happy with the roster. It's just this huge question mark about what is going on in this organization.
Yeah, I mean, so, hey, maybe we'll get some clarity over the coming days as to why the decision was made, and understanding that everything we just said is speculation, as there hasn't been an announcement from the team. But that's the point exactly. That as a fan, as a viewer, I'm sitting here and I'm wondering why Team Liquid is making the decisions or making the changes they're making, and I don't follow the logic. I'm left only to ruminate in my own brain as to why this could be, and I don't feel like the team is being set up for success organizationally at this point.
And to be fair to both Slushy and Golden Glue, I mean, you have to imagine, put yourself in their shoes, like, what is it like being Golden Glue? Do you think he's happy with the situation? I don't want to put any more weight on his shoulders, because he didn't perform that well in Spring Split. You bring him back in Summer with nothing changing other than perhaps the meta and coaching staff a little bit. I don't want people to jump on his back.
I was going to say, let's also be clear, this is in no way an attempt to start a witch hunt for the two mid laners, because overall the 2 losses that the team sustained this weekend were entirely team losses. I wouldn't say that any of the losses rest on a single individual's shoulders at any point.
It seems like the team kind of rolls over and dies at the first mistake. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily, a mid problem, a shot calling problem. It's, Rainover died once early, and then in this game, Slushy gets counter-ganked once early, and then for the most part, everyone's kind of off doing their own thing, and there's just no synergy at all within this team.
Continued struggles for Team Liquid as they are on the outset of the summer split. Now, as we wrap up the weekend, it's time to recognize which players stood out above the rest with the most Player of the Game honors. Someday and Froggen end week 1 on top with 3 awards each, while both Aphromoo and Lyra walk away with 2 accolades to their name. I mean, the big ones that jump out at me here is, hey, not Froggen, Aphromoo returning to kind of his playmaking form that we weren't seeing so much in the spring split. And then Someday, again, the talk of the town coming into spring, and here he is in summer showing up.
Yeah, having a little bit more synergy that's pre-built. Obviously, Dignitas was put together pretty quickly at the start of Spring Split. And like you said with Afro, just the meta coming around and letting him grab a lot more. You know, it wasn't just him missing some player of the games in Spring Split. A lot of supports were having a hard time racking those up when you're stuck on Karma, Lulu, Zyra.
Of course, we'll be tracking that throughout the season as a whole. Now let's take a look at the standings as we come out of week 1 of the summer split. I mean, not sure what the over-under was on these results, but our top 4 teams from the spring split are collectively 1-7, Mark. What's going on there?
You want me to tell you?
Yes, that's why I brought you on. You're the expert.
No one knows what's going on. If you wanted to tell me, yeah, Counter Logic Gaming's gonna go 2-0 and maybe Cloud9 goes 0-2, sure. But to have all the teams struggling this hard with only TSM being the one to pick up a match win is insane, considering that when you looked at the start of this offseason, it didn't seem like that many roster changes were happening, some small coaching staff changes. So anyone who would have predicted this, it wasn't like this league is going to get totally shook up. I think there was even a concern it was going to be too similar to last split.
Strength of schedule and sample size in mind, what elements of that standings graphic are true and what are lying to me? In the sense of, like, what can I actually take from that in terms of, yeah, these 2-0 teams are actually really good versus, they just came away with victories, and which 0-2 teams do I need to worry about?
Yeah, so on the side of the 2-0 teams, like you can say, you know, Echo Fox looked better, that kind of stuff, and I think they did look better, but in terms of being long-term threats over the course of the season, I'm still not sold on a couple of them. The one that I am, other than CLG, is Immortals. I thought their wins were not only over quality opponents, but the way that they won them, it was even game situations pretty often in the mid-game, not completely relying on snowballing like a lot of their wins came last season. So they've already changed their style, and it's already working out for them. It should be only upside from here. On the flip side, someone maybe a little concerned, the C9 situation, you will have impact back. I feel like that's a bit of a safety net where if you ever feel like you're slipping too far, put him back in, you'll still do good. You'll be a top half team in the league.
Yeah.
But are you getting overtaken by Immortals, CLG, TSM, and who else is going to come up?
All right, well, there you have it. We'll see who can stand out in our next week's games. We return on Friday with Arrow and Phoenix 1 versus Sneaky and Cloud9. So the schedules don't get any easier for those two squads, really.
Nope.
Then Immortals look to continue their week 1 success against Team Envy later in the day. Now, throughout the weekend, you took to Twitter and called out your favorite LCS big plays. We pulled the best of the best highlights to showcase. Now, brought to you by Acer. First up, we've got Zerx Randstein, who writes, that bard play by Aframu and Darshan, or Darshan rather, proves why the shot-calling legend of CLG deserves to be in first-team LCS running every split. Take a look.
Dive still coming out. Lolo's still looking to go in, but needs a few more vitals. One more in. Fox is over, but a great Bard ultimate might save Darshan, and it will.
He actually parried the Bard.
Oh,
Just gonna get a kill.
Afro gets the stun. Portal through the wall and takes down Lolo.
Afro, are you kidding me? The king is back.
I'm here with you, Trevor. Are you good?
Yeah.
Coming. Nice. Oh, nice job.
You go on, watch.
Yo, Jin, I'm coming to you. Okay, we can loop it on Jin. Okay, yeah.
One of those back-breaking plays where at that time the game's kind of even, you have a Fiora Shen, you might be snowballing, and out of nowhere this kill gets snatched away from you and goes in the other team's direction. It's brutal to be Team Liquid in that situation.
Mentally devastating. Next up, we have JNT JSOR. Don't know what that stands for. He's glad he checked the VODs, rewatched Echo Fox versus FlyQuest Game 2. Man, that was crazy. I agree.
FlyQuest have managed to find one big kill, but now they've somehow got to retreat and not lose everything here. Turtle eating multiple arrows. Keys grabbing the kill onto high. A double kill, though, going the way of this AD carry. Moves forced to retreat. Gate drops. Looper and Keith alive. Nexus down to 1/4 HP. Looper jumping right back in the fight. Buying Keith some time. And FlyQuest holds. Now,
run it down
Echo
mid.
Fox is running towards the base, but they have to kill an inhibitor as well.
Turtle.
While Turtle running a bit too close, taunted up, brought down. G still there.
In the game.
Looper is still trying to hold this line.
Rocket's gonna
Rocket
go.
will go for the end of the game. Echo Fox trying to end. The Nexus has regenerated. They're going for that backline blitz. And Echo Fox find the win.
I mean, what a very exciting finish, and it's very cool to see it once again for Echo Fox, kind of this element of growth where that game ended at 36 minutes. This wasn't a 70-minute, oh, well, I guess we've tried everything else. We might as well rush down the mid lane and end the game. That was that was a planned and very well executed decision to go straight forward. Finally, we have Holland Duns, who said, what? Let me start that one over. This is gonna
Take two.
It got me. I even practiced this one. before we got on there said what we were all thinking during the Immortals game today. Smithy with the top 10 anime betrayals. Take a look.
Sven does have his ult. He could run in for a smite steal.
Ghost isn't up. He would be walked in, but like you said, Alter's there, so it won't really matter.
Oh, Björk!
He comes at Bjergsen, hardly taking any damage, but delivering across 3 members of Immortals. The front end burst is too much for Immortals to handle.
Bjergsen, we said he had to get creative. He got creative. Around the backside. Smithy even helps him in. Oh my God. Smithy delivers the dash that Bjergsen was lacking. AoE taunts the entire team. What a betrayal.
That's one of those plays where it's like the master trying to teach the students, like, always be on your guard. You never know what's going to go wrong.
Right.
Smithy comes in the team, teaches them how to do all this late game shot calling. He's like, but be ready at any
you're
point.
good? This could happen at any time. So
Yeah,
you
getting
better
you
be
ready
for
week
it.
1.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. We'll make sure to keep calling out those big plays all split long, and we'll share your tweets as we see them. That's going to do it for us today. So in a few minutes, meet myself, Zyrene, and Kobe out on the stage for NALCS tonight to recap the first weekend of the summer split. Stay tuned. Now, though, for myself, the casters, entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week for more NALCS.
It's time for the very first game of the split as Cloud9 takes on Counter Logic Gaming. Side, and look at the damage output. They're going to take him down. First blood to Zaya and Rakan in the bot lane. They've got Nightmare. He's going to go with his body slam. Darshan tries him at the time. The kickback as well, and this time CLG secures it.
Are they gonna take it? Bowbelter goes to the wall. Oh, finds Arrow, the kiss of death. He can't get in the fight. How about Dead if they can? But a great ultimate from McSmithy before he goes down. He'll be able to get away from the Cathy at the prize. And there's the double kill for Cody's son.
One more influx is over, but a great bot ultimate might save Darshan, and it will.
He actually parried the bar.
Oh,
He's gonna get a kill.
Arrow gets the stun. Portal through the wall and takes down Lolo.
I got both the flash. Oh, it's fucking nuts.
Hell yeah, Zach. Let's go.
Oh, keep going, keep coming.
Yeah, we can Baron on this.
Go press, you can end. We can end. Yeah, end.
Echo Fox trying to end. The Nexus has regenerated. They're going for that backside blitz. And Echo Fox find the win.
Big force to flash out, but he takes the exhaust. What an equalizer from the teleporting Sunday. And he's going to start cleaning up the fight.
Let's take a moment to unveil the newest banner to the battle arena and recognize our spring split champions. Ladies and gentlemen, TSM!
Contracts is dead. The fight continues on the backside. Smoothie forced to run away. They're going for the steal, and it gets picked up by Bjergsen.
Another challenger enters the fight. It's Bowbelter looking for the kill. Haunter's been fast and he is diving. One last auto from Bowbelter as they have to go.
Jack. Help me. I'm shield. Shield's good. Baron. I can take you to Baron. I shove.
Under the Nexus, it's open, it's ready. Envy are gonna get a Pyrian takes down Shady, but Envy bait P1 in, and Sarah finish up the Nexus in style. He might take down Keeper the Taunt is there, the knocker, but they got Piglet, and that is all they really need. And now Reyna will force a kite away. He's burning down from the Dragon, but the inhibitor's going to fall.
Moon running off to the side, more damage pouring in, and it is FlyQuest getting absolutely destroyed, and Dignitas will go 2-0.
And now they're trying to recuperate. Bjergsen coming in as Sven Skaren and Haunter die at the same time. Bjergsen's now on the ground. Immortals in 2 games takes down TSM.
Monster on the backside of the fight. Doublelift goes down immediately, even with wild growth, and now they're trying to recuperate. Bjergsen coming in as Fence, Garen and Hanser die at the same time. Bjergsen's now on the ground, and Immortals come out huge from the top lane fight. Immortals in 2 games takes down TSM.
Hello and welcome back for a little NALCS Tonight goodness. I'm James Dash Patterson, right along with Irene and Azale. We're going to recap for you the happenings of week 1 here in North America, as it was an eventful week at that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings, see how it all shook out. We've got 4 teams sitting at 2-0, and definitely not the 4 teams that most would expect.
No, not at all. And I mean, CLG and Immortals, a lot of people thought maybe one of those teams would have come out with a good start because of the roster changes, but both teams smashing really hard opponents, not what you expected.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Counter Logic Gaming, you go, okay, they have Dardoch now, maybe they have that aggression, but then trading that for Xmithy, a lot of people were saying, you know, Xmithy, maybe that's not going to work out for him, but seems like the synergy he had with Pobelter won up that team, and it looks real good.
Right, I think popular opinion was that CLG got the better of the trade, you know, in the microcosm of player for player. But guess what? Xmithy is still doing tons of work over there on Immortals, getting the carries fed.
And I think it really goes to show, once again, League of Legends is a team game. It's not about only individual skill. It's about leadership qualities. It's about synergy. It's about, you know, filling the role that the team needs. And this is what Xmithy is proving. You know, maybe he's not the mechanical player that Dardoch is, but he doesn't have to be. And he's making it look much better than when Dardoch was with Immortals.
Yeah, and it's crazy too, because you go back to spring, Xmithy had the most deaths out of any jungler, and he's second most in the entire damn league, and now he's turning it around, which is crazy, showing that his sacrifices are actually not for naught. I guess the way to put it, right? That he's actually having now, like, Flame and Pobelter are getting so much off of what he does, and that's really good to see for Immortals.
You talk about it being a team game. Let's talk about some of the teams and games as we saw them this week. The first one, I do what I can. The first one, Immortals versus TSM. This is one of those kind of big upsets, I'll call it, only because this is our first place team from Spring Split with the upgraded roster back in Doublelifts in the lineup.
Yeah, this was a really kind of awkward game from TSM for sure. The 2 games back-to-back of Galio mid with the Courage of the Colossus put Bjergsen on kind of a champion that wants to play to the side lanes, and they put Hanser on things like Fiora, etc., where it looked like they were trying to play away from mid lane as TSM, and that's almost never been a great strong suit for them.
I will say, though, I mean, when you look back to Summer Split, one of the strengths of this team was that they could play every style, right? You're supposed to be able to have carry top laner. You're supposed to be able to play to your AD carry. It doesn't just have to be about Bjergsen. So I think that the composition makes sense. You draft Galio, has super strong wave clear. It has assistance to a side lane split pusher like Fiora. So the composition makes sense. They just didn't end up playing it as well as they would have needed to take down Immortals. And I'm willing to say it is a really big upset, because most people's early season power rankings had Immortals as like a 7th, 8th place team, like not even in playoffs.
And we talk about Xmithy, okay, well, he's the new member of Immortals, but now we talk about the effect overall and the development of the team, and I got to look at the top lane and say, hey, coming into the split in spring, we were talking about Flame, someday these aggressive top laners who should gain advantages and be able to carry teams, but we never really saw them able to sync with their teams fully, right? Always maybe some communication mistakes and whatnot. But here, multiple times evidenced in beautiful 5-man dives or syncing up teleports with the team and actually executing in a way that suggests the communication's on point.
Yeah, and Xmithy is definitely a facilitator of communication now as they've been moving forward, which is something that Dardoch really isn't. Dardoch kind of clutters comms with random things like, oh, you know, I might get caught backing here, etc., and it's not relevant to the game. And I've heard that feedback a lot from players who have actually played with him, saying that, you know, he can have those passive things in comms or passive-aggressive things, whereas Xmithy just keeps things rolling. So freeing up Flame, talking about what they're going to do next, etc., is really what's showing on Immortals.
I think that just the development of the team as a whole has really been a treat to watch as well. I mean, you look at the bot lane here, too, from the beginning of spring when they were kind of considered a joke to now they are a very strong bot lane, and they can compete, they can carry. And, you know, Cody-san in particular, this guy is very new to the scene and doing extremely well.
He just had his rookie split last split. And then let's not forget that Ole here is just an absolute monster on more proactive and carry-like supports. I got to push us forward to our next series, TSM versus C9 rematch of those spring finals. TSM comes out on top 2-0. And again, what we thought might be a slightly more competitive series ends up not being.
Yeah, that was so good. But yeah, when everybody told me about this game, because I really didn't get to like watch it completely at the time, everybody's like, oh, this is going to be like it ended up being a smash, right? When I went back and watched it, there were a lot of moments where it was back and forth. It was actually not as crazy as people thought it was in terms of like one team winning over the other.
Yeah, I actually think that they were quite evenly matched. Most of the time, it just came down to like one moment in the game. I mean, you look at like game 2, the Baron. Yeah, like this Baron went so bad for C9, but before that, they had been playing very evenly. They were playing pretty strongly, and I think, you know, the sky is not falling for Cloud9 just yet. People are freaking out. They're 0-2. I would not worry just yet if you were a Cloud9 fan. I think this is still a very strong team, and I think that they're going to bounce back.
Things to consider is that, you know, this is the first week, number one. Number two, you're looking at an entirely new meta, so you're watching a team try and adapt to that, and they're it's clear that they're actively attacking that meta, right? Smoothie on Rakan both games, and he had some fantastic plays even within the losses. So, again, if those things get fleshed out, cleaned up, then they definitely could look better. We also have to consider the strength of schedule coming into the week, and that's a big one.
Yeah, 3, no impact. So we'll see what they look like when they have him back as well.
There you go. So the sky is not yet falling for Cloud9. Hold on to your worry warts for just a little bit longer. The last game of the day that we got to talk about, C9 versus CLG. Now, again, CLG with the roster move Dardoch in. This was a 2-1 victory for CLG over C9 back on Friday night.
And I mean, the most impressive thing about this series for me was how good Aframu looked. I think the bot lane was super impressive, but Aframu last split was not his usual self. Sure, he had some moments of brilliance, you know, but this was Aframu at his very best on playmakers, making plays, crushing the game. And when you have a guy who is known as one of the best in-game leaders in the league, who's shot calling and playing this well, the sky's the limit for this team. Like, they could go really far.
Well, and then let's talk about how that affects Dardoch, because as you mentioned, whereas Xmithie kind of can help with the team communication, and Dardoch might not necessarily be up to par in that regard. Well, if you got a leader like Aframu, a lot less of those responsibilities even fall to Dardoch to begin with.
Exactly. I've actually talked to Dardoch about this. Aframu keeps him in check. You know, one of them takes care of the early game, Aframu has that late game shot calling, but if Dardoch ever has those moments where he does have those things that are flooding comms, Aframu hits it right there, calls him out in comms and says, hey, you're saying some random stuff, and then he just goes quiet, and then he'll continue from there. So it just kind of hits the reset button, and that's so good for a player like Dardoch who can get in his own head.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Dardoch over the next 9 weeks. Let's really see if he rises to stardom.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, one of the most exciting things for CLG fans to really get amped about is the fact that Dardoch has not had his carry performance. Yeah. Dardoch is going to carry some games. Like, this guy will have his games where he goes off. He has every season that he has been in, whether the team is doing well or the team is doing poorly. And you can certainly expect some of those carry performances, but he hasn't had to turn them in yet for CLG to have victories.
Well, his carry performances will come. Let's talk about some of the carry performances that we had this week. Our OP5 for the NALCS, starting in the top lane, Dignitas someday.
Absolutely. This guy was a monster in the top lane. It was really kind of between him and a few other top laners, like maybe Darshan, but then all of a sudden today, just completely wrecks on Lucian and Fiora back to back. It was Kobe said it, someday fun day for him.
Yeah, I mean, the funny, like, this also could have gone to Darshan in the top lane, who I think played pretty well here too. And then you would have had essentially the full old school CLG lineup, which they actually won a championship with before, which we maybe should have just swapped just because it's hilarious.
Just for the sake of it.
But you gotta love that. I mean, these guys have been around for a long time. They're having success, and I think it's so nice to see guys like Pobelter and Xmithie, who have not been getting a lot of credit, really succeeding, because Pobelter is someone that, you know, way back when he was on EG and even like Winterfox and all these teams, people were waiting for him to blow up. That's like the guy with the most potential, and now finally maybe he is getting to shine a little bit more.
Absolutely. We moved to that jungle. Of course, you saw it on the graphic, but Xmithie picking it up for Immortals right alongside Pobelter in the mid lane. Maybe we talk about them together because so much of their success came from the two of them working together.
There were some really great plays from Xmithie. The jungle may not completely fit the meta for him, but I think when he has Gragas, easy to pull it off, and he's able to make those plays. So I love that he's stepped up as a leader, but he still has those in-game score lines that really do back a good performance from him that transitions to Pobelter too.
I also think you can be a little bit excited if you're an Immortals fan, because Kindred is coming back into meta perhaps, and he was always very good on Kindred. That was kind of one of his carry picks that he was really strong on. Sejuani, all jokes aside, he was a pretty solid Sejuani player. That is a pick. Gragas, Olaf, like all these are solid for him, and just the fact that he seemed to mesh so quickly with the team, is very promising.
And you know, Pobelter is a person or a player that throughout his career has been the subject of lots of praise and lots of criticism at very different
Very
times
polarizing.
based on performance, right?
Yeah.
And I will say that on the outside of the season, once again, he was tasked with something very difficult. He had strong opponents in his game, and yet he comes out and he performs against Jensen right along Xmithie and put together a lot of carry games on, you know, picks like the Ahri or the Syndra.
Yeah, I think that Pobelter, for sure, ever since the start of his career, like you were saying, has kind of been like, people say he's good, and then other people will be like, what are you talking about? And it's really kind of, you either consider Pobelter to be somebody who has the potential to be a top mid, or that he's kind of just been carried a whole bunch. And I think that this split so far, he's showing that he has that intact synergy with the Xmithie, he can play around the team, and that he stepped up, and he does have the ability, and he does have the skill.
Our final two in the OP5 are his former teammates, Stixxay, Aphromoo. Again, these guys were touted as one of the best bot lanes in the league. Spring split didn't necessarily deliver. As we said, we were looking for more out of Aphromoo. Well, here they start out on fire.
Yeah, they really did. And I mean, I think that when Aphromoo is playing really well, he's going to enable Stixxay that much more, because Stixxay, I think, is one of the best mechanical AD carries in the league, period. Like, he's such a strong player when you look at him at his best. And I think that having Aphromoo to enable them in lane, you know, if they're doing well in lane, they can certainly carry games late, because even in spring split, when they were often doing poorly in lane, dying and stuff, you would still see those carry performances turned in by Stixxay. So if they can succeed early, I think they're going to succeed late.
Yeah, and moving on to Aphromoo from that, I actually got to talk to him about playmaking supports, and he was telling me that because Doran's shield on 80 carries is so prevalent, you don't have to play Karma, you don't have to play Zyra. They won't kill you in lane because you'll just sustain up with these potions and the regen of the shield. Play a playmaking support, and now he's enabled to do that. We saw him play the Bard. We saw him play a fantastic Rakan.
I was about to ask, was his the best Rakan of the weekend?
I think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
easy.
The bar has been set. Aphromu's Rakan. I mean, wouldn't expect it to be any other player. We'll see if anyone else throughout the supports in the league can match him. Final subject we got to attack here is our Twitter question of the day. We were asking you guys at home, who do you think is was the best offseason roster change? First up, we have Marcel Hansen, who said, can there be something better than Doublelift's return to Team Solo Mid?
Well, the answer, yes.
Yeah.
So far, I mean, you know, it depends
That's
where
true.
you're sitting. But I mean, for Immortals and CLG, things are looking pretty good. That said, Doublelift, he was the undisputed AD carry king when he was, you know, back with TSM previously, and I think that they will likely get back to that form.
Yeah, you need a little bit more of that professional play practice after, you know, having to get the rust off of solo queue and be back in the competitive environment. But also, I gotta say, all the other teams are actually playing better as well overall. I'm noticing slightly better macro play from pretty much everybody across the board, and everybody just seems warmed up from spring.
It's kind of a tough thing to call, because you would say, you know, with familiarity in mind, knowing that this roster did win Summer Split last year, you want to say that if that's their ceiling again, this is a really solid roster change. But the upside and kind of the unknown potential of the other moves is what makes them so exciting.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd even say with TSM, like, that's their baseline. That's the level of expectation that
they need to get back to.
People are always going to look at TSM, and anything but a championship in North America is a disappointment for them, especially now that Doublelift is back. And I mean, people have such big expectations for this team, but no one has ever won spring then summer, and no one has ever won 3 straight championships. So TSM will be looking to change both of those.
Absolutely. Flash33C says it has to be Immortals. Now that they have Xmithie instead of Dardoch, they are more inclined to make plays and work together compared to spring.
Yeah, this was kind of the surprising one for me that ended up with a very positive result, because personally, I've never been an enormous Xmithie fan, but I think that he's been playing incredibly well, and he's actually kind of making a believer out of me. It's like when Moon got picked up by FlyQuest, you're like, okay, I know that this guy, I know his level, I've seen him play before many times, and now you're seeing a way better performance than what you had seen previously. So definitely having really just an upgrade for them, and in terms of the overall team play around their jungler, and I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, he fits in so well, but I would say everyone was a fan of him in North America when he was stealing Elder Dragon at MSI and getting them to the finals. So he's had some good performances and certainly has earned his due.
All right, lastly, we have Anders, who says getting Dardoch on the team makes CLG far better overall, and they now have a real chance to take back the throne at the North American LCS.
I mean, I agree. They do have a real shot of it, but wouldn't it be something if it's a Xmithie who ends up blocking them in the finals, you trade for Dardoch? That would be, I think, amazing story-wise.
That would be that, like, sweet revenge where you're just like, hey, guess what? I ended up on the better team. Sucks to be you. But I'm excited about this one because I really like Dardoch as a player. I think he's just mechanically so good in the jungle, and watching him is always entertaining. This week, it actually wasn't that crazy from him, so I can't really say it was a great move yet, but I do think that they have that championship potential again with that jungler.
Exactly. I mean, I really like this idea or the point that the wins this week didn't come from Dardoch and that there's really is still all this untapped power. We haven't seen how it'll manifest when he does have a carry performance. Again, will they be able to keep that kind of unbridled aggression in check when he really gets going? And we've known him to kind of throw some leads back. Time will tell. That is, of course, going to do it for this evening. We have to bid you all adieu. And so meet us back here next week for some more North American LCS action. Good night.